technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shining brighter than the sun.
Fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to the Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream because my face is on it. A bug stream because I'm using OBS. A stream hostile to human life as we know it because the salt content is so damn high. How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It's time for another Mordian Glory live stream. It's time for a Hold the Line. It's time for Hold the Line, and the briefing for tonight is anything goes, baby. Anything you want. You want to talk about Warhammer 40k? I got you. You want to talk about Konflikt 47? Oh, baby, I got you. You want to talk about old world bolt action? You want to contemplate the follies of mankind? You want to do some army list reviews? You want to do some casual discussion? You want to do some narrative discussion? You want to do some competitive discussion? Well, I don't mean to alarm you, but it's all on the table tonight. It's all on the cards. It's Can we talk about eBay orcs? We can talk about the eBay orcs. We can talk. We can go farming for more eBay stuff if you want. You'll all be pleased to know that the thing that we bid on eBay yesterday, we won. Yeah, baby. Mordian's eBay addiction is it's up for discussion. It's up for discussion. It's it's ready to be funded. There we go. How many did you win? Okay, I can actually tell you. We're getting a little derailed, but give me a second. I'll tell you. All right. So, ooh, 1 minute. I think I've been outbid on something. I'm gonna go and have a look. No, that's all right. I have been outbid on one thing, but it's fine. So, what did I win? I'm a winner. We have won a bolt action Konflikt 47 German army starter set, which I really didn't need, but someone in chat mentioned it was up, and then chat decided to fund it, so that was good. And then I have won, so that's for a Konflikt, obviously. And then I have won a metal librarian, a metal Terminator librarian. I've won a metal power armor librarian. And I've won the classic, the best sculpt that they've ever made. The Terminator, the Chaplain in Terminator armor. Yeah, the Terminator Chaplain. You know, if you know the one, you know which one I'm talking about. The really iconic one. Yeah. And then also 5 more Space Marine Scouts, which is pretty decent. And those are actually probably don't even need to be repainted, to be fair, because they're already pretty well painted, and they're in basically the same colours I already got. So yeah, there you go. Been busy. There we are. So yeah, it's yeah, there you go. So what I'm trying to say is anything and everything is it goes. eBay bad habits, eBay addictions, that goes as well. Buy my Blood Ravens. I have done. I've bought 3 characters and some scouts. There you go. And I'm in the process of winning a dreadnought, but we'll see if that one turns up or not. So there we are. So anything goes. I was there and Mordian went broke. That's okay. If that happens, you just walk out into the street and go, I declare bankruptcy, and it just works. You know, that then it all gets wiped clean, then you just start again. There you are. All right. But on a serious note, guys, anything goes tonight. It's very much a chill one. It seems that Reddit and 40k drama has taken a day off. It's for once I have minimal salt to report. For once I am just bringing all the good vibes, and we're just talking about anything and everything. So there we are. So that's the briefing. We're chatting bollocks. So with that said, now let us move ever onwards into today's stream, and of course we must start with our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is ready to rock out with the cock out? Who is here in the most degenerate Warhammer stream on the internet? Let's have a look. We have got Sabian Wilson. Oh, so wait, we've got before Sabian. We've got Mal, Jarrett, Meteor, Freeman, Kalanchka, Scribble, Sabian Wilson, Marcelo, the Lower Decks, Chris Steve Cap, a Gaming Studio, Captain Radius, Perspiring Tryhard, love the name, Airborne, Mark Cole, a Gaming Studio, Swampy Turtle, Edward Sullivan, I've fucking already lost my fucking place, shit. Joe Camel, Red Scout, Wise Old Worm, Salareth. Right, Gaming Stuka, sorry man, but yeah, you go in timeout, bud. There you go. Like every other name is you. Ed Sullivan, Joe Camel, Red Scout, Wise Old Worm, Salarath, Captain Tyborg, Russ W, Mason Warzone, Richard LeMay, The Kenthor, Funky Chicken 131, Chicken Detonator, Scribbles, Matt Bads Minis, Damn Legion, Matthew Edwards, and Tropic Tyranny. Summerled, Bad Rabbit, say my name, baby. We've got Free Dogs, we've got Solaris, we've got Jack Hansen, we've got Simple Logic, Damn Legion, Mouth and Knife, Marcus Oliverland, John Shepard, Clarence, got X, Stephen Bonner, Arsenal, Justin Miller, April Good, Greg Shimon. Welcome, all of you crazy bastards. Thank you for joining today's stream. Thank you for being here. I've got the energy today. Oh, it's been a productive day today. It's funny. You'd think that if I had like a productive day, I'd be like less energetic. But actually, I'm just like, it's like momentum. You know, you've got to keep it going. So I'm feeling it today, boys. So thank you so much for joining. Speaking of which, not only do I want to say a big thank you for joining, but I also want to go ahead and ask you to like the stream. like the stream, subscribe if you've not already done so. Look, it's a big deal. It really does help with boosting the stream and all that kind of stuff. And if you don't like the stream, that's fine. That's fine. But at the very least, can you dislike it? Right. For some of you that don't know, YouTube can't tell the difference between likes and dislikes. All it sees is interactivity. So if you're like, no, fuck you more. If you're the kind of person that's like, you asked me to like it, so I won't like it. That's fine. Do me a fucking favor. Dislike it instead. That's all right. That's all right. I'd rather you fucked me than did nothing. Oh my god. And if you've not already subscribed, although I suspect that everyone who joins at the beginning of the stream probably is subscribed, but if you haven't already subscribed to the channel, then please go ahead and subscribe, because we're trying to get to 80,000 subscribers by the end of the year, and we're close. We're so close, but it's not guaranteed. All right. Right now, we're on 78,674, which means that we have 1,326 to go. But we are but the analytics say it's like 50-50 whether we make it. It's always slow towards the end of the year. God, I'll tell you one thing we might need to talk about, man. I don't really want to talk about it in like a salty way, but I do want to maybe talk about it at some point. Like I've noticed such a drop off on like 40k content recently, guys. Like not just on my time. I'm looking around the ecosystem, and like I said, I've been saying this for a while, and I don't want people to be like, oh, Mordian, you get salty. No, not salty at all. Like genuine anal wysis. Can we like look at like where the can we actually like you guys love numbers, right? Can we like prove with the math hammer that like the 40k drought is real? That's kind of one thing I want to maybe explore today, but if we don't, then it's fine. But yeah, I just thought I'd mention it. So we're trying to get and we're trying to get to 80,000 subscribers by the end of the year. So if you haven't already subscribed, please go ahead and do so, because it will make my pee hard. Also, I did say if we get 80,000 subscribers by the end of the year, that I would release the feet pictures. See, everyone's going on about the Epstein files. Everyone's like, Epstein files this, Epstein files that. But what we all really know, what we all know really needs to be released is the MG feet pics. Like that's where the real news is. I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was like I was like, that's a risky joke. Do I go for that one? I was like, fuck it, they can only cancel me once. That's the kind of joke that you don't get to make in 2024, but it's the kind of joke you absolutely get to make in 2025. So moving swiftly on. The MG feet files. Suddenly the views went up. The likes are going up. The subscribes are going up. Oh my god. If you're one of these people that suffers from brain rot, you do know that if you like the stream, a little little alert will go off, and it'll give you that little dopamine rush. So you know what to do. Oh man. Anyway, moving on. What I've distracted myself. I've distracted myself with my own degeneracy. Right. Moving swiftly on. I want to say I've said my thank you to everyone that's liked and subscribed and all that kind of stuff. But I do also need to say some big thank yous to those people that have got the stream popping off. Holy shit. Like, got the stream popping off, coming in with all the super chats and the member flex and the gift of membership. Because those people that have already gone above and beyond the Call of Duty, and holy shit, man, have been supporting the channel like absolute mega bosses, like absolute giga chads. So let's have a little look here. We have got... who's first? Who is first into the Mordian glory hole? It is Russell W. Russell W, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Thank you for 5 extra totem core to arise. The dead rise again. Yes. Russell W, thank you very much, man. We've also got Meryl, my boy. Meryl, thank you so much for the gifted membership, the extra Ursus infantry. And Meryl, I got a big one. I got a big one for you, bud. And I'm not talking about the contents of Baldrick's Apple Crumble. I recorded a video today to go out tomorrow, and it is the Soviet bloc faction focus for Konflikt 47. That's right. Last week, you guys got the Axis faction focus, and I asked you in the comment section, what do you want to see next? And overwhelmingly, the people, the comrades, yes, they believed in the power of Joseph Stalin's mustache. And so tomorrow you will get the Konflikt 47 Soviet bloc faction focus. There you go. There you go. So something to look forward to. I'm still waiting for the Archie interview. I keep forgetting about it. I'm not going to lie. I haven't used it. To be fair, though, Chicken Detonator, I haven't used it yet. But Simon's jonesing for a game about action. So maybe we could do the classic 8th Army versus Italians. And I could use the Archer. That would be kind of cool. We're kind of flip-flopping at the moment. I'm going to do a poll, actually. I'm going to let you guys decide. I might let it run the whole stream, unless, you know, something pressing comes up. But what battle report do you guys want to see? Konflikt 47, Warhammer 40k 10th edition, Warhammer Old World, or bot action. 4th ed 40k. So I can't do 4th ed 40k with Simon on Thursday because he's being a little bitch about it. No. Right. Right. So it's because Simon is like, he's very busy at the moment with work, and he doesn't really have the headspace for a new game system, he says. So he's like, oh, I'm not sure if I want to play. I'm not sure if he's like, I don't want to really play a new game system. I'd rather just do one that we've already got. And it's like, oh, okay. But I bet if I twisted his arm, I could make him. So you know what? Especially if it's like a little combat patrol kind of thing. All right, we'll do this. I bet I could make it. I bet I could make him do it. Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see. Right, there's the poll. It's an opinion poll, and I bet I could get Simon to play 4th edition on Thursday, if it was just like combat patrol level kind of stuff. I bet he'd go for it. So let's see. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Let's see. What have we got next? We had Russell W. Russell W, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Check stream clips for new clip. Oh no, what have I said now? I always worry when someone sends me a clip of myself because I don't really remember what I do from day to day. Phrasing. Oh my god. Right, 1 minute. Then it can come on itself. Oh no. Oh no. Then it can come on itself. So it's going in, then it can come on itself. It's going in, then it can come on itself. It's going in. It's fine. It's fine. I wasn't ever intending on getting another job anyway. It's all right. Oh, it's okay. I can't survive in the real world anyway. I'm institutionalized now. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, man. Merlin, whatever happened to the Warlord Epic stuff? I still have it, man. I still have it. And I just haven't painted. I've painted some of it up. I've painted like one unit up. And I really, I cannot stress how much I really want to paint it up. Sam and I both really want to get into it. It's just Konflikt 47. Okay, so I'll tell you what happened, right? I was really into Epic Warlord. And then Horus Heresy came along and snatched my attention away. And then Horus Heresy went and shit the bed. And in its own funny sort of way, that snatched my attention away. And then I basically crashed out from Warhammer 40k and spent a lot of time bitching, moaning, and whining and being a salty bastard. And then I found Konflikt 47 on the rebound, and I've just been like plowing that non-stop. And now I'm finally coming out the other side, and I'm like, oh, maybe I've got some time for some Epic. So that's kind of yeah. That's kind of what's been happening. Yeah. But I do very much want to. I just need to. I feel like it's one of those things that I might just need to knuckle down. I'm planning on taking 2 weeks off at the end of this year. I'm planning on taking the last week of 2025 off and the first week of 2024 off. Okay, 2026. All right. So I'm kind of planning on that, and I'll have 2 weeks of just like uninterrupted time off. And I'm kind of feeling like maybe I just paint for 2 weeks. But then Mrs. Mordian probably won't be okay with that. But Mrs. Mordian only has 1 week off over Christmas. So maybe I can paint the second week. Oh, man. Right, everyone in chat right now. Full lambastation. Full lambastation. You need to fully lambast me. Give it to me and do not hold back. Call me all the bad names. Tell me I've got a big nose and squiffy eyes and all that, and fucked up teeth, all that kind of stuff, right? Because I have to make a public apology. I have to make a public apology. I need to find my... If I could bring it on stream without YouTube banning me for a week, I would get a sword and I would fall on it. I've been bad. Like, not silly bad. Not like, oh, you've been so bad. Like, nah, I fucked up, boys. I fucked up. And I'll tell you why I fucked up. Because today, I was meant to do a collab with the man, the myth, the legend, Val Heffelfinger of the Square Base podcast. And I completely forgot. I have no excuse. I just started recording my Konflikt 47 video. Blissfully unaware that I had places to be, and then I just opened up Discord after the big recording sesh, looked up my messages and was just like, oh fuck, man, oh fuck. So Val, please, I extend to you my sincere apology. I extend to you my shame, sir, my disgrace, sir. I'm a wholesome knave, and I want to apologize. And I'm not doing it in a slightly comedic way, but I also genuinely want to say sorry for fucking you about, man. And it was an honest mistake, but a mistake nonetheless. Val, in his defense, he told me he didn't use a calendar. It's, I mean, that's true, but I should have set myself an alarm. Normally, I set myself an alarm. And you know what's funny? I've literally, I kid you not, man. I was looking at my, I knew yesterday, I knew I was doing it. I was doing the collab today. And then I just woke up in the morning and it was just like, so I literally remembered I kept checking, like it was definitely the 18th, it was definitely the 18th, it wasn't today, it was definitely the 18th, and then the one day I didn't check. Yeah. So, there you go. I am genuinely sorry, and it was a big fuck up. I gotta own it. I got to own it, and I've got to, you know, be publicly lambasted and publicly flagellated for it because I can imagine it was quite annoying, and I do want to apologize, sir. So I am sorry, mate. And please let me know another date that we can do, and then we can arrange it then. And this time I will set a calendar notification, an alarm, whatever it may be, whatever it takes. I'll make sure I don't forget a second time. If I forget a second time, I will go through some sort of public humiliation ritual. but I won't. I won't forget a second time. We'll never get MG and Squarebase now. To be fair, we've done one before, but it was really good. That's why I wanted to do a second one. Yeah. There we go. You've hired an editor, perhaps time for a secretary? Nah. Yeah. For your shameful act, you must record a tile battle report. Whoa. I ain't that sorry. Unless it's 4th edition. I'll play a 4th edition tile battle report. Yeah. No dramas. No dramas whatsoever. All right. But yeah, Val, just slide into my DMs, man, and just let me know what works for you, and I'll make sure I don't fuck up again. I do apologize, mate. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Drew Macabre. Thank you for the super chat, man. New parent wisdom in stream discussion. Let's have a look. With a lot of new parents in the chat, I thought I would share one thing that I wish I knew about being a parent. I used to worry about my son's behavior, especially after turning 18 months or so. He never tortured animals or anything like that, because that would be truly concerning behavior. My God, he would throw a tantrum about anything. Squirrel running up a tree, tantrum. Dog approaching him, tantrum. Dog walking away from him, also tantrum. Not letting him have ice cream for breakfast, tantrum, almost every morning. All the other kids I've seen were much more chill. His daycare teacher was a savant about childhood development and had a daughter in the same class as my son. Her daughter was so sweet and well behaved. I just thought she was a naturally amazing parent, and I was a shit one. Then one day I talked to the daycare teacher about how exhausted I was with my son's daily tantrums. Then she told me that her daughter was just as also a little shit at home, and that's a good thing. Acting out around you is a sign that they feel safe around you. Life is stressful and kids don't know how to work out their anxiety, so it's best they take it out on you than someone else. Then I began to think about one of my childhood friends that was the opposite as my son. He had the discipline of a Mordian honor guard around his dad, but he was always getting into fights at school and little emotional control. Didn't keep in touch. Hope he's all right. Kids will act out no matter what, and abuse will make them feel unsafe around you, so they'll take it out on others. Parenting is hard, but that doesn't mean you suck at it. My boy is in preschool now, and he is crushing it. I'm so proud. His little sister is the same face he was. Now I don't worry about her more than I need to. I'm so glad I chose a family, even if it means I will never be able to afford a ski condo. And we can only play 1 or 2 games per year with my very grey army. That's amazing, man. That is amazing. I want to say that seems like some sage advice, sir. Some sage advice indeed. And it sounds like not only is your son crushing it, but it sounds like you are crushing it as well as a father. So amazing. 07, man. Fantastic. What have we got next? I want to say a big thank you to Greg Shimin. Thank you for 37 months. Triple X Force, baby. Yes. Boah. Love those Blood Ravens. More Razorback Tactical. More Razorbacks Tactical. So, Greg, firstly, thank you. Do you know what? Actually, it is actually worth mentioning, Greg. You've prompted a thought in my head, right? The response to the Firstborn video has been overwhelming. Has been overwhelmingly positive. I just really, really did not expect it. I mentioned this a little bit in yesterday's stream, but just touching base on it now. God, it sounds so corporate. Touching base. Touching on it again now. Yeah, the response has been absolutely overwhelming. And of course, there's going to be a bit of confirmation bias there, because the people that are likely to click on a Firstborn video are the people that are going to be interested in a Firstborn video. I get that. But the fact that there's a lot of people that are clicking on that video and commenting, if we just, it's not like it's doing tens of thousands views just yet, but it is kind of going in that direction a little bit. So, it was 2 days ago that the video came out, And between the main video and the deep dive list overview, we're actually over 9,000 views now. We're actually over 9,000 views, and the number of which is actually quite a lot, and it's doing really, really well in comparison to some of my other after action reports recently. Like the actual after action report itself is on 104 comments, and I haven't replied to that many. I've not stat padded that with my own replies. And then the army overview video is on 62 comments as well. So people are that's a really high proportion of comments on a video, on each one of those videos. And yeah, it's just awesome to see so many people just loving the Firstborn. And yeah, it's really heartwarming, and it kind of goes to show that, yeah, even though obviously there's going to be that confirmation bias of people who are interested in Firstborn are going to click on a Firstborn video, right? There's going to be that confirmation bias. There's also the fact that there's a lot of people out there that apparently fucking love Firstborn. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people that apparently fucking love Firstborn. So there's a lot of people that video is like speaking out to, which is kind of cool. And yeah, it's not that Primaris is bad or anything. I don't want people reading between the lines and getting the wrong impression. It's not that Primaris is bad or anything, but it's always kind of like assumed that the new stuff is better than the old stuff by a lot of people who are coming into the game. And there's a lot of new people in Warhammer 40k. Of course, 10th edition has been like a massive expansion and all that good stuff. But I think it goes to show that there's a lot of people that the crowd of people that played Warhammer before Primaris and the Primaris hype and all that kind of stuff is still a really significant crowd of people. And those people still consume content, and those people still still know what they like and like what they know. So, yeah, so it was really, really cool to see. And it's really, really doubly important to mention, because it's not like I'm a Space Marine channel. Like, when I do Imperial Guard content, it's somewhat natural that it does quite well, because I'm obviously a really Imperial Guard centric channel. So I do an Imperial Guard after action report, it's going to get lots of like comments and views and all that kind of stuff. But when I do anything that isn't Imperial Guard, even stuff that's pretty beloved, it doesn't get the same response. So like, the last bolt action after action report I did was a couple of weeks ago, and that one got about 4,000 views, which is pretty good. I'm not complaining at all. 4,000 views, but only about 30 comments. And that, but bolt action content is very evergreen, so that one will tick up over time. That one will tick up over time and become, I wouldn't be surprised if that one ends up getting like 10,000 views, because that's what tends to happen with non-40k content. It tends to be a lot more evergreen. But if we go back and have a look at like the last Old World after action report that I did as well, like that one got 10,000 views, but it only got, only got 80 comments. So the Space Marine one is already getting more comments, and comments and interactivity is a really, really good indicator. In some ways, almost a better indicator of whether people are watching and enjoying the video, right? Because if someone clicks on it and watches the video, then that, even just for a minute or so, that counts as a view. But if someone leaves a comment, it tends to mean that they've actually watched a bit more of the, they've watched a more significant portion of the review, of the video, I should say. So yeah, so it's really interesting seeing like the Firstborn content like just absolutely popping off. And I'm wondering what I'm curious now what my last 40k one did, because I know what it was. It was the it was when I took the Hammer of the Emperor to a tournament. We had the Tau one. Tau one did really well, but that's because We built up a lot of drama. Not on purpose. Just like genuinely accidentally just built up a lot of drama around it. I made one little stream highlight and it all popped off from there, didn't it? Which was pretty funny, to be honest. Yeah. I'm trying to have a look at what the last 40k one I did was. Tournament reports. Ah, there you go. Right, let's have a look. So yeah, look at that, right? So the last Imperial Guard tournament report that I did got 11,000 views, very nice, and 42 comments. Now 42 is fine. Don't get me wrong, I ain't upset. 42 is fine, but the fact that the Space Marine one has got more than double the amount of comments already, it's a big deal. It's a big deal that shouldn't be like overlooked. And that when I say like the response has been absolutely like overwhelmingly positive, that's not me just like chatting bollocks. That's me being honest. And it's amazing to see how strong the response to like a Firstborn after action report has been, considering that I don't cover Space Marines and they're not exactly the new hotness. Do you know what I mean? They're not exactly the new hotness. So yeah, I just thought that was worth having a little. I thought that was worth highlighting. You know, I thought that was worth highlighting. But maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. But yeah, let us know what you guys think. Me and my friends like Firstborn so much, we printed our armies in true scale for a Badab campaign. Looks so good. Nice. Nice, man. Yeah, Firstborn is just how 40k Marines are to me. Yeah, exactly, GameStook. I don't think that's true for everyone, though. I think it depends on when you came into the hobby, right? Because the other day we were talking about this and everyone was like, I just prefer Primaris. But then, you know, I my Mordy bro came over for a K47 battle report the other day. It's going to be coming out in a week or two. And he saw that I had this captain on my desk. And he was just like, God, Firstborn just look so right, don't they? There's just something about them. You can't put your finger on it, but there's just something about them which they just look so right. And that's what it is. It's almost intangible. It's a little intangible, but yeah. Yeah. Sounds like looks like you found an underserved market. Yeah, I think a little bit. Although you do have to be careful, right? You do have to be careful because you know, I'm going to go back and do some old Hammer content, but I think that you have to be careful with not... How to put this? And maybe there's a bigger discussion around this, right? We're getting a little sidetracked. I've got a few super chats here, but fuck it, right? I think this is worth talking about. Right. So... You guys know, everyone knows who Mini Wargaming is, or nearly everyone knows who Mini Wargaming is, right? They've been around forever. They're OG as fuck, absolutely amazing. Mini Wargaming a few months ago did a video where they were like, "Hey, we're going to go back to doing Old Hammer because we think that there's something there," and you know. They've gone back doing Old Hammer, and like they do, you know, they do Old Hammer battle reports now, but they're not getting that many views. And I'm sort of wondering if like there is an Old Hammer like desire. Yeah. There is an Old Hammer desire, but I do wonder if maybe you have to be careful with trying to like oversaturate that desire a little bit is maybe a way of looking at it. Yeah. Interesting. But maybe it's just that, you know, people don't like the style that Mini Wargaming do. I'm not sure. I like the style. I think they do a good style. Yeah. They've been going hard into Mordheim recently. I did not realize how big Mordheim was. But it's fucking massive, man. Yeah, exactly. Growl the Exalted. One video doing well doesn't mean 20 videos do well. Yeah. Exactly, Entropic Tyranny. I watched the video because of the novelty of the experiment, not because I want to watch lots of content on it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that's, you've got to have that careful balance. You've got to have that careful balance, right? I think you've got to have the, look, we're going to do some old Hammer and see how it goes, but we're not just going to leap blindly off the fucking cliff edge kind of thing. Like, we might do, you know, if we do one old Hammer battle report and it absolutely fucking flies off, and then we do a second old Hammer battle report and it just doesn't really do anything, and then we do a third old Hammer battle report, it doesn't do anything, then that's fine. That's fine. Do you know what I mean? It's like, hey, that was cool. We had that one really good one, and that was really fun, and that was a nice little experiment, but, you know, we're not going to be upset about it. We're just going to see how it goes. Yeah. Sneeds, Feed, and Seed. Old Hammer content will be popular, but I've noticed a lot of new players who only pay attention to the latest edition and updates won't play any other edition or game. Yeah. I think that's a really, really good point. I think 40k is 40k players are, so 40k players are gameplay led. They're really, really, really gameplay led, and if your game is seen to, like, not a big part of that is the constant updates, because that lets you think about how you can approach the game in a new way. But if you look at old Hammer, it's kind of like there's more. It's more of that Stillmania vibes. Yeah. It's more like some people. Yeah, it's and obviously if it's Stillmania vibes, someone using the same army every time they bust out the Imperial Guard. If you know what it is, it's what they're going to be bringing, then maybe there's an appeal to that, but maybe there's a, well, I know how this is going to go kind of thing. So there's a little bit of a, it's a little bit of a, I think, you know, you've got to keep things fresh. You've got to keep things fresh and interesting. And so I think with old Hammer, it's almost like dessert. I think old Hammer is like dessert. You have to, if you have it every single day, it stops becoming special. Whereas if it's like, if you look at a channel like Minisodes, for example, where they do like a second edition battle port like once a month, and it was really mad that they sometimes do other videos as well though. So they tend to do a video every week, but they tend to do a battle report once a month, and then other videos in the intervening time. I think that's a really good, like, that's like, I think that's a really good cycle, it's a really good schedule, because you it means that you can do, you know, once a month. It's like a treat, isn't it? Yeah. So that I'm just spitballing here, and we've gone massively off topic, but I have a feel like, you know, I have a feel that like old Hammer is like a treat. It's got to be, when it drops, it has to be special a little bit, but we'll see. We will see. Like I said, I'm going to do an old Hammer battle report sooner rather than later, and we're going to see how it goes, and if it absolutely pops off, then maybe there's something to it. Maybe there's something to it, you know? We'll see. Anyway, shall we get back to wanking people off over Super Chats? So, Chicken Detonator, thank you for the Super Chat, bro. Let me have a look here, man. Let's have a look. Where are we up to? Fresh terrain in stream discussion, sir. Let's have a look. Ooh. Some terrain work for Old World, sir. Painted up a barracks building and a chapel. Nice. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. I love it. I love it, man. So, oh, look at that beast. That looks sick, mate. That reminds me of the is it the fourth Pirates of the Caribbean movie where the Spanish just like turn up at the end and just like wreck everyone and just like only God can give eternal life, not this pig in water, and just like fucking throw the Holy Grail away. Yeah, it's so good. Oh, wait, there's one more picture. There's one more picture. I almost missed it. Yeah, dude, I love the stained glass, man. That's cool as fuck. Dude, they've come out really well. They've come out really, really good, man. Love that shit. Let's have a look. What have we got? We've got Meteor! Meteor, thank you so much for becoming a channel member! Thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for support. Thank you for doing your part. And welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. We've also got Entropy, Decay, and Eventually Death. Hobby progress and question in stream discussion under Old Gamer Vader. Let's have a look. Oh, man, these guys look sick, mate. Axis Shock Troopers, they are not listed in the app or the Axominus. How do you take them? Firstly, mate, they look absolutely badass. They look like they've been pulled straight out of fucking Wolfenstein, bro, which is cool. Secondly, right now, Warlord Games says you should just use them as like alternative Volks Grenadier models. Or you can use them as like some alternative Mark 1 power armor guys. So that's probably, I would probably use them as an alternative to the Mark 1 power armor guys. But Warlord Games is very, very aware that everyone wants these guys to have their own separate unit entry. Because they're really cool and they're really badass. And we don't really want them to be accounts as. We want them to be something separate and awesome. So I think when all the armies are out properly with the pre-orders and everything, which will be this month, Spriggs. A Warlord Spy. A Warlord Spy has Spriggs has come in. Shock Troopers should be added back in soon. Yeah, baby! That's what I'm talking about! Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's what it's like when a company listens to the fans. Woo! I'm hard. So, dude, there you go, baby. There you go. Entropy, Decay, and Eventually Death. Just, a few weeks, maybe. We don't know. Days, weeks, maybe a month or so. But they are going to be added back into the game. Yes. Yes. I mean, Spriggs. My man. Right. One minute. Spriggs. Right, okay, I've checked. It's just you and me in here now, okay? It's just you and me in here now. There's no one else, it's just you and I. Have you got any hints at what we can expect? Are they going to be fast? Are they going to be feisty? Like, I'm not saying you have to drop any hard deets, I'm not saying you have to drop any hard deets. I'm just saying, like, a little, just something to get the whistle nice and wet, just to wet the whistle. That's what I'm talking about. I'm just saying, just slip it into my DMs if you want. Post it here in chat if you want. I'm just saying. I won't tell if you won't. Yeah, it's a little birdie whisper, right? A little birdie whisper, just a little, like I say, you don't have to give anything away. I don't want you getting yourself in trouble. Just, what kind of vibe can we expect? We're going to see some more brand new stuff in the near future. Oh! Lees and Islands, guys, Spriggs! Lees and Islands, guys, Spriggs! Yes. After the Soviet release? Yeah. So for those of you that don't know, right, Warlord Games put out a little announcement this week saying that unfortunately they couldn't accept any more Soviet pre-orders. And the reason is basically that they have been working the Siocast machines like a pimp works a hoe. So there's been they went from having 2 Siocast machines to 4 Siocast machines, kind of in preparation for the Konflikt 47 release. And they've just been like, they've just been like pumping out those models. Pump it. And it is my suspicion. Well, Warlord Games put out an announcement saying that there's been a few defects in some of the Soviet things that they've been producing. And they're like, look, we're not going to take any more pre-orders. We're going to make sure that the ones that we've got, all the models are right. We would rather have the quality be right than you guys, then take money and then deliver a substandard product, which is that's a very honorable thing to do, but it makes sense because, Konflikt 47 and any company in general, but especially Konflikt with it being a new IP, it's going to live and die on its reputation, right? It's going to live and die on its reputation because, it's a new game. It's got to be done right. So they're like, look, we're not going to take any more Soviet pre-orders. We're going to make sure the ones that we've taken are going to go out right, and they're going to be good. But there is a little bit of an extra twist to the tale, right? Because they were very open, and they were like, it does mean that there could be a possibility that some of the people that have pre-ordered will end up getting their pre-orders. Obviously, if we come to their pre-order and the bits that we produced aren't up to the quality, that their pre-order gets delayed until after main retail release, which obviously is a bit annoying if you pre-order something and then you get it after everybody else. That's kind of like defeats the point of the pre-order, right? So what they've done is they said anyone who's pre-ordered the Soviet box, I think it's literally anyone, whether you get delayed or not, although I might be misremembering, but anyone who's pre-ordered is going to get a gift voucher. They're basically going to give you, but I think it's like 10 or 15 quid, I can't quite remember, but they're going to give you like a 10 quid voucher. Basically, this is going to get added to your account automatically as a way of basically Warlord saying, look, we're sorry. And even if it ends up not being delayed, you're still going to get that. So, yeah, there you go. So, yeah, it's a bit fucky, obviously, but I think under the circumstances, they have, I think that it's not an ideal situation, and we're not going to sugarcoat it. It's not an ideal situation, but I think the handling of the situation has been quite good. They've been transparent about it. They've not continued to take money for something which they don't believe is up to quality, and recognizing that there might be a bit of an extra layer of fuckiness to it, they've tried to be like, look, we recognize there's some fuckiness here. We're going to try and do right by the customers. So we're going to give you a gift voucher for you. Even if your pre-order isn't delayed, we're going to give you a fucking gift voucher because it's potentially fucky, right? And that's pretty fucking, I mean, the ideal scenario would be that the situation wasn't happening at all, right? We all know that. We all recognize that. But when these kind of things pop up, how you handle it is very important. And I think Warlord Games has handled this in the best they could have done. Yeah. And it's not a FOMO product as well. Yeah. Sneeds, feed, and seed. No, you don't understand. We need to intentionally make less than the demand to make people FOMO buy. I mean, I suppose they could always do that. But but they're not GW. I mean, they're not GW. Yeah. They made GW, but they're not GW. Yeah, that's the difference. But no, look, like I said, there's no point in shying away from it, and you've got to be fair with these kind of things. The ideal scenario is that this wouldn't happen, but if it is happening, it's kind of like, how you handle it makes a big difference. And I've given I've given GW similar praise on this in the past, like when they did like the Votan release and it was absolutely cooked, and they responded very quickly and like, hey, look, we've heard you, we know there's problems here, we're going to make sure Votan is it's not completely like fucked up and all that kind of stuff. But I've also criticized GW for some of their releases, like as well. So it's a case by case basis essentially. Warlord doesn't get a free pass, but if I can see Warlord is trying to do right, then I'll be patient and understanding as the consumer. Games Workshop doesn't get a free pass, but if I can see they're trying to do things right, then I'll be patient and understanding as the consumer. It's that simple. Credit where credit is due. Exactly. Yeah. T-Bane, Warlord showing again why they are the actual best company in the wargaming industry. Yeah, man. Yeah. They're the people at Warlord are very solid. They're very, very solid, but and I have an infinite amount of respect for them, but they fucking earned that respect. They haven't. It's not been given. They've not just been. I don't like Warlord as a fuck you GW statement. I don't. There are loads of companies out there which I have no, which take the fuck you GW, who sell themselves on not being GW, and I don't care for that. Like I don't. It doesn't put me off or put me on. It's just not really a factor. I like Warlord because, like, they're pretty solid, and they've earned the respect. So yeah, that's it. Yeah. Anyway, where were we up to? John Shepherd, thank you for the super chat, man. Pictures of the K47 Hetzers in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Nice, bro. Big fucking red Hetzers. We going red Hetzers for K47? I am there. Do you know what? I don't have a Hetzer. I don't have a Hetzer or a Stug. I feel like I need to correct that. I have no Hetzer or Stug. Yeah, man. Yeah. Hetzer's gonna Hetz, right? Yeah. Hetzer's gonna Hetz. See, it's funny because I see like these guys, this is like the first step of many, and that like whenever John is finished with his models, they always look absolutely beautiful. So like seeing them just base coated red for now, I'm fucking ready to see what the final result ends up being. Yeah. Yeah, man. What have we got next? We've got Jared Mann, thank you for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for the support, bro. De Krampus, thank you for the Giga Chad. Loving me some Rough Riders. Local MSU Spaceman players are legitimate scared of them. Painting up some more tonight. New song in stream discussion. So I've been hearing a lot of people being very positive about Rough Riders recently. And the thing is, I don't think Rough Riders are bad. I don't think Rough Riders are bad. So I don't think Rough Riders are bad, but I think they're cool. I think Rough Riders are cool, but I don't necessarily want my entire faction to be the cavalry faction. Which seems a little bit the way things, it seems a little bit how Guard wants GW to feel these days. But yeah. GW want Guard to feel, I should say. I'm going to bring my face up so you guys can see the text a little better.
Oh, the ash winds blow and the spires glow and the forges never sleep. With our masts pulled tight in the dying light, we march where the toxins creep. We roll our steel through the smoke unreal where the dust.
This is one of the most iconic art pieces Games Workshop ever made. So good.
The Legion holds the line. Heave-ho through the smog we go with the rumble of engines low. Heave-ho through the ash and brine, for the Legion holds the line. Where the greenskins clash in the choking ash, where others fear and dread. Chimeras roll and we crush their souls beneath our mighty treads. Through poison grounds and tailing mounds and valleys alkaline. Through storm and slag we bear the flag, the Legion Legion holds the line. Heave-ho, through the smog we go, with the rumble of engines low. Heave-ho, through the ash and brine, for the Legion holds the line.
It's good, man.
Forges roar as we march to war, and the banners whip the gale. With our boots sunk deep where the acid seeps, we fight and we prevail. We will not kneel and we will not yield 1 inch of fetid grime. Through smoke and flame we stake our claim. The Legion
Stacey Pierce, just meet
holds
the capacity.
line. Heave-ho, through the smoke we go, with the
It's a good song,
rumble
this,
of
man.
engines low. Heave-ho, through the ash and brine, for the Legion holds the line. Darkened streets and crumbling walls where smoke and shadow play. Our engines roar and shake the floor. We drive the foe away. With armored fist and hearts of steel, our spirits ever shine. With bolt and shell we bring them hell. The Legion holds the line. Heave-ho, through the smog we go, into rust and dust and slime. They roll their dice and invade it thrice, and we crush them every time.
That was cool, man. That was really cool. I'm going to share that down in chat so you guys can enjoy it. That was from our very own De Krampus. He does the channel Imperial Guard Sounds. And I'd have to say, his channel's been popping off, man. His channel's been popping off. He's been doing really, really well. So, yeah, definitely worth checking out. Very, 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 very cool, man. Yeah. There we are. Let's have a look. DeForge, thank you for super chat. How do you do your music, brother? I'm guessing you're directing that to De Krampus. I will let De Krampus, if he wants to reveal his industry secrets, he can do. I'm not going to reveal them for him, though, because I don't know. But yeah, there you go. Thank you for super chat, DeForge. Godlike Poet, Avalon and Glory, how in the name of all fuck do you not have a Stug? They're in every single German starter box. Okay, so I've only ever bought one German starter box, which is the winter one, and it's not in the winter one. All of my other German stuff has come... Well, I don't really know how I've got it, but it sort of just came out of the walls. Yeah. DeForge, I meant the real music during your stream. Oh, like the background music. It's all white bat audio. It's all white bat audio. So, yeah, I highly recommend this channel. Any budding content creator should know of this channel because they are they're awesome. So, white bat audio basically makes copyright free music for anyone to use, and all you have to do is basically credit his channel in the in any video that you use his music, and if you do that, then you're totally fine to use it. That's it. It's that simple. So they're really, really good, highly recommended, and everyone should use that guy's channel, and everyone should use his music, and everyone should credit him, and that way he'll be like, he's already very, very successful, but that way he could be even more successful because he deserves all the success in the world because he has done so much for the YouTube content creator community. Yeah. So yeah, he's a good lad. All right, what we got next? DeForge, thank you for super chat, man. Had a great comment with Warlord. They're sending me a free kit. Hey, that's amazing, man. That's amazing. Yeah, Warlord is like, they're really solid, man. They've got a proper like influencer program, and they've got a proper like they support tournaments like massively. They support like they're really, really good at supporting content creators. And yeah, I'm a big fan of Warlord. Like they always been a big fan of Warlord, but I'm a big fan of how Warlord like looks after its creators. Yeah, they're pretty solid. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you next to Lower Decks. Thank you for the super chat. New city, same old me. Check stream discussion. All right. Oh my god. Fuck's sake. What is that gif? Why is it so stuttery? I probably shouldn't complain. Sir, it appears the locals are not happy to see me. I was surrounded by cavalry. I think they speak a variant of Low Gothic. Their equipment confirms the Eldar view that they are a low technological base. Personal hygiene levels appear non-existent. They attempt to wrangle me like some sort of common miscreant. Do they not recognize my quality? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't stop it from sticking Lego up its bum. At the end of the day, these people live in ignorance. They do not recognize the codpiece for the majestic symbol of nobility that it is. It's hard to fly with eagles when you work with turkeys. After heated negotiations between the armored and armed cavalry and mostly naked man with a spoon, we came to an agreement. I've agreed to not sleep with their female relatives of marriageable age in exchange for not being trussed up like some sort of perfect pig. I am being hustled into the city on my own 2 feet, but the locals are unhappy. I will put it down to jealousy over my clearly superior countenance. Gentlemen, take me to your leader. I tell you what, man. Within a week, you'll be running this thing. Das Coop, thank you, super chat. Lehman Russ Volkai updates. Oh my god, Das Coop. Right. I haven't used the Lemur's Volkite. I haven't played 40k or Horus Heresy in ages. That's not strictly true, okay. I haven't played Imperial Guard in a little while. But I am tempted to. What's the poll saying? What's the poll saying? One minute. What's the poll saying? Wow. Okay. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. I wasn't expecting that. So, Das Coop, I have a question for you. You've been asking for this for so long, I can't even remember the original request. Do you want me to use the Volkite Russ in Heresy? Or do you want me to use the Volkite's Russ as a counts as for like another Lehman Russ in 40k? Question 1. Question 2. If it is Heresy, is it 2.0 or 3.0? That's the big question. Because, I'm not going to lie, whichever one of the editions it is going to massively affect the timeline of when I'm likely to use this this thing. Oh man, See if Das Coop gets back to us. He might not get back to us, to be fair. But I think he's just trolling me at this point, to be honest. I think he's just trolling me. Let's have a look. What have we got next? Ishmael, my boy. Ishmael, man. Thank you so much for the Bane Blade. Yes. Thank you for the Bane Blade, man. Carnage by Vox and the Void reaction. It's pretty cool. Let's take a look. Let's take a look, mate. Okay, so it's quite long. So we'll listen to a bit of it, and then let's do a little bit of it, and then if it ends up being amazing, we might listen to a bit more of it. But it's quite a big tangent, so we'll see. Yeah, we'll play it. We'll play it by ear. We'll play it by ear. You know, I'm not saying we won't listen to all of it, but it might be one of those where we listen to a little bit of it instead. Let's have a look. So this is Carnage, an Eversaw story, unofficial Warhammer 40k audio. I love Vox in the Void, by the way. It's a really, really good channel. How's he doing these days, actually? Let's go have a quick look.
In the grim darkness of the far future, where
he's smashing it, man.
The symbols of the Adeptus Astartes, legendary warriors known as Space Marines, are revered across the galaxy.
Let's get to the story. I remember
His first face.
I've already ruined it. I remember when Vox in the Void had I remember when he first popped on the scene, and he had I think he had less than 1,000 subscribers when I first came across him, and now he's got over 100k, and he absolutely, I need to be subscribed to him, man. He absolutely deserves those 100k, man. He does a lot of. I haven't seen what's he done in about a year. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's still popping off. He's still putting some good content out there. Yeah. Really, really solid effort. Yeah, he does good work. He's definitely worth checking out. Anyway, where were we?
His first face belongs to a child. Ashen white skin taut against pinched cheeks and hunger-pang ribs. He's cold. He wants to get warm. There's no more reason to it than that. The other children scream as he drives a pair of scissors into Sister Charity's jugular. He is weak, much weaker than he will become. The scissors puncture skin, but not the thick cartilage of trachea, and he stabs the nun half a dozen more times before she falls with a gargled splutter. He leaps onto her body, plunging the bloody scissors again and again into her neck. The blood splatters across his face. It feels sticky. It feels warm. He takes his second face in that moment. It still possesses the features of a child, but the pale drawn skin has become crimson red and dripping. Drip, drip, dripping to the rhythm of his panting breath. The other children scream, but they don't flee, frozen in their terror. He falls upon them with the scissors, emptying their bodies until the blankets of blood swaddle him from his head to his feet. Then there is pain, a blossoming agony across the stomach, and he falls, clutching at a gunshot wound. He barely remembers the interrogations that follow, but he remembers telling them that he had been cold, that he had wanted to get warm. The grim-faced warden never seems to believe him. They keep asking the same questions, waiting for a different answer. It all changes when the boy sees his reflection in a metal cup. He howls like an animal. They have removed his second face with water and soap, and he no longer recognizes what he sees. Terrified by his own mutilation, he rams the metal cup into the warden's face, lacerating their cornea with the sharp edge of its rim. As the warden bellows in pain, the boy clamps his teeth on their neck and rips out their throat. He feels the blood cascade across him. He feels as his face returns to him, and then unconsciousness returns as well, in the form of cracking blows against the back of his skull. The next few years are remembered in spasmed fits of half-grasped memory.
A thought has just occurred to me. There should be a kill team game mode where it's a kill team versus an assassin. And each assassin is like an absolute end game boss. And like you're like not really expected to beat the assassin. It's just like a fun like scenario that you can do. Like that would be so cool. I really hope they do that. That would be so fucking cool. Yeah.
His body is racked by the violent cocktail of a madman's science, his blood replaced with raging chemicals and his innards swapped out with foreign organs. When he tries to eat, he vomits, its expulsions fizzing and burning against the bubbling metal of the grated floor. Sometimes he becomes explosively angry and breaks the bones in his hands against whatever surface is nearby. As his body changes, instructors with shadows for faces tutor him alongside other children. He learns how human beings can be disassembled with a few cuts of a sword.
That's a good idea, Wild Worm. You've got to escape the assassins. It hunts you down.
He learns where to find the blood vessels that carry poison to a human's heart.
Maybe you have to defend a VIP whilst the assassin tries to get the VIP.
Bones. He learns how to make a dozen tactical decisions in 1/10 of a second. He learns how to disappear into darkness and stare out from the black. He learns how to use the lethality of his refashioned body. His training is practical, tactile. The instructors allow him to apply his learning in the testing yard, and he almost cries in joy when he rediscovers his face in the steaming guts of another child. He is so ecstatic that he tries to kill one of the instructors, and even though they collapse his throat with a single punch, they seemed pleased. As he runs out of breath and his vision dims, he scratches his nails along the instructor's radial artery and splits it open to the warm rush of pumping blood. When he awakes in the Medicaid bay, he dislocates his thumbs to escape his restraints. He kills half the medical staff before he is brought down by shock truncheons and gas bombs.
So
in the last
cool,
year,
man.
there are only 2 pupils left.
So
no
cool.
longer boys, but young men. The instructors have to physically separate them whenever they see each other. They both fall into a murderous rage. The instructors tell them that they will soon have their chance, and that the survivor will earn the right to a new face fashioned of plated bone. He wants that face. He wants it more than anything else in the world. They meet in the testing yard. A single blunted knife is thrown into the dirt between them. They need no further encouragement. In the melee that follows, the 2 teenagers stab and claw and bite. They rip chunks of flesh off each other and trade fractures for fractures, gouges for gouges. The knife tastes both of them, and the blunted blade snaps off between ribs as it is driven from one heart to another. The survivor pauses. He has forgotten which of the 2 young men he is. He no longer recognizes the face of the corpse before him, or his own reflection in the pools of blood.
That's such a cool.
As
That's
he
so
collapses,
cool. That
exhausted and almost spilled empty, he asks himself whether he is the one losing consciousness or the one with a blade in his ribs.
It's just like
He never
completely
learns the
disassociated.
answer,
Complete
but he forgets the
dissociation.
question. They give him his 3rd and final face. He holds his new reflection in his hands, a grinning, lipless skull, thirsting for blood and carnage and death. When he dons the helm, he feels that face possess him. His essence burns in addiction, longing for mayhem and slaughter. He is the Eversaw now. He closes his eyes. That may have been minutes ago. It may have been centuries ago.
Yeah. So cool. They're just weapons. They're not even really assassins. They're just weapons. Just drop it in and
He awakes in a banquet hall
Leave it.
occupied by aristocratic portraits and long red banners. The roof is caved in from the force of his delivery pod, which vomits him forwards with a flashing green light of gleeful urgency. He is wearing his 3rd face and dressed in skin-tight black, needles sticking into his flesh and depositing lurid elixirs into his raging blood. One hand is a taloned claw made of syringes. The other naturally longs for the stylized, two-barreled pistol at his hip. He moves, faster than anything should move. It doesn't look real, like a buffering image on a picked screen. He shudders from one position to another without any sense of movement in between. They've noticed the drop pod. They know he's here, but he's already at the door. When the first guard steps through, the Eversaw twists the 7 vertebrae in their neck at an angle of 180 degrees, snapping the spinal cord and killing his prey in a single motion. Another guard runs up the corridor. They go for a Vox unit on their belt, seemingly in slow motion as the Eversaw draws his pistol in real time.
He's just so
He
fast,
puts
yeah.
2 needles in the femoral vein of his victim's thigh. The neurotoxins work swiftly, and the guard dances like a puppet on a string as their nerves misfire and send diseased signals to nearby muscles. A moment later, and the poison reaches their heart. The organ bloats into a grotesque swell before it pops, and the guard drops dead from a catastrophic aneurysm. He reaches the body before it hits the ground.
This is 40k. I don't know if this is a fan story. I don't know if this came from Games Workshop. But this is what I've been talking about. Like, it's not grim derp, it's grim dark. It just fucking passes that fucking vibe check, man. Even Mrs. Mordian loves it, man. Mrs. Mordian, man. Mrs. Mordian's like, I don't fucking know what an Eversaw is, but I know this guy's badass. Yeah. It's just, you know, it's very good. It's very, 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 very good.
Covering 80 meters in a couple of seconds. His metabolism burns.
2 steps.
Steam is captured inside his bodysuit and fed back into his blood to prevent immediate, incapacitating dehydration. The air shimmers where he has sprinted through. He turns the corner. More guards are coming. He counts them in the fraction of a second. 6. One limps on a bruised leg. Another is high on a combat substance, their eyes dilated beyond natural levels. He notices these things, and a dozen more. A burst of mass-reactive rounds scatters the group as 3 heads explode in a messy display of skull fragments and brain soup. The Eversaw chases after his bolt rounds. To build momentum, he leaps from wall to wall, and when he jumps from one side to the other, he fires another burst and blows out someone's stomach. The stench of digestive organs cuts through the physaline stink of his discharged weapon.
I'm free on Sunday.
The guard on combat drugs is fast
Probably,
enough
maybe,
to fire a single
maybe.
shot. The barrage of chems quickening their reaction time, even as it savages their organs from the inside out. A las round whips towards the Eversaw, and he draws his power sword mid-flight, the blade absorbing the round within the molecular
That's
distance
so
of its
cool.
power field. He is on them now, and he swings the weapon such that it cuts through the left hip of his enemy, slicing along the innominate bone of their pelvis and out the other side. The guard falls, bisected, his 2 halves spinning off against the superhuman force of the strike. The same swing of the Eversaw's blade sheaths it in his scabbard, and he pounces on the final guard, punching 5 needles into their jugular vein and combat rolling to the side. He does not stop to see if the neuro gauntlet has killed his target. The guard screams a bubbling, grotesque shriek as their skin boils and their muscles decay into malformed slurry. The Eversaw keeps moving forwards, faster than the death he brings. The boom of bolt rounds has not gone unnoticed. Security procedures activate. Procedures that the Eversaw knows intimately without understanding how he knows. Some work to his favor.
Just download
others
it
to
into his
disadvantage.
brain. Yeah.
He lets the old and the children gather in the safe room of the south wing. It will save him the effort of chasing them down. Instead, he sprints west. He will cut off his targets at the central stairway before they reach the lander on the building's roof.
I was like, of course he's going to kill the women and children. It's like when you play Hitman and it's like, if there are no witnesses, then nobody knows you were there.
He is the grinning face of death that blurs along crimson carpets and marble flooring. He is the monster that haunts beneath carven ceilings and against wainscot walls. He meets them in the main hall. The final bolt rounds in the chamber kills 2 of his targets and mortally wounds a 3rd. They are on the mezzanine above him, and instead of scaling the stairs, he simply jumps from the ground floor to among them. 2 more are dead before he has fully landed, beheaded where his power sword has cut through the atlas bones. Another dies when he pumps a needle into their left gastric vein, clutching at their stomach as it swells and bulges before their eyes. Discounting the mortally wounded man, 4 remain.
It does help. I probably
One
am
is a
free
young,
Sunday there.
athletic woman with a noble bearing and a power sword in her hands, the hilt gilded and shaped into the raging maw of a mythical dragon. 2 are dressed in the robes of adepts, their mouths opening into terrified screams. The last is a bodyguard in well-fitted carapace with a melter gun aiming up towards the Eversaw.
Will he do anything?
5 things happen in under a second. The noblewoman lunges. Her sword arm is confident, her footwork is exceptional, but that doesn't matter. That is the first. The Eversaw sheaths his sword and pivots, allowing the woman's blade to sail 3 centimeters from his chest. This is the second, allowing the woman...
It's popping up, baby! All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. But we have to respect the goddamn Death Strike. I actually really want to listen to that, so I'm actually going to save it. I'll probably listen to that tonight as my audiobook before going to sleep, right? But for those of you that are like, I want to keep listening, there you go. So there's the link, and the timestamp that we got to was 12 minutes, 25 seconds. All right, so if you want to listen to that, you can do, of course. That was really, 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 really fucking good. Yeah, and I'm really excited to see what happens. Just finishing on that cliffhanger, as it were, a little bit. But something has obviously happened. The alert has gone off, as it were. And I don't mean to alarm you, but we've just had a Death Strike chat, baby! Yes! It's popping up, boys! Woo! It's popping up, baby! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Parag Terror coming in with the big fucking Death Strike chat! Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! Yeah, baby! Holy shit, man! We're just there, chilling out, listening to a bit of the old Vox in the Void, and Parag Terror's like, yeah, it's time to slap out my big cock. There we go. Parag Terror, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. Yes. My God. Dude, from the bottom of my heart, man, thank you, thank you, thank you. To the tip of my nose, from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you, bro. Holy shit, man. Let's have a look here. Let's have a fucking look. Hobby update in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Okay. Good evening, sir. Picture 1 is all I have left to paint for my first vow. First vow ever. Never again shall I do 5k of all the same stuff. But picture 2 is how the twins are coming along. I still haven't officially started it as a vow, as I've not done the first vow. Third is my chapter's guard, Victrix, with my take on Sicarius. And lastly is my conversion for Girly Man, my chapter master for the Bone Knights. Hope you have a good night, sir. I'm back to painting gold trim. Oh no. Melting face. Oh my days. Yeah, man. Dude. So, doing a 5k vow. Doing a 5k vow for TTC is a massive undertaking. I've never actually done it. I was gonna do it this time, and then I just knew I wasn't gonna have the time. Like I just knew I wasn't gonna have the time. So I thought, you know what, I'll stick to like multiple sort of 1k vows, which is what I've been doing. But like, oh my god, man. Yeah, it was so many guard tanks. It was so many, man. I think the largest vow I've done is like roughly 2,500 points. Yeah. I've never done the big 5K. Because I like to do like because for me, I'm quite like I'm like, Pavlov's dog. I'm like reward orientated. So I need to like, complete the vow so that it gives me the dopamine hit so I can then get the motivation to do the next vow. Right. So yeah, I'm always doing like, I always say like, I'll do at least 1,000 points. Do you know what I mean? I'll do 1,000 points at least each time. But if I do anything over 2,000, it's just such a slog, man. Yeah. It's just such a fucking slog. So the fact that you've done a 5K vow is just, I tip my hat to you, sir. I raise my glass to you, sir. It's a very, very big deal. Yeah. Especially of guard, where we're not exactly the most points intensive army out there. Do you know what I mean? Even with tanks, we're still, vanquishers are like 145 points, right? Yeah. So, holy shit, man. But dude, that's all that's left. 1 shadow sword, 2 vanks, and an exterminate. And I love the mine plow on the exterminate. That's so cool. That's so fucking cool. Yeah, I love that. Holy shit, bro. And every tank has got so much little details added to it. Sandbags, stowage, mine plow, bits of things on the side of the turrets. There's like loads of conversions going on here. Like I'm pretty certain these are demolisher cannons which have been converted into vanquishers, which I fucking love that. Yeah, holy shit, man. Like every tank is its own little character. So not only have you done 5K, but you've not only done quantity, but you've done quality as well. Man. Hey, double fucking Warhound. Woo! Double Warhound with all of the turbo laser destructors. Man. It's not often you see 1 Warhound, let alone 2 Warhounds. And to all the people watching, no, those aren't Legions Imperialis scale. Those are full-sized. Wow. Hey, man. Dude, they look great. I love the conversions. I really think Primaris totally pop when you give them when you do a bit of a head swap, slap some purity seals on them. They're looking good, pop. They're looking good. Yeah, they look sick, mate. Yeah. Dude, the Dreadnought Fist and the big ass hammer. Nice. I'd love to know what the base model is. It looks like it might be some sort of like Forge World Primarch thing. Is it Angron? I don't know why. The tubes make me think of Angron or something. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. That's very, very cool. And so we've got counts as Sicarius and then counts as Girly Man, and then we've got some Victrix Guard coming in. Yeah, it's all about presentation. No matter what the models are, they're all no matter what the models are, it's all about presentation, isn't it? Yeah. It's the Iron Hands Gravis guy. Interesting pressure tower. I like it, man. I like it a lot. Here was the vow. Wow. Oh my god. 5 guard super heavies. Fucking hell, bro. Fucking hell. That's actually insane, man. That's actually fucking insane. Oh my god. That's actually insane. Shadow Sword, Stormlord, Shadow Sword. I'm pretty certain old Forge World Shadow Sword. And then a Bane Blade. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Are they both the old Forge World ones? No. You can tell by the exhausts. Well, those. Yeah, you can tell by the exhausts. So that's a plastic Shadow Sword. That's a plastic Shadow Sword. That's an old Forge World one. You can tell by the exhausts and the barrels. That's a plastic Stormlord, and that's a plastic Bane Blade. I think so. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, Proto. Number 2 are plastic and 1 is for. Yeah. Fair. Yeah. Hydra, Executioner, Demolisher, Vank, Executioner, Exterminator, Executioner, Lemurus Battle Tank. Loving all the extra bits, mate. Like, honestly, I cannot say it's enough. All of the extra bits make them feel like each tank is unique. And then you've got another Executioner at the front here. Is that some rattlings and shit? Or is that like an old squad or something? Nah, all the different sponsor weapons. Basilisk, all Armageddon pattern Basilisk. And then these look like some traditional Basilisk, but with some like scratch built or like 3D printed like gun shields, like canopy kind of things. Wow. Holy shit, man. So you've painted, because we know you've got, what was it, 4 Lehman Russes, 3 Russes, and 1 Super Heavy left. So you've painted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 fucking tanks. 4 of which are super heavies. Wow. I mean, these are like 500 points each. That's like 2,500 points. And yeah. Wow. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. No, that's all the Krieg crew. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, I get it. Yeah, no, so I thought that was like the old mortar, the old like metal mortar, because I saw the triangle bit, but I see now it's the Hydra crewman now that you pointed it out. Yeah. Dude. What I cannot crush with words, I will crush with the tanks of the Imperial Guard. Yes. Mate, that gets me wanting to paint some guard. I'm itching for some guard painting. I'm itching for it. I'm telling you, like, I paid the first vow that I did for TTC was like, well, I don't know if I can find. It wasn't as impressive as yours, man. Don't worry, I'm not comparing myself at all. It's just like, it's kind of crazy that I painted up a bunch of 40k stuff and then didn't end up like using it. So let's have a look. What did I end up doing for my first vow? I'm trying to remember now. It's just been a lot of K47. How many K47 vows have I done? Fucking hell. I'm going to have to go through and have a look at some point. Oh my God. All of the fucking Stephen Bonner fucking 5k Marine vows. Oh my God. There you go. So my first vow was fucking 6 Lehman Russes, and I haven't used any of them. I paid all this shit, but I haven't used any of it. Fuck's sake. I need to get on that. I actually want to run my Imperial Guard. Crazy times. I actually want to run my Imperial Guard, man. Yeah, mental. And then I went, when did the K47 madness start? Let's have a look. Ah, there you go. So my first K47 vow. Oh, yeah. I was just like painting like random shite. Like I was just like, oh, yeah, just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Oh, no, I painted the Zeus. I forgot I painted the fucking Zeus, man. Yeah. And then I did another K47. That was a big one. Yeah, that was a big one. That was 3,000 points. I forgot. God, how fucking hell. I forgot I'd painted so much K47. And then, what was the next one? Just a little one. Well, it wasn't little, because there's a fucking super heavy in there. Yeah, not really that little, actually. Fuck's sake. And then another bit of K47 and Old World there. There you go. And then I think that was my last one. Have I done another one? Oh, then I did my Japanese. But that was just a little one. And now I'm on this one at the moment. Yeah. I'm on a little one at the moment. Yeah. Holy shit, man. But going back to where we... going back to it, man. Project Terror, it's... yeah. That's very, very, very impressive, mate. I have to do a video of the whole guard crew. Dude, I'd love it. I'd love it. When you get this Val done, I would love to see all the models like on parade, fully painted, some close-ups, maybe a video. Obviously, I don't want to put you out. You're already putting like a huge amount of effort in. So obviously, do whatever you want to do, man. But it would be so cool to see all these bad boys painted up, man. Yeah, take your time. Dude, you've still got a month. You still got more than a month. You still got like 2 months. Like, take your time with them. Enjoy them. And, yeah, I want to... Yeah, I'm so excited to see... I'm so excited to see this stuff in action, man. Holy shit. Yeah. A game is too good. This makes me want to go full tanks in my guard. Dude, me too. Me too. Right? Like, I see... This is the kind of shit that inspires me. This is the kind of shit that inspires me. That's okay. I pretty much only play Apocalypse, lol. Ah, that makes sense then. When you have... I only play Apocalypse. What a flex. What a fucking flex. I only play Apocalypse. I love that, man. That's sick as fuck, man. Yeah. I love that. Justin, get it. Poetic Terror. This is a very, very impressive Val, mate. And I know that you're probably feeling a little burned out, but push for the burn. Push for the burn. You're so close to victory. And if you get it done, you will feel so good. You will feel so good about the situation. And it'll be absolutely worth it. And you can always just have like a big break afterwards. Do you know what I mean? So, dude, now is the time when you got to fucking push through. Get them painted, give them the love and attention they deserve, and then you can look back upon the fruits of your labor with a sense of pride. Yeah, man. Yeah. There you go. There you fucking go, bro. All right. I'm jacked. I'm jacked to the fucking tits. Oh my God. That's so cool. Me too. Do you still think that 30k Horus Heresy and Russes are better than the 40k ones? As a base kit, yeah. Yeah, the 40k one's actually slightly easier to build because the 30k one's a more modern kit. But the 30k one, I just think the overall finish, as a base kit, I think the overall finish is better. But if you look at something like what Poetic Terror's done, and they've gone the extra mile to add all the extra storage stuff on, I think they look amazing. I think it's about the amount of effort you put into a kit. I think it's that simple. It's not about the kit itself. It's about how much further. It's about how you approach it. It's about what extra shit you do. Yeah. Sometimes a base kit looks good enough, but often I like to go an extra mile. Yeah. I don't think I've ever built a model kit and not wanted to do some kind of like conversion or mix things up, or make, even if it's like one guy out of a squad that's a little bit more unique. Maybe put a pistol on the hip, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Poetic Terror, thank you. Thank you for your support, and thank you for sharing those pictures. They're amazing. Oh, we got an example of the painted ones. Oh, dude, mate. They look fucking sick, bro. Oh, they look good. They look very, very, very Kriegy. Mate, the fucking Rogie D, man. Yeah, the whole company is going to look insane. Dude, you're making me want to turn this into a fucking hobby stream, man. Like, do we just fucking pack this fucking Just Chat bollocks in? Every stream a hobby stream this week. Look, I'm up for it. If you guys are up for it, I'm fucking up for it. I'm just saying, let's go hobby stream. Why the fuck not? I can change the thumbnail, change the title. Let's fucking, maybe, I got some fucking style troops that I need to paint right now. I'll fucking go for it. Yeah. Paint. All right, I'll tell you what, we'll catch up on the super chats and then we'll see. All right, we'll catch all the super chats, and then we'll see. All right, let's have a look. I've got a new paint scheme for my axes, by the way, and they look like OG stormtroopers from Star Wars, and I'm really, really happy with them. Really, actually, so happy I kind of want to go back and repaint the green ones, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to have 2 different colors because that's fine. All right, what have we got? We've got some more super chat stuff coming in here. So I want to say a big thank you to Sean Wells. Sean Wells, thank you for the big super chat, baby. Yes, thank you so much, man. Hi, I'm new to Guard and loving your videos. Dude, thank you so much for support and thank you for your patience. It's taken me a long time to get back to you. I'm doing a fun 3K event and I'm taking 4 Bane swords, 2 Bane blades, 4 Bane blades, 2 Bane blades, a Bane sword and a Shadow sword. Oh, okay, so sorry. You're taking 4 super heavies, 2 Bane blades, 1 Bane sword. Yeah, okay, good. Does really want attachment to run Siege or Hammer? Thank you. Oh, it's a good question. So the sort of go-to answer would be Hammer. Like the traditional answer would be Hammer because it allows you to move through the terrain. But I think dude, okay, you know what? It entirely depends on what kind of terrain you're going to be playing on. So if you're going to be playing on either Games Workshop terrain or you're going to be playing on sort of more narrative terrain, like not like L-shaped ruins, but more sort of narrative terrain, then I think you should go for Siege. And the reason I think you should go for Siege is because A, you'll probably struggle to hide all of them, so having the ability to bring the smoke shells down on your Bane Blades is very, very important. And B, because maneuverability won't be such a problem because you typically take Hammer of the Emperor because you want the crash through stratagem, which gives you the mobility to get through L-shaped ruins. But if you're playing on a dense terrain board with lots of ruins, you need to go Siege. You need to go Hammer. It's not even a question. So lighter terrain, GW or narrative, GW standard or narrative, go Siege. Heavier terrain, go Hammer of the Emperor. No doubt. No doubt. All right. Let's have a look. Sean, I hope that helps. And sorry it's been a little while to get back to you. Wise Old Worm, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for the big super chat. Is it a 10 or is it a Bane Blade? Let me just have a look here, mate. 1 minute. We had a 10 from Sean, and now we've got a 10 from Wise Old Worm. Amazing. I've identified 12 distinct projects within my pile of shame. The plan is to number them and roll a d12 to determine which gets attention next. Latest winner in Discord. Amazing. Absolutely amazing idea. That's so cool, man. Is that Trench Crusade? Dude, that looks cool, man. Trench Crusade. You know what? Trench Crusade's kind of... it's starting to pick up a little bit. God, if they just release it at like a proper level, so it's not squad v squad, I would so get in Trench Crusade if it just wasn't squad v squad, man. Like, I'm just not bothered about Kill Team. But not that I'm not bothered about it. It's just not okay. It's not that I'm not bothered about Kill Team. I actually do want to play some Kill Team, but it's World War One. I want to play World War One at a big level. Yeah. They look great, man. Wise Old Worm, like seriously, the skin tone that you've got down for these guys is actually pretty disgusting, and that's a good thing. Yeah, you've absolutely nailed the skin tone, man, and where the plug sockets are, like the Matrix plug sockets, like where the flesh is more raw and pink and red. Yeah. They're okay, but I'm not buying anymore. Fair. Are these the 3D printed ones or the plastic ones? They look like they might be plastic, but I don't know. I think there's only one plastic Trench Crusade kit out at the moment, isn't there, actually? So they're probably 3D printed. Yeah. They look great, man. They do look really, really good. So obviously it comes down on like how nice the models are to like interact with yourself, but you went for a vampire ghouls look? Yeah, you nailed it, man. You absolutely nailed it. Wild Worm, smashing it, mate. Really, really, really. They're the print ones for the Kickstarter. Ah, okay. Well, Wild Worm, they look good. I'm guessing you didn't. I'm guessing you're not a fan. I mean, it's not that you're not a fan, but you're like, yeah, they were fine. Not great, not terrible, 3.6, right? Fair, fair, fair. Well, whatever the kit was to work with, the results that you produced with them are very, very good. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes! We are the Paragons, unyielding elite, crushing our enemies, never to know defeat. Hobby update, industry discussion. Red team is built. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Oh, shit, son. Here we fucking go. Here we fucking go. Red team is fucking built. Yeah, dude, that's a cool conversion, man. Cosmec in the house. Cosmec in the fucking house, man. Dude, I love it. Mate. He's building, he's converting, he's fucking clipping, he's fucking gluing, he's fucking smashing it. You're absolutely right. The Firefly legs with they're the OG Cadian bodies, aren't they? Yeah. Firefly legs, OG Cadian bodies, they line up very, very nicely. Very, very nicely indeed. Cool. Once again, the old Cadians prove their worth. Prove their fucking worth, man. Oh, bro. They're so good, aren't they? Yeah. Cosmic, looking good. And I cannot wait to see what you do with them when you paint them up, man. They're going to look sick, mate. Russell W. Thank you for super chat. Me with no Twitch Penal Legion in stream discussion. I'm sorry. The Penal Legion, it's they've all just been sent back to the cells for a little bit. No yard time anymore. No yard time anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Fuck's sake. He's institutionalized. Oh, man. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for the super chat, bro. The Giga Chat, yes. Because assassins are cool. In stream discussion. Yeah, man. Assassins are fucking cool. Like, they just fucking are. Yeah, that guy looks fucking great, man. Hey, that's kind of cool. Is that like a big titty, like, Calidus assassin? Or Calexus even? Nice. Big titty Calexus girlfriend. I like that Eversaw. He looks like he's just going to basically murder a bunch of people with his bare hands. Yeah. Nice. That's a cool Calidus as well. Yeah, that is a very cool Calidus. I really like, there's an old story with the Calidus assassins where a Calidus assassin goes to assassinate a governor and she stabs him in the chest with a like Catan blade. And the governor like doesn't die. He actually just smiles at her, and then like his features change, and he becomes the Deceiver, like the Necron Deceiver, and the Catan phase blade like melts off the Calidus's like arm and like and gets absorbed by the Deceiver. It's like, ah, yes, thank you for returning my weapon to me and all this kind of stuff. It's a really, really cool story. I wonder if I can find it. I think it's from like the old Necron Codex, maybe. But yeah, the deceit, it's a really, really cool story, and it was from before the oh sorry, there's actually a few more pictures here. It was actually from before the Necrons were the ones that are in charge, because it used to be that the Necrons were enslaved to Catan, and now it's the Necrons basically have the Catan as like Pokemon. Yeah. Nice. Vindicate Assassin, looking good. Looks a little Mad Maxy. I'm actually up for that. Nice. Classic Calexus there. And then you got the Eversaw. I mean, the Eversaw is just such a cool model, man. Just such a cool concept as well. So what if we made assassins 300 points and gave them Primarch stats? What do we think about that idea? Is that an example of why Mordian shouldn't be in charge? Is that another Calidus? Nice. Double ponytail Calidus, man. There we are. And then another Eversaw. I think the Eversaw is so obviously like the coolest assassin, right? Because it's just the most mental one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's just the most mental one. Ishmael, they look great, man. Let's have a look. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Project Terror, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, and we had a look at the tanks before, man. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, buddy. Amazing. And then we've got Sean Wells. Thank you for the super chat, man. It's all good. Thank you. It's UKTC, but it's been made a bit wider to allow for bigger models. I know someone is bringing 2 Warhammer Titans. Nice. Okay. Well, I'd be kind of tempted by Siege just for the smoke shells. But Sean, conventional wisdom would tell you to go Hammer. So that's probably the way to go, right? Conventional wisdom says Hammer. It depends what else is in your army. If you've got other units in your army that can take advantage of the different enhancements and stratagems of Siege, then go Siege. But if basically your entire army is those super heavies, then probably best going for Hammer of the Emperor. But yeah, Hammer is the traditional, well-worn option for it, and there's a good reason for that. So yeah, but good luck, man. Good luck, and have fun. Take lots of pictures and let us know how it goes, man. Amazing. And thank you for the double super chat, bro. Amazing. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. Red team members have been picked. Text under the last pick. Let me have a look, mate. Sorry, I missed it. Red team is built on CB Cooper as the leader. Jenny's got that weird Tesla death laser. Tiki's got the spear chicken detonator. You're on the flavor. Wait, I'm in the team? I get to be in the team? Amazing. Harfin has the rockets at the ready. And finally, Trooper, you're the one, the Gas Master Thompson, and also the rockets. So wait, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So no, I'm not in there. Oh, Chicken Detonator's on the flamer. I thought you said I was on the flamer. Sorry, I misread it. I misread it. So it's CB Cooper, Jenny, Chicken Detonator, Tiki, Harfin, and Trooper. Nice. Nice. That's cool. I'm on the command team. Ooh, I get a command team. Nice. If I'm in command, then I said wave after wave of paragons. You see, I learned that the Style Trooper have a preset kill limit, so I sent wave after wave of paragons at them until they shut down. All right. Oh, fucking hell. There we go. All right. So we're fully caught up on some on the super chats and stuff. I tell you what. Right, we're fully caught up, but I want to talk to you guys about something. Before I do, don't let me forget. Big thank you to everyone that did support. Like this, we've been streaming for a couple of hours, and it's just been absolutely popping off. You guys have just absolutely smashed it. So I raise my glass to every single one of you. You're all officers and gentlemen. You're all gentlemen and scholars. You're all absolute giga chads. Thank you. Good sirs, kind sirs, to a man. I always like to try and remember to say, after I've done like a load of thank yous, I always like to take that moment to say, like, big thank you to everyone that has support, because I think that, I don't know, it seems important to make sure I'm doing that. But what I was going to say is the poll is currently about an hour long and has got 240 votes. And remember, the poll had Konflikt 47, 10th edition, Old World, and 4th edition. The leading result by a country mile is Konflikt 47. Now, I do know that it's Konflikt 47 or bolt action. So there is obviously an issue, maybe there's a bit of a cross compatibility there. But I feel like the kind of people that are into the bolt action battle reports are exactly the same people who are into the Konflikt 47 battle reports. So I don't think there's much cross pollination there. I think it's the same group of people, right? The fact that we've had 241 votes and the unequivocal leader in the poll is Konflikt 47 with 38% of the vote. And then after that, it's Warhammer 40k 10th edition with 23%. But just behind it, equal third place, is Old World and 4th edition with 20% of the vote each.
There's only one man keeping the streets safe.
That's mental. That's actually that's actually mental, man. Like, the people, I was expecting more 4th edition. Dude. Mankiewicz to Bronski. You're looking at this completely wrong, right? You're looking at this completely wrong. The fact that there is like zero, the fact that there's basically zero 4th edition content on this channel. I've done like 1 or 2 videos on it, right? I've done a couple of videos on it. The fact that basically has the same amount of support as Old World, which I cover extensively on this channel, is actually huge. It's actually huge. Like, that you look at it from the wrong angle. It's not that, I was expecting more. It's like, bro, I don't even cover 4th edition, and 20% of the people are saying you should do fucking 4th edition. Like, that's mental. Right? And the fact that that is so close, the fact that, basically, the desire for Oldhammer is nearly equal, is near peer to the desire for 10th edition is huge. That's telling. That's really, really telling. Like, and this isn't like this isn't like 10 or, this isn't like 10 or so votes. This is 246 fucking votes. You should put Horus Heresy 3.0 on there too. I mean, it only allows me to put 4 options on. And frankly, Horus Heresy 2.0 would be on there before 3.0. Why are we wasting a slot on this thing, man? Oh, man. You should stop being salty on 40k GW person. You should stop being a salty 40k GW person and focus on the future, and the future is K47. I don't know if the future is Konflikt 47. because the Warhammer 40k IP is just so big, right? But I think the future contains Konflikt 47. And I think that's amazing. It's just such a good game. Do you want to know something, right? I only get to play Konflikt like once every 2 weeks normally, because I sort of play Old World with Simon 1 week, and then I play Konflikt with Mordy Bro the next week, right? So I only get to play Konflikt every 2 weeks, and every week that I don't play Konflikt, I'm just jonesing for more Konflikt, man. I'm fucking jonesing for it. I'm like, give me more! Inject the rift into my veins! Get the proletariat serum and turn me into an Ursus. I'm fucking ready. Yeah, man. Oh. Yeah. Does Apollos, why pick a system? This is a wargaming channel now, not a 40k okay channel or any other one thing. Does Apollos, you're absolutely right. And you know what's crazy? Do you know what, like, genuinely, do you know what's fucking crazy? I never really planned for it to go that way. I've always just been a vibes guy. I've always been, for better or for worse. I want to double check something here. 1 second.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only
I want to make sure I'm
one
not missing
man
anything.
keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real.
No, we're all good. Sorry, sometimes I just like to double check that I haven't missed like any super chats and whatnot, but I think I'm okay. If I missed anyone, please let me know. But for better or for worse, I've always been really like transparent on this channel. Like what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling, what I'm interested in, what I'm happy about, what I'm sad about. I've always just been like, hey, this is what I'm interested in right now. And I know that that on the one hand is obviously like kind of good, because it means you guys always know like what's going through my head at the moment, what to expect coming in the future a little bit and stuff like that. But I also know it's a little bit scattershot. Like sometimes, like, you know, it's not like it's like, oh, what's Mordian doing today? Who knows? It's a little bit like chaotic at the same time, I guess. So, you know, I'm sure it's got some advantages and like this. I'm sure it's got advantages and disadvantages, right? I'm sure some of it is helpful and some of it is unhelpful. You know, to sort of channel growth and whatnot. But I never really aimed at becoming a generic. I never planned. Genuinely, I don't really plan anything. I genuinely don't. I just do it by the seat of my pants. I never really planned on becoming in 2025 becoming a sort of wargaming channel rather than like a pure guard channel. But I don't know. But I also don't know if it's just like a temporary thing. Because, well, I don't think it will be temporary, because when I choose to add a game to my repertoire, I tend to stick with it. Like every single game that I've chosen, I guess that is one advantage of the channel. That's one thing. Like when I choose to add a game to the channel, barring exceptional circumstances, you know, if you subscribe, like if you know that if you subscribe for Old World content, that there is for the foreseeable future going to be Old World content on this channel. You know, if you subscribe for 40k content, that you know there's going to be 40k content for the foreseeable future. You know, if you subscribe for Konflikt 47 about action, you know there's going to be that for the future. So I guess, you know, I am very like, I'm a little picky. I'm a little picky when it comes to me choosing to play a game. But it's funny because it's not a business decision. Like I don't like, okay, like hand on heart, like honest moment, I very, very rarely do something through the idea of it being a good business decision. Right? When I choose to add a game, it's not because I think this will get loads of views. I don't think that, oh, well, you know, do this and this will make me loads of money. I never ever think like, okay, I never say never ever think that, but I rarely think that. It's not like a leading factor in any way, shape, or form. It's more like, oh, I'll make this thing and I hope it does well. But I'm making the thing anyway, right? The reason I cover a game, the reason I talk about something is because I am personally interested in it. That's it. If you put like if someone asked me, hey Mordian, why did you decide to suddenly become autistically hyper focused on Konflikt 47? I'd be like, because I liked it. Did you do a cost benefit analysis? Nah. Did you plan out a roadmap of content? Did you do a script for any of your videos? It's just, I was excited about it. So I wanted to do it. So I made content on it and I talked about it. That was it. That was it. I wanted to talk about it. I was excited about it. I wanted to share my excitement with you guys. And that's it. That doesn't mean I don't put effort in. I put a lot of effort into stuff. Like I'm always, I'm always recording. I'm always making content. I'm always like coming up with like new ideas. Like, hey, I want to like go to this tournament, or I want to run this kind of army, or I want to try some firstborn. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's how I. So no, it's not. I don't want anyone thinking it's like a laziness thing or a lack of effort thing. It's not that. It's just I was like when I play Old World and do an Old World battle report. It's not it's not that. Oh well, it's we should really play these two factions against each other. I'll say to Simon, hey, what do you want to play? And he'll be like, I'm feeling some Old World. And I'm like, High Elves? He's like, yeah, we'll run some High Elves. I'm like, do you want to play against some Orcs? They'll be like, yeah, we'll play against some Orcs. Cool. That's it. There's no schedule, there's no rotation or anything like that. It's just chilling. Just chilling and just covering stuff that I actually genuinely find interesting. And it has its, like I said, it has its advantages. I think the number one advantage, I honestly think the number one advantage of it is, it helps I don't even know what the advantage is from a content creation point of view. But from a personal point of view, it definitely stops me from getting burned out. Because I'm not doing something because, oh, I should do this for my job. I'm doing something because I'm actually interested in it. And whenever I feel like, oh, I should do that because it's my job, I always like, no, that's the trap. That's why I don't work in an office anymore, because I'm doing something because I feel like I should, not because I want to. Yeah. 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 Anyway, that's it. So it's kind of crazy. I don't know how we sort of got onto that topic, but going back to the poll, it's kind of crazy that we've got so many people that are interested in Konflikt 47. Oh, we got onto it because, yeah, we were talking about like covering different game systems that I never planned to become like. Okay. Actually, we can't. There's actually something here. Let's drill down a little. Let's drill a little bit. Okay, we're drilling. We're drilling. This is important. And then we'll catch up on the super chats because I know Cosmic's done some. Okay. No, we're going in a circle. We've already been hit. No, Cosmic. I'm drilling a little bit. Just for a second. We go back the same hole. It's still the same hole. It's the well drive. It's not the same hole, Cosmic. It's not the same hole. It's a small Cosmic. You're interrupting me. Can I riff, Cosmic? Can I? I could have made my point by now. I could have made my point, but you had to come in here, giving it the big un. Giving it the big un, Cosmic. Shut your batty. It's not a salt mine. We're not being salty. The salty mines, we're not being salty, Cosmic. I promise. You're the one reading me, you wanker. You're the one typing. This is not a chicken and the egg situation. You're typing first. I'm reading it. No. Cosmic, you are right. In some regards, it's important not to repeat the same shit every stream, say the same shit every stream. It's important not to. No, I get it, man. Don't worry. But what I'm gonna say is somewhat similar to what I've said before, but it's a little bit of it's a revelation. Is this the 10th revelation? Who's keeping track? Who is the scholar? Who is the priest keeping track of the revelations? I think this is like the 10th revelation. So my revelation is I think I've always been this way. So I've been doing a lot of I've done a little bit of self-reflecting over 2025. And obviously because I've been trying out lots of new game systems, looking at heresy, and I've sort of mentioned this before, but this is a slightly different. It's similar but slightly different. So I don't want to go on about it too much. I've used this example before about how I used to, when the Horus Heresy 2.0 Imperialis Militia PDF first came out, didn't really interest me because I could do all of it basically within 40k. So why wouldn't I just play 40k, right? And then especially over the last 2 years, but really the last year, really 2025, it sort of started with Old World. It started with Bolt Action a little bit, but that was just something it was very much a side game. And then it became like Old World, and that became like Old World in a funny sort of way, became like the first second main game of the channel. Like Bolt Action was a side game, but the second main game of the channel was Old World almost 2 years ago. But then I went back to that Horus Heresy. You know, when I started getting really hyped for Horus Heresy 2.0, I went back and saw that PDF. And I've mentioned before how I looked at the PDF. I was like, oh my God, this is actually more Guard than the Guard these days. And in a funny sort of way, that was I think that was the first revelation. That there, I can point to as the first revelation. But what I've been thinking about like recently is it just like a maturity thing, or an age thing, or just a natural step on this this journey? Because I've talked about being on like the hobby journey before, right? And we're all walking down the path, and we're all at different stages in the path, and we're all some people are walking at other speeds, and some people are staying still, but we're generally all walking down the path at some point, right? But I'm not actually sure if that's true. I'm not actually sure if that's true. I think I've always been a little bit of a... I don't know what the right term is. I've flitted from one thing to another. Like, I'll paint some of this, and then I'll paint some of that, and I'll paint a bit of X, and I'll paint a bit of Y. I've always jumped from like one thing to another. I mean, even back in the day, think of like the Great Mordian Restoration project and stuff like that. I've always been a bit of a flitter. But it was always that like, everything that I wanted was inside the everything that I wanted was inside the Imperial Guard. And it's like, you know, I always had a lot of I always had intentions to get my hands on a lot of those Forge World things which have gone away now. But, you know, obviously when I was a bit young, I didn't really have the money for them. So I always had the intention to get a Thunderbolt. I always had a Thunderbolt or 3, a Lightning or 3. I always had an intention to get a lot of these things. And then they sort of started, you know, they've all gone away now. And it's a bit sad because obviously it's disappointing to miss out on something like that, right? But it's kind of like, I think it literally, I think my revelation is I've always been someone that, you know, has woken up in the morning and been like, I want to do this today. I want to think about this day. I want to work about this day. And it used to be that there was plenty of room in the cage that I was in the butterfly cage that I was in. I was like, I'm a butterfly. I was flapping around, and I was always, oh, I'll go to this plant today, suck up that pollen. Oh, I'll go to this plant today, suck that pollen. But it was all in the same greenhouse, all in the same butterfly house. And I think basically what has happened is I am the same butterfly. This is like the gayest analogy I've ever used, but I love it. I'm a butterfly. But I'm the same butterfly, but the butterfly house has got smaller. And so what happened is, and there was always this open window there was always this open window at the butterfly house, but I never was interested in looking out of the window. I was never interested in it because all of the delicious pollen that I wanted, and some of the pollen was Forge World pollen that was at the other end of the butterfly house, but you know, it was too far away. But I knew one day I'd get to it. But it was a bit far away. And then it turns out that the butterfly house kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller until I started being like, well, where's the pollen that I enjoyed before? Oh, that's gone now. Oh, well, what about the pollen that I intended to enjoy one day? Oh, that's gone now. And it turns out like the butterfly house has got really small. And so previously this house had everything in it that I wanted. But now I feel the desire. My tastes have been the same, but my mentality has also been the same. But now, whereas before I always knew the window was open, but there was no need for me to fly out the window because everything I needed was in the butterfly house. Now that what's left in the butterfly house isn't satisfying everything that I want. It satisfies some of it. Satisfies a decent amount of it. But it feels like, hey, I've flapped and I've gone outside the butterfly house. I'm like, hey, there's that flower that I used to enjoy. Oh, that was great. Oh, just like I remember it. And then I see a flower in the distance. I'm like, oh, I've not seen that flower before. Why don't we go and have a look? Oh, wow. This thing that I never even thought about trying is actually delicious. And then and that's basically an analogy for of what's happened over the course of the last 2 years. So, in summary, I have been doing some reflecting, and I have wondered if my tastes have changed or if the things around me have changed. And I think the answer is my mentality is the same as it always has been. My tastes are the same as they always have been. What I want is always has been the same. And whilst what I want from day to day might whilst what's holding my interest might change, not quite from day to day, but from like week to week, it's all sort of within the same area, if that makes sense. Like one day I want to paint this guard unit, one day I want to paint that kind of unit, one day I want to try this kind of army out, right? And then it turns out that essentially I am the same, but things have kind of changed around me. I think that's basically what I'm trying to say. Yeah. MG out here tongue punching the fart box. I thought I have to say, what Cosmic, when I started this whole thing, I did not expect to go down a butterfly analogy. I just sort of it just came to me. It came to me like yourself. Oh man. So yeah, someone clip that. That's what someone in chat said. Someone clip it. Scion Stonely, 10 out of 10 analogy. Okay, do we make Mordian's butterfly analogy into a stream highlight, or is it just too fucking weird? Video title: I am a beautiful butterfly, but I feel caged. It's perfect. Let the butterfly be free. Not too weird, but way too fruity. It was beautiful. It brought me to tears. Not weird enough? Oh, man. What if the butterfly was flying around in a butterfly-shaped gimp suit? Would that help? Yeah, Timmy two flaps. I don't think that quite works. Come on, no Joe. Mordian's magical mushroom mystery butterfly theory. Floats like a butterfly, stings like a bullgrin. That's brilliant. Yeah. But yeah, so it's kind of crazy. So yeah, Cosmic, that was a little different. See, you said it was going to be the same thing, but it wasn't. It wasn't the same thing. It was actually, it was told in a different way, and it was a slightly different perspective. It was a new perspective on an old thing, as it were. So there you go. See, Cosmic. See, imagine if you said don't. Imagine if I'd listened to you, and I hadn't talked about it. You would have missed out on that butterfly analogy. There you're all right. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a butterfly in a cage. Hey, Stacey, it rhymed. Nice. If they legends one more card day sheet, Mordian will go into a cocoon. That's actually brilliant. That's actually brilliant. I love that, man. Oh, dude, I'm pretty sure you're asking me out with the butterflies thing. Hey, Cosmic, do you want to try my caterpillar cake? It's chocolate flavored. Oh my god. Oh man. Mordian's magical mushroom mystery butterfly theory. I love that. Yeah. Oh man. Long War Battles, thank you for super chat. Is this 3 spam? Yay or nay? I don't think you should spam anything. Because I tend to find that bolt action and Konflikt 47, especially Konflikt 47, reward a more balanced army than a skew one. There are some examples of things which should be skewed. Not should be skewed, that can be skewed in a competitive way. But 9 not in a normal game. So I would say 2 Zis 3s is a very healthy, reasonable amount. The problem with skew is that if you it tends to have a really big Achilles heel in bolt action and in conflict. So you don't want to overspec into something because you might just be making the Achilles heel bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah, honestly, mate, 1 or 2 Zis 3s will be perfect. Yeah. Can I go back to pay because the butterfly is still flying? It's all right. You can go back to pay it now. Right, let's have a look. We've got the super chats coming in here. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Actually, do you want to be a commander or Timmy Two Shanks? Oh. I do quite like Timmy Two Shanks. I think I'm going for... I'd like to be Timmy Two Shanks. Yeah. Make Simon the commander. He'll like that. Unless you have someone else in mind. Salty Simon could be the Admiral. An Admiral's a pretty high rank. I'm just a goblin. Remember, I'm just a goblin. Make me Timmy Two Shanks. There you go. Yeah. Cosmic, thank you for super chat. We could be the biggest K47 content on the hub. I mean, I think if... Technically, I'd be the biggest and smallest K47 channel on the hub because I'd be the only person on the hub posting K47 stuff. Do you remember? Do you remember when? I don't know if people still do, but there was this trend where people were like uploading gaming footage to the hub, and it was doing like really well. But I think it was just a fad. I think it was just a meme. Yeah. You aren't a goblin. You have beautiful, glorious butterfly. Oh, I've emerged. I'm the very hungry Mordian, and I've become a butterfly. So, what we got next? Simon V77. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. There's 100 channels doing 40k and GW games, but there's a few doing bolt action. But you lead the way in K47. I mean, that's very kind of you to say, Simon. It's very, it's very kind of you. I don't know if I lead the way in K47. I just think I've definitely been one of the first people to like pick up on it. But I think there's a few people out. I honestly think there's a few people doing some great Konflikt 47 content out there at the moment. Yeah, there is. It's very kind of you to say, man. But going back to the other part of the super chat, it's a great point. There's a lot of people doing 40k content. There's a lot of people doing 40k content. And I don't know. I can't decide whether I genuinely can't decide whether the 40k content is kind of oversaturated a little bit. I'm not saying it is. I'm not. I don't want... This is not a salty moment. Cosmic, put the banana away. There's no need for a potassium injection. I do actually have some bananas for my snacks for on stream tonight. Amazing. But I'm genuinely not sure whether there is an oversaturation of it. What do you guys think? No, Cosmic, we're not back in the hole, man. Like, genuinely not back in the fucking hole. Completely, because I am a 40k content creator, so I include myself in that group, right? I am commenting upon myself as well as upon others, right? So if there's any criticism or any faults or any issues, I am also at the same time criticizing myself, right? I'm not moving away from 40k content creation at all. We're not. Don't get it twisted in any way, shape, or form. Don't read between the lines in any way, shape, or form. Chat. I'm not trying to say like, this is interesting. What do you think? No, like genuinely. I wonder if there is a little bit of oversaturation at the moment. Not a permanent thing, because I think 11th edition will fix it. But like right now, we're at the end of an edition, right? And it feels like there's a little bit of a drop off. Well, it feels like there's a lot of a drop off actually. I've been looking around. And there's been a huge drop-off. I don't want to name any names. I don't want any other content creators thinking that I'm going after them in a horrible way. I'm not. I'm including myself in many ways. Like, but I look, so, right. I'm not going to say anything too much, but I saw a battle report the other day come out from a channel which in the past every single one of their battle reports got hundreds of thousands of views. And when I say in the past, I'm not talking distant past, I'm talking 6 months ago, maybe 12, because we're actually towards the end of 2025. So like, let's say in 2024 their bat reps were getting easy 100k views plus every time. And they put a battle report out the other day. They did it in the last 7 days. And because I don't want to basically say exactly what it is without saying the name. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm keeping it vague. And they put a bat rep out, and it's like it's got like sub 30k views, and it's been out a little while. Like it's been out a little while. I remember 40k content it burns bright and then it's gone. It's very like I've noticed this with it's interesting when it's been, in some ways it's been very valuable me covering other kind of content, because it's really given me a perspective on how other games get consumed. 40k content, if it's over a couple of weeks old, it won't get any more meaningful views. Like, it'll get all the views it will get will be within a week to 2 weeks, and then after that, it's old news. It's like news almost, right? Like Lewis, 6 months, ancient times, yeah, right. So it's kind of but then I'll do like an old world video, and at first it'll go out and it'll be like, oh my god, it's only got like 1,000 views. Like, that's great, it's great, but it's not got the usual. And then I'll come back to it like 6 months later, and it'll be like, holy shit, this video has Cosmic. It's not the salt mine. It's not the salt mine, man. So it's and I've talked about this before, so I don't want to mention this, but like, other content seems to be way more evergreen. Like, I've got old world and bolt action battle reports that still get new views consistently every week. It's mad. It's mad. And I wonder, and then I look at the 40k content at the moment, like from other people, and like, these are channels that should be pulling down an easy 100k views, and they're not even getting 30. And then I look at the one they did the week before, and they're not even getting 30. And it's like, oh, they're barely breaking 30. And I'm like, and then you look at the number of comments, and it's like, the last stream highlight I did about some fucking shitty fucking me crashing out topic, right? It's got like 100 comments. And there's a channel out there which is like, 5, 6, 7 times my size, and they're getting like 20 or 30 comments, and like, it's just mad. Yeah, so I wonder, like, I don't know, is it just like an end of edition drought thing, and then 11th edition is is going to like reinvigorate it. Maybe it's just a natural part of the ecosystem. Maybe it's the natural part of the ecosystem. And so, you know, there's nothing to worry about. Or is it like, is it different this time? I wonder. I'd love to get some other perspectives. Because obviously I have been doing this full time for like for nearly 3.5 years now. And so I covered things I went full time towards the end of 9th. Basically without the Guard Codex getting released. And then all of 10th, right? And there was a bit, and I noticed, well, sort of mid-9th, right? So I noticed a little bit of a drop-off at the end of 9th. I noticed a little bit, but I can't quite decide if it's different this time or not. I can't. I think there's a very, 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 you know, being like realistic, and there's a really, really strong chance that 11th edition will it'll be like a shot in the arm. You know, I reckon it will be. But I don't think it's guaranteed. I don't think it's guaranteed. Zed, it's probably a drought thing, but it's also tied to how interested people are in the game, as we saw with 3rd edition Horse Heresy. Yeah. And that's a great point. Yeah. And that's a great point. Viridian Shadows, 40k definitely feels like it's dropped off a hell of a lot than in 10th. Might not be the case in the end, but it generally feels different this time. If 11 doesn't land well, it's going to be bad. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, that's... At the risk of Cosmic spamming more, more salt mine emojis. Yeah, but I don't know. Like, look, it's really easy for me to see. Do you know what I mean? Like, right, it's really easy for me to see a comment like that. And Freedom Charles, I'm not coming at you. Please, I'm not singling you out in any way, shape, or form. Don't think I'm coming at you, bud. It's really easy for me to see a comment like that. And if I was, how should we put this? If I was like disingenuous, or if I was like a genuine like slop tuber, rage beta, like fucking guy, I would see something like that and I would just be like, yeah, and it's all fucked. Oh, GW's gonna die. And I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. It's... Because I think 11th edition, there's always hype around a new edition, right? And I think there is an element of curiosity, like, hey, what? I guess the theory is like, what would it look like if? Okay, right? You sure are that guy. Sees of your thumbnails, buddy. Yeah. Well, firstly, I don't make the thumbnails, so I can't be held responsible for that. And secondly, I might do salty videos, but they're not the entire identity of the channel. At all. Like, I'm not afraid to do salty content, but I don't only do salty content. Like that, I'm going to push back a little bit, Raven, but... Okay. Hypothetical, chat. This is a really interesting mental exercise. And then I do have some super chats to catch up on. So if you guys are like, fucking hell, like Mordian, you're going on here. But don't worry. I've seen like Jack Handsome, The Wolfen01, Cosmic Drew, Harfin, Ishmael Thompson, Emperor Ming, Long Battles, like Long War Battles. Like, don't worry. I've seen you all. I'm going to get to all of you. Right? Okay, but here's a hypothetical, no salt, purely objective. What do you guys think about this? Don't, you know, be honest. Let's don't just be honest, right? What does a bad 11th edition look like? Not even bad 11th. What does a bad edition of 40k look like? Because when you think about it, like, we've not actually seen a bad edition of 40k in a really long time. Like, so third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh editions, right? All of them at their core was that the rules were actually quite solid. Like, 7th edition broke because of all the formation bullshit, right? But the core itself wasn't bad. And so, which is kind of interesting, but 8th edition was a good edition, like at its core. 9th edition was a good edition at its core. And 10th edition is a good addition at its core. It's all the real, it's the dreaded policy. It's all that shit, which has been... 10th edition itself isn't bad. Like, I'll say this again and again and again. 10th edition itself isn't bad. Like, it's not a bad edition, like, at all. It's all of the IRL shit that's fucking with it, right? The dreaded policy, the fucking, like, fixed points values, which were done to make the programming of the app easier. All this kind of shit, right? So 10th edition itself is solid. When I say like a bad edition of 40k, it's like it's a little bit low hanging fruit, right? But I'm going to say Horus Heresy 3.0, but I'm not just going to like shit on Horus Heresy 3.0 because that's not productive, right? So there's a lot of people out there that will tell you Horus Heresy 3.0 is actually better than Horus Heresy 2.0. Okay, firstly, that is bullshit, because Horus Heresy 3.0, 1/3 of the missions don't work, 2/3 of the terrain rules don't work, and there's there's a lot of problems with it, right? When I say don't work, I mean they physically are broken. They do not work. Like, so even if we set aside that, one of the big failings of 3.0 is that it failed to understand. Horus Heresy 2.0 was basically unplayable balance-wise, but it was completely playable rules-wise, whereas Horus Heresy 3.0 is just completely unplayable rules-wise, right? But anyway, let's not get drawn down into that. What I think the big issue of 3.0 is, this is the real failing, right? Is it failed to understand its audience, because Horus Heresy appealed to old heads. The reason I got so fucking hard for Heresy just before 3.0 came out, right? You guys, I can literally pull up the receipts. I say it all the time, and I can pull up the receipts. You can go and see the evidence for it. Like, I was like, you know, I literally did a video saying 40k is dead to me now. Imperialis Militia is amazing, right? Right? So I can go and get that video right now. But the reason why 2.0 worked with all of its failings is kind of because of it was the product that I wanted. And then 3.0, I feel, is the reason it's a balked product is because it failed to understand what it was selling. They failed to understand what it was selling. It failed to understand its USP. And so the moment that they you know, it's not just the fact that the core rules are broken. Like, they could fix all of the core rules. They could fix all of the missions. And I'm still not sure I would be interested in Heresy 3.0, because it's not the product that I want to buy. The product that I wanted from Heresy was old school, old Hammer, the glory days, all that kind of shit, right? And so my relationship with Heresy would have been really straightforward. It would have been like, hey, you know, when I want to get us, you know, we wouldn't be talking about 4th edition Old Hammer battle reports. We'd be talking about, let's play a bit of Heresy 2.0, because it would scratch the same itch, right? Right. So bringing this concept to the point of discussion, what does a bad edition of 40k look like? I think a bad edition of 40k, it's the same issue that could befall. It's the same thing that could befall Heresy. No, it's not befall, because we're not saying it's going to happen. Hypothetically, what a bad edition of 40k would look like is it would be an edition that fails to understand its USP and the product that it's selling. So it would, I think the way they would, the way it would fuck up is if they did a lot of what they did with Heresy, where they changed. It's kind of tricky. Because on the one hand, if they basically rewrite the game and do like a great reset, is that going to be a fuck up? Or on the other hand, if they do more of the same, is that going to be a fuck up? Because right now, a lot of people, right now there's definitely a drop off in 40k. I think my personal theory on that is, which let's just assume is true for the moment, for the sake of the argument. It might not be, but just for the sake of the argument, it's because it's very solvable. I think working through this, and you guys give me your opinion. This is my opinion on it. I think a bad edition of 11th edition, a bad edition of 40k, and the mistake that 11th edition could, let me rephrase this. Based on what we see now, and applying that to what a hypothetical bad 11th edition looks like, what it would need to do to be a Horus Heresy 3.0 style failure, I think it would be if the game remained too easy to solve. Now, I know I've talked about that kind of stuff before, but sort of working through it, that's kind of... If it's 10.5 and nothing really changes, that, I think, is what a bad edition looks like. If it's 11th edition and it doesn't need to this is the thing, it doesn't need to rewrite the core rules. No, that's not necessarily true. It doesn't need to completely reinvent the wheel. 10th edition can absolutely be the foundation, but it needs to mix things up in a you don't see the same shit different day. So I'm not saying they need to rewrite the cover mechanics, although that would be nice. I'm not saying they need to rewrite shitloads of stuff. It just needs to... I need to look at 11th edition and go, okay, this is a new puzzle. How the fuck do I figure it out? So yeah, I don't think it needs to be like constantly updated. I think it needs depth. I don't think balance is a problem. I think the constant balance patches have I think the constant balance do you know what's kind of funny? In a weird sort of way, we've been in this battle of balance patches versus dreaded policy. And on the whole, I think the balance patches have been doing a huge amount of work for the longevity of 10th edition. I think the Munitor and Field Manual, the balance data states, I think they've done a huge amount of work for the longevity of 10th edition, because there's always been something new and interesting. When a new balance patch drops, the chatter picks up. Everyone's like, okay, this works, this works, this works. And what's funny is, as the balance patches have kind of got softer and softer in some ways, like, oh, nothing came out for guard this time, you know, kind of thing. It's actually the game's, the game has been less interesting in some ways, right? So it's not that the balance, I don't think balance is the problem. I think the reason why people have not, it's not that people have been worried about balance, it's that there's been less things to try out. Yeah. Yeah, I think balance does matter. We had a bad 6 and a bad... Let's get weapon. We had a bad 6 and a bad 7th. Warhammer almost died. Now we have mediocrity in 10th. If 11th would be bad, it can be bad for 40k. That's interesting. Yeah. I think what I think 11th... Okay, so let's flip it on its head. Let's flip the question on its head, because coming at it from this angle can be seen as quite negative, and I don't want Cosmic to shove a banana at my bum. What? This is a good. Let's flip it on its head. Let's talk positivity. Let's talk excited. Let's talk hype. Okay, let's talk hype. You know, this is the let's approach it from a new angle. You know, what would you want to see from 11th edition to make you excited? If Games Workshop started, you know, showing things on Warhammer community, what would you want to... Don't be like, oh, I want to see this because this is shit right now. Don't think about what's shit right now. Don't think about that. I know it's easy to look through that lens, but don't. Resist the soul. Resist the soul, okay? What do you want? What would make you excited for 11th? That's the big question. Let's no longer talk about what's wrong with 10th. 10th is the past. It's basically dead already because we know the new edition's coming. You know, it sounds a little I'm exaggerating a little bit, but don't be too picky with what I'm saying here. You get you understand what I'm saying. So let's not look to the past. Let's look to the future. What would get your dick hard? What would make you tumescent with anticipation? What would make you excited for the new edition? I would like to see 11th approach the game like K47 or OPR in that sense, that the complexity is in the armies, not the mechanics of the system. Interesting trend strap. Really love that take. Cool flyer rules. A lot of people saying flyers. Awesome. Yeah. I think flyers. I think having a cool fly mechanic would be awesome. Yeah. Cool terrain rules. Simple logic. War gear cost campaigns. More legends interactivity. Great point. Cool German dude. Conscripts. Simple yet so right. Yeah. Dave Downs. I'd love to go back to bigger tables. Me too. I think bigger tables would do a huge amount for the game. It would be such a shake-up because it would shake up screening, it would shake up staging, it would add more depth to movement. If they had bigger tables but stuck to 5 turns, that could create a real sense of urgency. Because, hey, if you're only moving 6 inches a turn and yet you're playing on a much bigger board, like, holy shit, man, we've actually got to get moving. Yeah. Better battlefields, 100%. Yeah. Like, exciting. We want to see battlefields that look like battlefields. Yeah. Psychic phase. Poor Cosmic, fuck's sake. From what I've heard, fast attacks with flyers are going to be looked at in 11th. Amazing, that's great news. Vehicles actually get bad when damaged. Yeah, I'd love for weapons to get blown off and stuff like that. Yeah, that would be great. How about less rerolls abilities, more reactions? More reactive gameplay would be interesting. Imagine how crazy it would be if every unit could overwatch. Just crazy idea. Crazy idea. I'm not saying this is a good idea, but just imagine the shakeup if they were like, Overwatch isn't a stratagem. Overwatch goes back to being an ability and everyone can do it in either the shooting, in either the movement or the charge phase, but not both. Oh man, that would be spicy. Like, you move out, but you're only hitting on 6s. You're only hitting on 6s. Oh man. But you could make units go to ground so they couldn't then overwatch. Because that used to be a thing, right? It used to be a thing. So you could make units go to ground. Maybe like if you got, getting like, yeah, it'd be kind of interesting that. Yeah. Or maybe you don't make it, making it movement and, I think there'd be ways to make it work, but yeah. I think that'd be probably too strong, but yeah. As someone who's still relatively new to GB games, the overall systems are intimidating and clunky. I love games that you can pick up quickly, but the factions have tons of depth. You're right. That would be awesome. Yeah. Keep the core rules fairly straightforward, but have the factions be really, really deep. I think 40k in a funny sort of way is the other way around. I think if you take into account things like the rules commentary and stuff, 40k rules and 40k core rules can actually be strangely deep, like with like out of phase, in phase. When you use stratagems, or there can be a lot going on there, but the factions themselves are fairly solved. I don't, at the risk of sounding like a broken record and cosmic shoving a banana in my bum, I think that does come down to fixed war gear, but we'll struggle. But we won't cover that. Yeah. We've already talked about it, is what I mean. Something bolt action does so well is you can turn it with a faction you've never seen before and explain them to you in about 30 seconds. Oh yeah, like I've never played against Hungarians before, but I can look across the table and kind of know what it's going to do. Yeah. Rules aren't deep. They're busy. Good. I think that's a fair take, Aleski. But let's keep it talking about what 11th edition needs to do. We need to avoid slipping back towards that salt, right? I'm going to say something semi-controversial. I feel like the game would do well at 1,500 points. Not 1,850, not 1,750. I think 1,500. Keep the points level. So I actually blame the player base a little bit for this. The game used to be played at 1,500, and then the community decided to go to 1,750, and then GW, everyone complained that the army's too big. So GW increased the points and everything. Then the community decided 1850 was going to be the standard. Then GW increased the points and stuff because everyone said armies were too big. Then the community increased things to 2K. Like, it's because people say, oh, well, if it's at a small... people say it's at a small points level, not every army can get everything that it needs. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the point. And I also think there's a little case of, no, it's not that not every army can get what it needs. It's that you can't get what you need for the specific idea that you're trying to cook up. Yeah. 1,500 points. I played it recently and it was totally fine at 1,500. Like 40k actually worked at 1,500. Oh no, I can't take like 18 Victrix Guard and Gilliman. And it's like, okay. That's a good thing, right? If they're so powerful. So yeah, I think 1,500. That would be. It would be a very, very controversial choice. It would be a very, very controversial choice, but I think 1,500 would be a very interesting points level to play at. Yeah. Right, I'm gonna come back to this topic. Don't worry, we're not finished with it, but I appreciate there's been some super chats that are kind of that have been kind of stewing for a little bit. So let's get to them. Jack Handsome, thank you for the Giga Chat. US Starter Army in stream discussion. Let's take a look, man. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. That's Bro, that's not a starter army. Bro, it's oh. Started in starting a new mortgage plan to pay for it. Holy shit, man. Why have you got 6 easy 8s? I mean, question is, why haven't I? And then you've got oh my god. Amazing. Actually amazing. There's another Sherman. That's another Sherman. That's another Sherman. And that's another Sherman as well. Wow. And there's a Sherman in this box. You get a Sherman. You get a Sherman. You get a Sherman. You get a Sherman. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I want all the options. Of course. Of course. Yeah. Yeah, man. God. It's actually beautiful when you see what I would say is like traditional 40k players trying out a new game system, because like I'm just gonna say it, okay? When 40k players are built different, you know, they're just built different. They look at a game system and go, okay, I'm all in. I'm in. Yeah. The 40k player mind cannot comprehend not spending $2,000 on the new army. Exactly. The thing is, like, I don't even know if that's $2,000. Like, £100, 70, 3,200, 300, 400, 450, 500, 600. Nah, it's like maybe like 700, 800 pounds. Yeah. Maybe. Half track, Lee, Sherman. I mean, that's another 100. I don't know how much the Fallout stuff is, to be fair. That's probably another 150. Like, it's amazing. It's amazing how much you got there, man. I mean, so basically what you've done is you have spent what you would have done on 140k 2,000 point army list, and instead you have completed the Americans for 3 different game systems. I spent less on Warlord and have twice as much. It's like $1,200 US. Amazing. You've completed 3 different game systems there, because you have completed Bolt Action, you have completed Konflikt 47, and you have completed Achtung Panzer. Which you may never play Achtung Panzer. So, like, it's like when you accidentally get an achievement in game. You're like, oh, I didn't even realize that was an achievement. Yeah. Yeah. Jack Handsome, this is epic. Absolutely fucking epic, bro. I mean, you have all the options. You genuinely have all the options, and you will find that no matter the scenario, no matter what happens, you will be covered. Yeah. Yeah. A tank game? Oh yeah, Achtung Panzer. It's a game that Warlord makes. Oh yeah, I should probably tell the Guard community about this. Yeah, there's a whole game system that Warlord developed for tank-on-tank battles. It's like, you know how, imagine if you turned up to a game with your like 12 Lehman Russ list, and instead of it being like, oh, you know, it's going to be cool seeing all my Lehman Russes, but like at the back of my mind, I know that I'm going to get like torn apart by some fucking clown with a melter pistol. And instead you turn up and you've got a pure tank army, and you look over the table and the other person has got a pure tank army, and you're like, hey! And they're like, hey! You're like, you got loads of tanks? Yeah, I got loads of tanks. You got loads of tanks? Yeah, I got loads of tanks too. Yeah, I mean, I should, how have you not said this before? I mean, I didn't know if you guys would be interested in it. Warlord Games did offer to send me, like, the rules for it. Like, is this, okay, oh my God, is this a new, oh dear. Right, so, go to Bolt Action, and there's a thing called Achtung Panzer. And it's an amazing deal, right? So for 85, it's currently on sale. For £85, you get 3 Shermans and 2 Panthers, and you get some terrain, and you get all like the gaming accoutrement. There's like dice and like stat cards. There's like traits. So I think I don't know, by the way, I've never played, but I think your tanks like level up, and your tanks have got different like crew grades and stuff. So there's like different experiences. So you've got like gunner, driver, commander. I think maybe it's a little bit like BattleTech, like, you know, your tanks can take damage over the course of a game and stuff like that. I've no idea. I've never played it. I've never played it. Yeah, it's the same scale. All the models are from Bolt Action. It's exactly the same scale. So anything that you buy for Konflikt, well, for Bolt Action, but I'm pretty certain you could probably use some. You could probably homebrew some Konflikt shit for it. But anything that I mean, hey, Achtung Panzer Mech. Okay, Achtung Panzer Mech. That's what we need. But yeah, anything you buy for Bolt Action is compatible in this game. I've never played it, but there's loads of it's probably, look, there's like a big rule book for it. Game of World War II Armored Warfare. There's oh, look at all these skills. So you've got tank aces, and each tank ace has got an ace skill. So you've got like a guy who's good at deception, a guy who's lucky, a guy who's got killer instinct. One guy's got silver bullets. I've no idea what that is. Yeah, and there's loads of it's not just British/Americans and Germans. They cover all the factions. So you've got Soviets. Yeah, you've got the Soviets, you've got the Germans, you've got the Brits, you've got the US, you've got the I think that is there 4? I think there's 4 factions. Germans. I don't think the Japanese are in it, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know why the Warlord website. I think, is the Warlord website getting hugged to death by everyone looking at Achtung Panzer? I think you guys are hugging Achtung Panzer to death. I think you guys. I think the website's getting hooked to death. Like, all right, I'll let you guys look at it. Yeah, that's amazing. But yeah. So you host a stream every day for a bunch of Gab players that love tanks, and this never crossed your mind? Sus. I don't know why. I don't know why. I didn't get into it. Do you guys want some Achtung Panzer content? I can literally play it like. I could play it like tomorrow. Do you know what I mean? I have all of the tanks in the world. Yeah. Everyone wants Achtung Panzer. Oh, okay, fine. I will look into. I won't be able to play it this week, but I will look into Achtung Panzer for you guys. All right, I'll look into it. Chat plays Achtung Panzer stream. I mean, I'm not against it. Let me look into it. Do you know what? Do you know who I think's got a video on it? Although it's a little out of date. Not out of date, just a little old, but it's not like 40k. So it's not like 40k. So the content is evergreen, right? Yeah, my brother, Mordy Bro, put out, I think, like 3 videos on it. So if you, I mean, they're all over a year old now, but they're all like, they're all completely relevant. They're all like, they're literally all completely relevant. So, I'll put a link to it down. He's got a Let's Play Achtung Panzer mini campaign. Well, he had a learn to play video. Let's have a look. I think he had learn to play. No, he didn't. Sorry. He did. He has a... Anyway, point is, if you look at this, if you want to have a look, then there you go. That's Mordy Bro. I've not watched it, so I don't know if it's what it's like, but yeah, there's if you want to have a look at what Achtung Panzer's like, Mordy Bro covered it. So you've got Mordy Bro. His channel's, it's not dead. His channel is dormant at the moment. I do think he is going to be getting back on stuff soon. Like I think he can't quite decide if he just wants to come on to my channel full time or if he wants to start his own thing up. I'll support him whatever he decides to go with. But he's got if some of you are jonesing for bolt action content and other content, well, everything on Mordy Bro's channel is still completely in date because bolt action content is evergreen. Yeah. So there you go. Check it out. All right. So yeah, Jack Handsome, you started a fucking side quest. Yeah, you started a fucking side quest. Jack Handsome, by the way, I love. So yeah, Jack Handsome, you literally have completed 3 game systems: Konflikt and Achtung Panzer and Bolt Action, which is amazing. Actually fucking amazing, man. Awesome, man. I want to say a big thank you to Wolfen01. Thank you for the super chat, man. How many Liam Rust tanks is enough? Let's have a look. Lost most of my guard vehicles about 10 years back. Now it's finally back to full strength. Got some hobby time ahead of me now, though. So how many Liam Rust tanks do you have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is probably enough, truth be told. So basically, I have 2 guard armies with tanks. My Steel Legion / Krieg and my I have my Blood Pact as well, but they're not quite done yet. But I've got 2 guard armies with all the tanks they need, and I find that 6 Leman Russes is enough. 6 Leman Russes that you can swap the sponsor weapons out and have the turret options for is enough. Yeah. There you go. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Easy there, Deniages. You're gonna hurt yourself thinking. I'm using every brain cell with a single wrinkle forming on my smooth brain. Half a stream, thank you for the super chat, man. Gaming stream when? I'm not sure. So halfing, I'm kind of locked into just making as much content as possible at the moment. So, including stream highlights, so I can basically have sufficient time off at the end of this year to fully recuperate and recharge, because it's been a hell of a push for the burn at the end of the year. So, it's one of those where once I've got everything that I want to get done, then we'll have time for some more like bonus streams and fun gaming streams and stuff like that. So, soon, but not yet. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for the super chat, man. Wisdom of the butterfly in stream discussion. Butterfly of the lake, what is your wisdom? There is K-47 outside the house. Outside the butterfly house. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake, man. Jesus Christ. I love it. Ishmael, fuck's sake. Emperor Ming, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Cheeky bit of pollen for you, mate. Hey. Thank you, man. 07, you magnificent bastard. 07. Oh, man. What was it? Wrong meme? Wrong one? Wait, is it this one instead? Butterfly, what is your wisdom? and I looked down its majestic form, flexing its wings as if to show me its strength. I can't say that one. It whispered to me before it fluttered away, and so we went to war. Fuck's sake. I was like, that's a Russian helmet. And then it was a very Russian meme. Long War Battles, thank you for the super chat, man. I have 4 M18, 12 Shermans. I'm expanding to US Winter. Should I buy the Winter Star Box or just Winter Infantry? I mean, the Winter Starter Box is a really good deal, but you don't need either one of the vehicles that come with it. So my advice would be, tally up the cost of the items individually, and then look at the cost of the starter army. And even if you don't need the vehicles, if the starter army is still cheaper than buying the items in the starter box individually, not including the vehicles, then you should go for the starter army. Does that make sense? Yeah. Wayne State, thank you for the super chat, man. Have you ever thought about doing smaller scale specialty games like Necromunda, Mordheim, Trench Crusade, etc.? So Simon and I both really want to play Necromunda. And Simon actually is jonesing for a little bit of Kill Team. And I really want to play some Mordheim. So the answer is yes. But the first one that Simon and I would probably do would probably be Necromunda. Probably. But I reckon Simon would be pretty into Mordheim. Yeah. Yeah. I reckon. But he's more... Simon said that if I told him we were going to do Necromunda, he would literally go out and buy a gang, and then he would build it and paint it as like top priority and make sure it would be ready. So it's one of those where I think we're more likely to do Necromunda. I want to do both, but do you know what? I could probably do Necromunda with Simon and then do Mordheim with Mordy Bro, because Mordy Bro fucking loves Mordheim. He's not played much, if any, of the tabletop game, but he used to know life the Mordheim video game like no tomorrow, and it's basically very, very similar. Yeah, so I could do both. Basically, I could do both. MP Bros, thank you for 26-month member flex. Drop my thoughts in stream discussion 07, sir. Let's have a look. Good evening, dude. Thank you for the 26 member flex. Double X Force, baby. Yes, I nearly forgot, man, but I got you. Don't worry. Good evening, MG. A quick hobby update, followed by some thoughts on a couple of things we discussed over the last couple of weeks. For starters, I now have the sponsons on all my Predators. Hooray! Someone at my LGS showed me some Ravenwing Knight kits, the firstborn ones, so I'm thinking of adding those to my Horse Heresy army. 6 of them for basically $80. Nice. Moving on from my... Dude, love that. And firstborn, bestborn. Love it, mate. Moving on from hobby update, I want to say that the rules packet about how we would police the 40k community was somebody suffering from little bitch syndrome. Listen, if... Listen, if I have a problem with somebody or the way somebody's treated me, I don't want to cry about it to the judge or something. I tell him, hey, dude, you're being a dick, and people aren't going to play you if you're a dick. And guess what? Usually people don't like getting asked... usually people that don't get asked to return to... Usually people like that don't get asked to return to tournaments. I think that's very true if you've got a close-knit community, yeah. Well, I think that's very interesting, and I think... that matters when you... That's really important for keeping the integrity of the local game group and the local meta. Yeah. You don't want some knobhead coming in and just stomping all over people, unless that is something that you guys enjoy and then it helps you guys pick up your game. It's all about the right vibe, right? I don't think we need a whole anti-cheating, anti-this person is a dick. Most of us are grown-ass men and grown-ass adults, and we can handle it like adults. You don't need some document telling you what people can and can't say or how they can act. Right now you're worrying about what your channel covers and watches. I'll put myself. I don't care for Conflict Football action. I don't watch any of these episodes. Or if I really need background noise on, I'll throw them on. But I never come to a video and go, oh, great, it's one of those two. I enjoy your 40k deep dives. I enjoy the old world deep dives. I wish that you would deep dive and enjoy some of Heresy 2.0, 3.0, but that's my cup of tea right now. A lot of 40k content that's online has just been slop and shallow covering. Like, very few channels are deep diving units or characters and stuff like that. People have kind of become apathetic, and I enjoy that you care about the guard codex, and 40k in general. That's why I time in on all of the streams. I don't watch channels that cover 40k. I watch channels that love Warhammer. That's really interesting. So the first thing I would say is, fuck you for not watching the conflict content. No. I say this with absolute truth and sincerity. It's totally okay if you don't watch the conflict stuff. It's totally okay if you don't watch the more action stuff. Like, I get it. Not every game is going to... Not every game, and even more general, not every video is going to appeal to everyone. Of course not. Of course not. Like, I get it. And there's some, there's something special about Warhammer. The players. No. There's something special about Warhammer. Not memeing it for a moment. There is. And it's such, it sucks you back in. It always, it always does. Like, I get it. It's really interesting that you talk about 40k content becoming apathetic and 40k content becoming shallow. I both agree and disagree with you. I disagree because there are truly phenomenal channels out there, and channels which have operated for a really long time. And some of these are really big and famous channels, and some of them are smaller and they just sort of, pootle along. So but what I'd say is a lot of them are OG. Actually, that's not true. There are some new channels which have popped as well. Like, I fucking love Joshi 40k, man. He does really, really good. Like, he does really solid like guard content. Big fan. Big fan. And if you've been getting sick of my salty shit, you should definitely be checking him out for sure, right? But there is definitely... So it's not a case of how long you've been serving. That's not part of it. Some channels are new, and like the Red Path is I would say is relatively new, but that might not be true. I just know about them relatively recently. And Fireside Podcast is relatively new and relatively recent. Like, so there's a lot of people who have been doing this for a long time, and there's a lot of people who have only recently started up that make phenomenal 40k content, and some of it is more casual and some of it is more competitive. However, there has definitely been an uptick, and I'm not just including the fact that I now put out more content than ever. But there's definitely been an uptick in shallow content. I don't like talking about like this because it can really come across as being an elitist, arrogant cunt, and that's really, really not what I mean, because that's really not what I intend. But fuck me, you can always tell when someone actually... It sounds so elite, but you can always tell when someone's legit. You can always tell when someone's legit or not. Like, is this person actually a raging autist who is no life in 40k And not even that. Is this someone that actually loves this shit? Or is this someone who's farming? Who's fucking trolling? And I've seen a big uptick in fucking trawlers, man. I've seen a big uptick in fucking trawlers. Yeah. Like, when did the uptick begin? Honestly, I think the first example I saw it was with Astartes. I mean, how many... I mean, Astartes was awesome. Astartes was awesome, but there was a big uptick in people, and there's nothing wrong with this. You don't have to be like, you can appreciate something as like a one-off and go, huh, that was kind of cool. That's fine. But there was a lot of people who definitely jumped on the whole, like, I'm going to react to Astartes. And like that, like I said, it's totally fine if that's like a, hey, I wasn't into Warhammer, but everyone's talking about this really cool thing, so I thought I'd check it out. That's fine. Literally nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Of course, I'm not saying once you learn about Warhammer, you need to inject it into your veins. That's unrealistic. Like, there's things that I see on a one-off and go, huh, that's cool, and then I move on, right? But I think that was kind of where it began, and then I think it's continued from there. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. I see more reaction content that is just people looking at 40k and not enjoying it. I love Lutz because he loves Warhammer. I can't stand how many people simply react and add nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, it's interesting. I've been doing a little bit more reaction content recently, but it's not... It's funny because it's not actually stuff that I've been... A lot of it's been coming from you guys. Not in a horrible way, like, but when I've been like looking at like the minisodes, like battle reports, that's basically Trooper number 2102 being like, hey, have you seen the new minisodes battle report? I'm like, no, let's fucking watch it together. That's more of a watch party than anything else. Do you know what I mean? And also, whenever I react, I don't even see it. It's not even like a reaction. In fact, I'm not even going to call it a reaction. Because reaction is, oh my God. Wow. Ah, amazing. That's reaction content. I would call it added commentary. And maybe I'm splitting hairs. And maybe I'm trying to kid myself. But I think I would call it added commentary. So, for example, I've got a video coming out recently. I've got a video coming out in the near future where I comment on the Horus Heresy's Broken video from Honest Wargamer, and I've got another one that's going to be coming out as well. I'm back on farming heresy content from Winter's SEO. I'm not actually farming. I'm watching those videos and then I'm adding commentary. I'm not just reacting to it. I'm actually going, pause the video. Okay, let me share with you my thoughts that's going on here about what this guy's talked about. It relates to something that I said earlier. That's something I've not considered before. Right. Bang. Let's go again. So it's not reacting. It's like it's like added commentary, essentially. If I think I have something valuable to add, I will cover it. Because there's loads of videos that I watch and I'm like, yeah, that guy covered everything. I don't really have anything to add to that. Yeah. So it's reaction Mordian is denial phase. Yeah, I mean, no, I don't want to become a react tuber. Like, I really don't. Like, if I ever found myself doing that, I'd be like, nah, fuck that. Yeah. You enjoy Warhammer. You're enjoying minisodes, and I like watching minisodes. You add their content and always want them to give us more. You're not leeching off their hard work. Yeah, like, that's a I don't have an official time frame for this, but I try and leave a few days, a week, 2 weeks, if not longer. I try and leave quite a lot of time before I cover someone's video, because I want that video to get all the views it was naturally going to get. And then I want to talk about it. Because so for example, I'll watch a minisodes. Let's say minisodes did a video like today. I'd watch it on stream with you guys, but I wouldn't release the stream highlight for like a week or two. Because that video minisodes needs to get all of the views from his video. He needs to get the revenue from those views. And if I'm like covering it like the day it comes out, then there's a risk that people watch it on my channel and they don't, that would have naturally watched it on his channel. So I try and make sure that people get all the views that they're naturally going to get. And then when if I add commentary to it, react to it, whatever word you want to use, it's after the video has sort of naturally sort of like slowed down. And then I hope that what it does is actually reinvigorate it. So people watch it and then they go, hey, I want to go and see more stuff like that. And then they go over to the channel. That's my hope. That's my fucking hope. So yeah, I'd rather than trying to like, because you've got to be sensitive about, you've got to be respectful of the ecosystem that you're in. And you've got to be respectful of the other content creators that are in the ecosystem. You have to. Because if you're not, well, that way lies madness. That way lies madness and dishonor. Yeah. Let's have a look what we got next. So MP Bros, I thought that your thoughts were really, I agree with them 100%, basically. And I totally get where you get from certain content you watch and certain content you don't. And I totally get what you mean by like, there seems to be like a bit of an uptick of people who are kind of like, there is some, it's like Warhammer itself. There are some channels which kind of pass the vibe check. And MP Bros, I actually just want to say, like, I really appreciate that you say that, my channel does pass that check, because that means it's a very, very high compliment. It's a very, very strong compliment. And it means a fucking ton to me, man. So thank you. Tremors movie reaction when? There's a whole, if it's free, YouTube made a whole bunch of movies free recently. So maybe it's free on YouTube. If it's free on YouTube, can I react to the whole thing without getting a copyright strike? Or would that fuck me? I think it would fuck me. Butterfly vibes going on this channel. Exactly, Meteor. Exactly. Marcus the Gaia counter. Thank you for super chat, man. Power level equals free war gear. Regular equals points for gear. Yeah. So I think the number one thing that 11th edition needs to reintroduce. It's in my opinion, it's non-optional. It's non-negotiable. 11th edition needs granular points again. There's no questions about it. Cosmic, I know you're going to put that banana at my bum, but if, I'm not going to go on and on about it. I'm not going to make a big song and dance about it. I'm just going to say this one statement. If 11th does not include granular war gear, huge L. Huge fucking L. Like, that's it. I'm not going to go anymore. Just huge L. Huge fucking L. Long War Battles. Thank you for super chat, man. I'm both into Acton Panzer and I bought into Acton Panzer and I have 40 tanks now. Wow. Wow. Dude, that's amazing. I don't even have that many for fucking 40k, man. Actually, I might do now. I have an obscene amount of tanks for 40k. But I bet I don't have that many for K47. If I'm allowed to for bot action, if I'm allowed to include K47 mechs, I might have 40. Might. But not guaranteed at all. Yeah. Dude, that's awesome. By the way, I'd love to see the fleet. I'd love to see that fleet of tanks, man. No pressure, obviously. Don't put yourself out. But if at some point you get them all out and take a photo and share it, that would be epic, man. The Wolfen01, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. There's an indie game called Tanks for the Apocalypse where you can Mad Max Shermans. Wait, is that like a video game? Is that like a video game? I'm gonna Google this now. Tanks for the Apocalypse. No, it's a tabletop game. Snarling Badger Studios. Interesting. So,
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only
I think that's just a blog that's covering, actually. I'm not sure.
while keeping it real.
Oh, no, it's not. I wonder if there's any videos on it. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'll look into that, man. That's actually pretty fucking sick. I'll look into that. Amazing.
While keeping it real.
What have we got next? Denzel Wenzel! Thank you so much for the 21-month Bummer Flex. X-Force, baby! Yes! Amazing, man. Picture and stream discussion and question there too. Wonderful stream. Denzel, always a pleasure to have you in the stream, buddy. Thank you so much for your support. And let's take a look at what you've been... let's take a look at what you're asking. I picked up the Bolt Action Starters box, my dad and I. My question is, should I get the 2-starter armies for American and Germans or get the Battle of the Bulge? Ooh. Okay, so which... Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So when you say the Bolt Action Starter set, do you mean like, yeah, you've got the box that turns into the bunker? Such a cool idea. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I was checking the models out that you had to make sure it was the box bunker. So you've basically both got like 12 infantry, right? If you do not yet have the rulebook, the proper full rulebook, you should get Battle of the Bulge. It's a good box set. Damn good box set. And then honestly, from there, expand into a starter army for each army. That would be my advice, sir. Like, battle... I think you're going to end up... If you like the game, I think you're going to end up getting all the boxes. So, you already have the rulebook. If you already have the rulebook, then I would go for the starter armies. Truth be told. You don't need the Battle of the Bulge one. Yeah. I would recommend I would recommend if you like the models, I would recommend the Winter Folsham Jaeger starter army. It's a very, very good deal. But if you don't like winter stuff, I would recommend the Rattenkrieg starter army. But be aware. Well, let me show you, mate. Let me run you through a few things. So if you've got like take your notes, whether mentally or physically, but let me run you through a few things because there's a few different starter sets and they're all pretty good. But I'm not going to overload you with information, but I'm just going to use visual aids, as it were, right? So, this is the Rattenkrieg starter army for the Germans. It's a really good starter set. It contains some of the latest and greatest Warlord plastic models for the Germans. So all of these models are very high quality and they're really, really cool. However, there is one big disadvantage. Whilst these plastic infantry come with the ability to build flamethrowers, which is excellent, they do lack assault rifles. And German players love their assault rifles because this is an early to mid-war box set, right? So great models, but no assault rifles. Or you've got the Winterfalsham Jaeger starter army. Now, truth be told, this is actually even better than the Rattenkrieg. You get more in the box for the same price. And the units you get are very good. However, and they come with assault rifles. So this is, in many ways, the superior box set. But of course, you do have to build the poofy pants. Now, I like the poofy pants. They look really good in IRL, but a lot of people see them and go, not sure on the poofy pants, right? So if you're not sure on the poofy pants and you know you're going to want assault rifles, then the other box set that I would recommend, there's two of the ones I'd recommend. I'd either recommend the German Grenadier Starter Army or the SS Starter Army. Now, the reason I would recommend either one of these is because the German Grenadier Starter Army both come with... So you're already familiar with the Grenadier models. And this one comes with two really good vehicles. It comes with the Puma and the Stug. And then you get some weapon teams. But strictly speaking, the SS Starter Army is a better deal because it comes with a Tiger. And Tigers are great. So basically, instead of... It's basically the same content, except for you get a Tiger instead of a Puma. But overall, I think you're probably better off with the Grenadier one because it's very unlikely you're going to use a Stug and a Tiger in the same game because they're both quite expensive. But it's very likely you would use a Stug and a Puma. Yeah, it's very likely you'd have the Stug and the Puma. And then, of course, obviously with the SS one, there are some people who very legitimately will feel a bit funny about getting the SS Starter Army, which I understand. They're only toys at the end of the day. They're only models. Collecting the SS doesn't make you a member of the SS or anything like that. Of course not, right? And also, at the end of the day, you can just paint them up. They don't... If you paint them up in normal, like, German colors, they don't look like the SS, right? They're just wearing uniforms. It's just the way you paint them up with the oak leaf or the P dot camo is what really sets them apart, right? So, yeah. So you don't have to paint them as the SS. These are all generic models, which basically have been painted in the relevant color scheme, and these are all generic models which have basically been painted in the relevant color scheme, right? So, but still, you might feel a bit funny about the SS, and I get it. I do get it. So basically, in short, this would be my first pick, unless you don't like winter stuff. This would be my second pick, unless you really want assault rifles. In which case, this would be my third pick. Okay. Now, for the Americans, it's a little different. We'll close some tabs here. So, oh, Konflikt 47, that's a reflex action right there. Okay. So, for the Americans, I would recommend there's a couple of things I'd recommend. I might just search them rather than scroll for them. Yeah. Okay, so for the Americans, my go-to recommendation is this one. Truth be told. Now, technically, the troops are wearing winter uniforms, but they're just coats, man. They're just coats. They're not, they don't look ridiculous. They're just wearing great coats. They're not wearing like poofy pants or anything like that. Like I use these guys for most of my American infantry, and they just look fine. So, this would be my go-to. If you because it comes with 2 great vehicles and loads of infantry. Yeah. But if you are, what does the introductory set come with? What's it actually called? Bolt action. I can't remember what it's actually called. It's not called the introductory set. It's called the starter set. That's what it is. Yeah. Oh my god, it's on sale right now. That's insane. So which infantry do you get? They're just your standard US Army troops, aren't they? Okay. Well then, I'm sure it's Kurahi like that. Is it not? I recommend one of the following. So I'd recommend the Winter Starter Army. Like I said before, if you don't want the winter stuff, I would recommend the US Army Starter Army, because these models will match the ones that you already have. The only thing is you will need to buy an extra tank. Okay, so it comes with a lot of stuff, but you need 2 tanks for an armored platoon, and the half track doesn't count, unfortunately. So you'd need to buy this and then 1 extra tank. If you don't want any vehicles, the cheaper starter army is this one, and this comes with the US. This is the US Airborne Army, and it comes with a lot of stuff, man. I mean, it comes with enough. Between that and your existing 12 models, you're probably getting close to 1,500 points. Sorry, 1,250 points. Yeah. Everyone being veteran and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. But these models are quite old. They are quite old. They're showing their age a little bit now. The best quality American infantry right now are these guys. The Kurahi US Airborne D-Day Starter Army. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So I think that this is a really good starter set, but it depends if you want tanks, obviously. Yeah, the US Airborne are great. So I hope that has given you some stuff to think about. I hope that's given you a direction to go in. I hope that's helpful, man. All right. What have we got next? We've got Simple Logic. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, mate. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Amazing, man. 5 more conscripts to hold the line. Lewis, thank you for the super chat, man. Tip for being a good guy. Wish I could donate more. Dude, Lewis, my man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the compliment. It will definitely stroke my ego. I'm not joking, right? No. I appreciate all of the support. But I totally understand, and I'm very sympathetic to that everyone's financial situation is different. There's a reason why none of my content is paywalled. I don't do member-only streams. I don't do member-only videos. I just make the content and I put it out there. And everyone, I am very, very grateful for the support, but you can watch every single video on this channel for free. And my hope is that, my hope, and so far, 3.5 years, this hope has been, this theory has been proven correct, that if you make good content, people will want to support it. You don't need to like strong arm people into becoming a channel member or like giving you money for like extra content or anything like that. Whilst it's nice, whilst like, ooh, I get to be in like the special club, like I get that. I get there's two ways of looking at this 100%. My idea has always been that everything on this channel is free to watch, and if you enjoy it and you like it, then you will want to support it. And if you're not in the situation right now where you can support, maybe one day in the future you will be. And if you know, one day in the future you find yourself in a different financial situation where you're able to support more, like you know, you'll want to do that. But there's no pressure. And if you go, nah, I still don't want to, like, that's fine. Like, that's okay. Just joining, chatting away, being part of the community, all of that helps. All of that helps. So yeah, obviously, and that's just the, you know, you guys will support me if you think I'm worth supporting. And no amount of member only videos and paywalled shit will change that. The only reason that we have a paywall for the Discord is to basically like stop the bots. That's it. Because if we just had like a public Discord link, I'd spend my entire time just filtering out all the fucking bots in and it would just be annoying. So yeah, that's it. Yeah. And also, I always approach my content in the way that I would want to consume it, right? Maybe it's just me, but whenever I come across a channel and every other video is like blocked behind a paywall, I'm just like, nah. It's really annoying, right? I don't know, maybe it's just me, but if I come across a channel and loads of stuff is paywalled, I'm just like, nah, I'm alright. Not for me. It's not that I don't mind. It's not that I don't know. It's not that I don't like paying for content, because I do. I support several creators on Patreon, and I support and I join live streams and I super chat live streams. Like, of course, like, I understand that you can't watch everything for free, that you need to support the content. But when I come across a channel and the first thing I see is a paywall, it puts me off. And so I think about how that would look if that was the same thing for my channel, and that's why I don't do it. Yeah. That's why I don't do it. I do think that maybe I don't take the idea, but I will say this. I don't take the idea of member only content off the table, because like I said, there's definitely an appeal to it where people who support you can feel
Forward,
like
you dogs, to victory!
can feel special. They can be like, yeah. It's like, you know, it feels nice in the MG Discord that, hey, you know, you're here amongst other members. There's definitely a nice aspect to that, you know, the exclusivity, like the club aspect, yeah, the community aspect. Yeah, 100%, right? So I absolutely get it that you know, being there is a positive way of doing it, but it's just, I don't want like every other video to be paywalled. I think if I was to like ever do it, Oh shit, the OnlyFans guy is back in the menu. I think if I was to ever do it, it would be Cosmic inserting bananas into my bum content. No. If I was ever to do it, it would be like maybe the like it would be like 1 or 2 videos a week. If I was to do it, and I have no plans anytime soon to do that. I love that, Cosmic. Yeah, I have no plans anytime to do that, but the only time I would do it is it would be like, hey, 1, maybe 2 videos a week that you get as a bonus for being a channel member, but 5 days a week, maybe just like the weekends, like, hey, Monday to Friday, you all get Mordian for free. If you want to be a channel member, you get access to a couple of extra videos at the weekends. There you go. That's how I would do it. And that way, I think that's the nice balance. It's like, I'm not going to talk shit about any content creators, but I came across a content creator this week where I couldn't actually find the non-paywalled videos because they put like a video out each day and 1 video a week was free and like 6 videos a week were paywalled. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, how am I... Like, I don't want to like be, crunching through your fucking videos, trying to fucking find the one that isn't paywalled in a sea of fucking green stars. Like, the way it looks is bad. Like, if you're gonna do that, then I really feel like you should have that on a separate platform, because otherwise it looks bad, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Syriade. Exactly, Syriade. Yeah. He's socializing the idea like his MBA told him. Full paywall confirmed in 2026. Nah, man. No. Just like I said, it's probably never gonna happen. I'm probably never gonna do it, but if I did do it, I know exactly how I would do it. And I would do it through the lens of, 80%, 90% of the content would be free and 1 or 2 videos a week would be the bonus of being a member. And it would be the way I would want to do it is it would be a bonus for being a member, not a, hey, because this is the way I see it, right? There's 2 ways of paywalling content. One is, hey, here's a freebie, but if you want to get the real experience, you got to fucking pay for it. It's like, nah. And the other way is, hey, you get to enjoy this channel, basically the full experience for free. But if you are a channel member, here's a little thank you. Here's a thank you for being a channel member. That's the difference. One is turning you upside down for your lunch money. One is giving back, saying thank you for supporting me. That's the difference. Yeah. That's the difference. Yeah. So yeah, I know a ton of channels that put their full live streams to members only after a day or so, but they make shorts from the major content. No. I was gonna say I could do that. I could set all of the streams post. Hey, if you want to watch my live streams afterwards, you have to be a channel member. But you know what? I don't think they're worth it. Nah, man. You know what? That way lies darkness, bro. Like, honestly, like, that way lies darkness. That way lies temptation. You know? What was it? It's like what was it? Deliver us from temptation. That's what I was trying to remember. Yeah, you've got to deliver us from temptation. Yeah. They found out voice people clipping the stream out of context. Ah, well, that's okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. I've not yet reached those heights of notoriety. But yeah, I've not yet reached those heights of notoriety, but if that ever happened, then that would be a fair reason for doing it. Yeah. There's always a right way of doing it and a wrong way of doing it, and that's a right way of doing it. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Kalanish Cat, thank you for the super chat, man. 07 07 mate. Fun with dirt in stream discussion. Ooh, dirt. I have a jar of dirt. Let's have a look. Tonight, I'm doing something I didn't in years. Playing with mud. Yeah, baby. Sadly, I'm still waiting for some grass for the boys to touch, and the autocannons need some wash. Far too clean. I don't remember why I put an MMG and medium mortar crew on separate bases. Probably had a plan there. Let's have a look. Oh no, it makes sense. No. You've done the right thing. So not that it doesn't really matter massively, but yes. Mud. Love the mud. So yeah, putting a couple of the crew on the separate bases makes sense because when you lose a crew member, you can just take one off and it shows how many wounds the team's got left. Yeah. It's funny coming from 40k to bot action. Like 40k is like you must be on the right base sides, and bot action is like I don't give a fuck. You can put your models on whatever fucking bases you want. No one gives a shit. So yeah, I mean, like 25 mil for like infantry is like kind of the standard, is kind of accepted, but like, you know, it's very much just don't be a dick. Don't model for advantage. Don't be a dick. Don't be a knobhead. Like, just build the models however you want and make them look cool. Yeah. These are great. Yeah, totally agree with Bingu. These are fucking great. Love that. Yeah. I need to get myself some autocannons, man. Yeah. There's so much. Oh, this beast. I want to see this bad boy next, man. Look at this beast. Flak 88, man. Yeah. So cool. They look great, man. Nice. Yes. That looks proper muddy. Proper Eastern Front muddy, that one. Sick, man. I like the way you've done the walls there. That's really cool. Yeah. Amazing, man. Looking good. The Long War. Thank you for Super Chat, man. I subbed on Patreon. How do I get Discord? So you should, if you are on Patreon, there should be a link that gets sent to you when you become a Patreon, or it should be as a message on the Patreon. Let me have a look. Yeah, there should be a. You should have a link on the. If you're on the Patreon, I'll just make a new post. It's been fucking ages. I'll just update it. It's all good, man. Give me a second. I haven't done it in years and years and years. Like, because the links should have been, like, evergreen. But I think Discord did something funny with the links recently. So it's probably worth just redoing it, right? Okay. Yep, cool. That should work. Oh, what? Did that not work? Okay, there you go. That should work. There you go. That it should be on the Patreon now, just on the post bit. Yeah, it should be there. There you are. There you go. There you are. Long War Battles. Hope that helps. If you still can't find it, then email me. Email address is down in the description with proof of your Patreon membership, and I can have a look and see if I can let you in. All right. Jared Mann, thank you so much for the super chat, bro. K47 has me want to expandable action. What books do I need for an Australian Chindit list? I mean, literally just the main rulebook. So, to get started, just the main rulebook. Later, you may wish to expand, but I don't know if you actually have to. So, Jared. 1 minute. So, here is the main rulebook. In the rulebook, you obviously have all of the rules, but also near the back, you have basically each codex, right? So this is Great Britain. You can see like army special rules and stuff like that. It's got unit entries, points, and all that kind of stuff. Now, the rules that are in here are like pretty basic, but you know, the units are quite generic, for example. But to get started, like to learn the game and build your first list or two to learn the game, all you need is this. All right. After that, you will want to consider going to what's called an Armies of book. So instead of codex, it's Armies of book, right? The Armies of books contain your proper rules, and these can sometimes be very different to what was published in the rulebook, because the rulebook's kind of just like a basic set. This gives you sort of the proper set, as it were. Now, at the moment, if you wanted to go for Australians / Chindits, then you would probably want to wait on getting your Armies of book, because right now there is armies of the United States, armies of Germany, armies of Soviet Union, armies of Japan have just come out, and armies of Great Britain. But we know, because Warlord Games has told us, that I think it's Q1 next year, Armies of the Commonwealth is coming out. And Armies of the Commonwealth will contain expanded rules for things like India and Australia. Now, you can build, I think, accounts as Australian Army using the Armies of Great Britain book, but you'll get a more specific feel if you wait for the Commonwealth book. Yeah. Let me just have a look. Here you go. I can show you this now. Okay, so it's not till Q3. It's a year away. It is a year away, so fair play. You might not want to wait that long. But, oh my God. 1 minute. We'll just leave it here. So you can see Q4 2025 is Soviet Union. Q1 2026 is Imperial Japan. Q2 2026 is Armies of Italy. I'm so fucking ready for Armies of Italy. It's going to be legit. I'm getting all of these. Frankly, I'm getting all of them. But I've been meaning to get an Italian army for a little while now. I think, yeah, it's going to be time. And then we've got Armies of the Commonwealth here. Yeah. And then Armies of France. I will definitely end up with an Italian and French army. Like, no doubt. No doubt whatsoever, I will end up with an Italian and French army. Because I already kind of have the visions for it. I just kind of want to see... before I pull the trigger, I kind of want to see what I need to sort of lean into, as it were. But yeah. So yeah, you might want to get the armies of Great Britain now to tide you over, because you're going to get a year's worth of use out of it, to be fair. I think Armies of Great Britain, there's actually like let me come here, community articles. Let me see, I might be able to check something for you, bud. Do we have a search here? Yes, search Great Britain. Army special rules. Okay. You might already actually have. So guards, airborne. No. Guards, airborne, commandos. Chindits. Oh, okay. So actually you could. So they have got Chindits covered in the existing Armies of Great Britain book, but full blown, but basically expanded rules for other forces of the Commonwealth are coming later next year. So, long story short, rulebook, Armies of Great Britain, sorted. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Hope that helps, mate. Ishmael, thank you so much for the super chat. My man, thank you, bro. Mordian, what's your ultimate tank set? What's your ultimate tank setup to have cross-compatibility between Konflikt, Bot Action, Acton, Panzer? This will be what I'm going to buy. I don't know for Acton Panzer. I've never played the game, so I don't want to influence you too much in that regard. But truthfully. I don't know if it's the ultimate tank setup, but just buying like Tesla Shermans would be fine. Are you talking for Americans? Because you love your Americans, right? You love your Americans. So there's two ways you can do it. Okay, so I don't know if it's the ultimate tank setup, and I'm not well informed enough to even like suggest an ultimate tank setup. But the simple matter of the fact is that the Tesla Sherman box comes with the standard. Let me show you this a bit. Let me show you a bit better. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. Right. So this box set here is basically a discount on this box plus this Tesla cannon. So essentially, when you buy this, instead of it costing you £42, because it'd be 25 plus 17, it costs you 38. So you save £4 and you get the M4 Sherman kit here, this exact kit, plus you get this chucked in with it. So I don't know if it's the ultimate loadout, man, but I can say that this box here is compatible with both. And so a good foundation, and not the ultimate finish, because I don't know what that would be. Konflikt 47 is still very new. Konflikt 47 is still very new, right? But the ultimate, the best foundation, the best bet, a safe bet, would be two of these things. Because this would allow you to have 2 Tesla Shermans in K47, and it would allow you to have 2 regular Shermans in bot action. And the regular humble M4 Sherman is an absolute workhorse in bot action. It's a great unit. Yeah. There is one other thing that's worth mentioning, but I don't think it's sold separately yet. Okay, I don't think it's sold separately yet. I'm going to double check. Oh, that's worth mentioning as well. That's not going to be any. Yeah. There's 2 other honorable mentions that need to be mentioned. So the M8A3 Tesla Scout car comes with the basic Greyhound kit. So Greyhound, not Greyhound. Yeah, there you go. I think my PC's just chugging a little bit right now. So this kit here is this box set with a Tesla turret thrown in. But the thing is, you can't buy the M8. You can't buy the Greyhound Tesla turret separately. So that's worth mentioning. You can't buy it separately. So this would be decent as well. And then the other thing that's worth mentioning is the Stuart, the Tesla Stuart that comes in the starter army, is also the basic Stuart kit with a resin upgrade turret. So if you've already got the I think you've already got one of these, Ishmael, right? You've already got one of these with the You've already got one of the starter armies. So if you've already got one of these, then you've already got a Stuart with it. You've already got a Stuart that works in both K47 and bot action. So the only thing that you would probably need to add is maybe 1 to 2 of these and 1 to 2 of these. Yeah. And that would give you, I don't know if you'd need, I think if you had 1 Tesla Stuart, 1 Tesla Greyhound, and two Tesla Shermans, that would be a really nice foundation. Yeah. I think that'd be a really nice foundation. Because then you'd have a nice solid variety of armor there. And you could mix and match. Yeah. So yeah, Ishmael, it's not an ultimate finish, but it's a good it's a good, like, hey, that'll fucking get you a foundation and probably keep you sorted for a long while. Yeah. The Greyhounds you probably want in a pair. So you kind of want the Greyhounds in a pair for Konflikt 47, but you don't really want a pair of them for bot action. Like, 1 is enough. Yeah. Not sure about the Stuarts. I don't think the I think 2 Greyhound for something that is good in both game systems without any wastage. I think 2 Shermans, 1 Greyhound, 1 Stuart is solid. And then maybe you go for an extra Greyhound with the Tesla cannon in the future. Maybe. But that's hey, try it out first and see if it pans out second. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. If I were to take 2 Greyhounds, I'd probably take something heavy. Exactly. Yeah, so that's my thinking as well, Bingo. Yeah. The Hummer you want in pairs, I assume the Greyhound is the same. I feel like, again, it's interesting because the rules, not the rules as in like the core rules, but as in like the doctrine. The doctrine for K47 is often the opposite to the doctrine for bot action. So for bot action, standard doctrine I have found is 2 medium tanks and a piece of light armor, whether that's an armored car or whatever it may be. But 2 mediums, 1 light. And in Konflikt, I find it's the other way around. 2 lights, 1 medium. Yeah. So it's like, it's funny how the things are different in Konflikt. Like AT guns, dog shit in bolt action, great in Konflikt. Line anti-tank guns, dog shit in bolt action, great in Konflikt. MMGs, great in bolt action, dog shit in Konflikt. Yeah. Yeah. There you are. Lewis, okay, now I've got another video recommendation, themed K47 lists. Yeah, it's when I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Like right now, I'm working on different kinds of I'm getting all of my K47 armies to a standard, and then I'm gonna start theming them. Yeah. But we're still relatively early on our Konflikt 47 journey. There's no need to speedrun it. Like we'll get there when we get there. Yeah. Light AT guns are great by action if your faction's no other option. That's true, Merlin. That's true. Yeah, if the 40k rule of 1 is none, 2 is 1 still applies. It doesn't quite apply in bot action. Bot action, 1 can very much be 1. Yeah. Like, it's 40k is a lot more like 1 is none, 2 is 1, 3 is the right amount. Bot action, I feel like sometimes 1 is enough. At most, you want 2. At 3, you're starting to skew. Yeah. HMG teams for K47 are great. They're very cheap. They're cheap, cheerful, plenty of pen. Yeah. I'm thinking of adding a couple of 50s to my Americans. Because right now I'm building my American... so I want to build... Speaking of themed lists, right? Right now I'm kind of building my Americans as a generic force. But I really want to go in like... There's 3 themes I want to run for my American... Well, there's kind of like two and a half themes I want to run for my Americans. One of them is... I want to go like... really into the like fireflies and the maneuverability, like fireflies, paragons, linebackers. You know, that's the route I'm going. And the other route is the complete opposite, and I want to go like Imperial Guard style, like holding the line, that kind of vibe, right? So basically my Americans are going to be embodying Scions, and my Americans are going to be embodying the Imperial Guard. There you go. So I'm going to have like, you know, when I'm using like the Scion style, I'm going to be using things like, you know, linebacker, you know, all the plastic stuff like linebackers and all that kind of good shit. And then when I use them like Imperial Guard style, it's going to be a Tesla Sherman instead of a linebacker. It's going to be HMG, you know, a couple of HMG teams instead of like an HMG platoon instead of like a Paragon squad. Do you know what I mean? That's how I'm doing it. So I'm going to build both up, and then I'm going to be able to play, you know, try a little bit of both. Yeah. So one's going to be more like the traditional American army that's being retrofitted with like rift shit, and one of them is going to be like the cutting edge, the best kind of thing. Yeah. Because the Fireflies aren't everywhere. The Fireflies are elite. Yeah. Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat, man. 3 Emperors, stream discussion. Oh no, he's in the old world. So the situation's taken a turn. I've been hustled into the castle here. The people in the streets seem jovial. The men were mustachioed and industrious. The women ample of bosom. Nice. The denizens of the castle, however, were another story. Grim faces and tense looks pervade the castle. I asked to speak to the leader of the human population of this world. Several courtiers have grudgingly informed me that there are 3 emperors claiming leadership of the human lands here. We'll let that bit about claiming the title of emperor slide for the moment. Apparently, aside from the Xenos present on the planet, the human nations have fragmented. What ecclesiastical authority exists here has refused to crown one claimant, leading to bickering and outright war. Mercenaries abound, and the lands are riven with civil discord in spite of worse horrors lacking. Fed up at this point, I could not hold back my anger and questioned the parentage of those in leadership. I was always immediately challenged to combat by one Rakis Popinjay. I have accepted the challenge. Artist's impression of my acceptance of the challenge. My God, my computer can't even fucking load a GIF right now. It's chugging. It's chugging, man. Oh man, I need to get the new Steam machine, bro. Yeah. It's slapping with a glove in a brick hand, man. Yeah, I need the new Steam machine, or just get a new hard drive, basically. Yeah. I've noticed. Look, I don't want to be promoting any conspiracy theories here. I have noticed a bit of slowdown since I moved to Windows 11. Yeah. I didn't want to move to Windows 11, but it kept pestering me. And then it also said that the hackers would get me if I didn't. Yeah. So there you go. But Mrs. Mordian is still on Windows 10, as far as I'm aware. And yeah. And she's had no problems whatsoever. But she's got loads. She's got like normal. She's got like antivirus and stuff. She's got like third party stuff, so she'll be fine. Yeah. Omnisfire Sphinx. Great to have you in the stream, man. I sold my guard army to get into orcs, but now I don't know if I want to redo my guard. Why don't you redo your guard using like Wargames Atlantic so it doesn't completely break the bank? The Treasury cannot afford 2 GW Horde armies. All right, let's have a look here. Right, gentlemen, lower decks, by the way, lower decks. So I kind of got distracted by the shitty GIF. Not your GIF being shitty, my computer struggling with the GIF. I love that you've gone to the old world. Lower decks in the old world. Amazing. That's gonna be cool. On the first things, crap. What was the name? I'll show you, man. There's a link. There's a affiliate link in the description for this. So if you do end up going this way, you know, consider using it. But obviously, you know, do whatever's best for yourself. You know, I totally. You know, if you find a better deal somewhere else, like I get it. But yeah, it's just if you don't, then consider using it. Give me a second. I'll show you this shit. Oh, I'm dying for a piss. Okay, so there's a company called War Games Atlantic, and they make probably like the best non-GW Guard infantry, and they're really good deal. So they tend to sell like 24 infantry for about 30 quid, so cheaper than GW, and you get more than double. The kits that I recommend, I really recommend the Le Grognards. When the fucking pitch decides to load, I really recommend the Le Grognards. They're basically like Mordians and Krieg and Destroyers in one kit. So they're really, really cool. And then also, fuck me, my fucking hell, like, fucking hell, like, load, you cunt, load. Oh man, but yeah. Anyway, I'll just show you the day. Oh, there you go. Look, so you can build them with like Adrian helmets with gas masks, like Kepi helmets, like Kepi hats for like Mordians, or like bear hats for Destroyers. And oh man, I shouldn't have gone off it. Oh, here are the sprues, and you can see like you get plenty of head options. So it's not like you have to build a mix. You can dedicate to one hat style if you want to. Right, so there's that, and then basically you've got some other options as well. You've got the Bulldogs here, which are basically your Praetorians, and then you've got the Cannon Fodder. Now the Cannon Fodder are actually really, that you actually get the most with the Cannon Fodder. You get 30 blokes for the same price, but they're a lot more basic. They're basically wearing like jumpsuits, right? So yeah, they're basically wearing jumpsuits, but you do get, what's kind of interesting is you do get a bulk buy discount. So if you, I mean, in theory, if you bought 10 boxes, you would get 240 infantry. And that would cost you £220. And that would give you enough, or if you went for the Cannon Fodder, you would get 300 infantry for the same price. And that, but I think the Le Grognards are the best, because I think they come with the most weapon options. I think they come with like flamers and grenade launchers and melter guns and plasma cannons. So I think the Le Grognards come with the most weapon options, but it's worth looking into. But the point is that if you bought 10 boxes of them, you can have a 2,000 point pure infantry guard army. Now I'm not sure you want to go down pure infantry, but the point is that it's probably the cheapest way to buy a new in-box guard army, because you get a discount. But you don't obviously need to. Maybe it's not me, is it? Oh yeah, the internet's gone all. Yeah, the internet's gone all fucky. It's Cloudflare, isn't it? It's probably not me actually. Yeah, so basically, even if you just bought like 3 boxes, that would be like 72 infantry, and for the average guard player on the street, that's enough infantry for a guard army, right? At that point, it's just hoover up secondhand tanks off eBay for half price, right? So yeah, on first things, there's a couple of ways you can do it, but if you're going to get back into the guard, I can't recommend enough getting your infantry from War Games Atlantic, because they're really, like, it's really good. Like, it's really cheap. I can 3D print the tanks. You can probably, dude, you can probably 3D print the infantry then, right? I mean, if you have a 3D printer, then that does change things slightly, because you could just 3D print all the infantry as well, couldn't you? Oh, yeah, they don't come with bases, but you can buy 100 bases off eBay for like $10. So, so this is, I'm not sponsored by these guys in any way, shape, or form. They're just the first ones that come to mind. In fact, if you've got a 3D printer, I got you. All right, I got you. All right, bear with. All right. Right. If you have a 3D printer, then for your infantry, you probably want to check out something like Red Makers. They make loads of Imperial Guard like stuff. Loads. Like, for example, let's look. I think Death Division is their Krieg equivalent. Yeah, man. Like, get like the STL for like $9, all the command squads you could want. You got the squad there for like $19. You could probably get a discount if you like join the My Mini Factory or something as well. So, or the Patreon, you know, there's a few different ways of doing it. And they've got loads of different ones. Like, and they've got some good Valhalla shit, but I can't quite remember. Yeah, they've got some pretty decent Valhalla stuff as well. So, yeah, there's that. And then if you want to go for vehicles, honestly, like, look no further than Enfema. So, you will have to scale them down a little bit. I'd recommend scaling them down. Like, you might have to play around with it, but I'd say like 88%. So from 100% down to like 88%, because they're quite big models. But this guy does paid stuff, and he also does free stuff. So, for example, your Kleesan battle tank, aka the Lehman Russ, free, and just put your own supports on it, or there's a paid version with supports. The Amit AFV, that's your Chimera. The Cato Blepus is your Basilisk. Got your Hydra, Manticore. The Minotaur here is your Taurox, for example. Got like the Hellhound and stuff. Yeah. So there you go. And then you've got obviously there were more. He's done some more modern ones as well if you're interested in that. Yeah. Like Rogel Dawns and shit like that. So yeah, it's up to you, obviously. But it's up to you. But yeah, there's a couple of options there. If you want plastic infantry, Wargames Atlantic, if you've got a 3D printer, then I'd recommend those guys. There you go. Some of my 3D prints are 1-for-1s. Well, like legit GW, that's fine. I don't give a fuck if you print GW stuff, man. I mean, if that's the case. Okay, so on with 5 things. We're finally getting to the. Why do you vex me? I've just spent like 10 minutes taking you through all these options. When if you told me, oh yeah, I'm gonna fucking just like 3D print everything, standard GW. No, dude, I jumped on your comment in chat. Don't worry, I'm only busting your balls, man. But like honestly, if you have a 3D printer and you have access to all of the legit GW models that you want, then why just do it. Just why aren't you doing it? Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Just start off with a little combat patrol and just go from there. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. There you are. All right. But you've got, look, but 3D printing can be a bit of a ball ache. So hey, at least now you've got some information, read some plastic infantry as well, which might be all right. Neil Grover, how are GW events with prints? So the only GW events are the ones that you need to give a shit about are basically the ones at Warhammer World and Las Vegas Open, which is not strictly speaking GW, but they're basically GW owns their balls right now. Those will not allow 3D prints. But here's the thing. If it's a 1-for-1 3D print of GW stuff, then how will they know? How will they know? How will they know? Yeah, GW doesn't like anything third party whatsoever. But if you're 3D printing one for one of their stuff, there's no fucking way they'd be able to tell. Unless they start busting out like some sort of like mad like scales and like trying to like, that's a metal destroyed army, but it feels like resin. Yeah, that's the only way they'd be able to fucking tell. Yeah. That's the only way. Poetic Terror, thank you for the super chat, man. Oh, a minute. Sorry, we've got Poetic Terror and Ishmael. Right, both of you guys are going to have to wait a second, actually, because I'm going to piss myself. So I'm going to grab a drink, and we're back in a moment. Talk amongst yourselves. There we go. The chair. Piss stream. Oh, chair. Oh, man. Ugh. I don't mean to alarm you, but I have a banana. Oh, man. Oh, it's bruised as fuck. Oh, no. That's all right. We'll just put the manky bit to one side. There we go. I think it's all right now. Yeah, there we go. All right. Not the end of the world. I don't like the bruised manky bit. That's a very nice banana. Ugh. That's a very nice banana. Natural sweetness is always better. Yeah. So, Ishmael, my boy, thank you for the super chat. It's like there is a lag and consumption of processing because it's a license to an online product instead of being completely on your computer. What do you mean? Is that in regard to the website not loading earlier? I think it's I think there's been some issues with some some website hosting providers which have been having issues. So I think that's why some websites are loading slowly for me today, and some websites are loading quickly. But I don't know for sure.
Jaffa, free! Delmako, Kritak. You heard me? I said Cree.
AWS has been having lots of issues. Yeah. And I think people said Cloudflare. I don't know much about it. It's not something I'm overly versed in. But yeah, I've been hearing there's been a few issues with basically website, some sort of I've been hearing there's been some issues with some important sort of behind the scenes like internet shit going on basically. So yeah, Cloudflare has died, which is the back end for huge amounts of systems, including AWS, which is the back end for even more systems. That doesn't sound good. Wonder what it could be. I wonder what it could be. That's interesting though. Yeah. Ben McCoy, Mordian, when are you going to return to 30k 3.0 with a proper Marine army? With an FAQ on the books, I think it's shaking out to be a pretty fun game. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Okay, Ben, I'm going to be real with you. I still intend to fulfill my promise of playing 3.0. But I'm pre-warning you. I have a couple of heresy drama farming videos coming out. So I'm going to be responding to the Honest Heresy 30k is broken video and the Windows SEO 30k is broken video. So I'm going to be covering those, but okay, that's more of a like pre-warning you kind of thing. Putting those to one side. I'm kind of... I still want to try 30k. Kind of need to arrange something with Chansey and stuff like that. But I still want to try 30k. The problem is that I am absolutely 100% willing to accept that the game is shaking out. I'm happy to actually take you at your word, Ben, when you say, hey, it's shaking out to a pretty fun game. Okay, fine. The problem is that Heresy 3.0 doesn't fulfill what I want from it, even if it's a good game in its own right. Because I want Oldhammer from Heresy. And Heresy 3.0 is not Oldhammer. Cumulative scoring missions, if I want that, I'll play 40k. And frankly, I don't. I wish 40k wasn't purely cumulative scoring. I don't want the damage system. I don't want the staying still like heavy situation. I don't want any of that. I don't want critical hits. I don't want the weird army building system. Like, I am absolutely happy to cede the point to you that 3.0 in the fullness of time will end up being a really good game in its own right. Just like Age of Sigmar in the fullness of time has ended up being a good game in its own right. But no matter how good people tell me Age of Sigmar is, I'm not interested in new fantasy. I'm interested in old fantasy. And yeah, that you can criticize me for having that mindset, but it's not I want to be clear. It's not a closed mindset, because if I had a closed mindset, I wouldn't enjoy games like Konflikt 47. There's a certain style of war game that I like to enjoy. There's a certain style of mindset. There's a certain style of war game, not mindset, a certain style of war game that I like to play. And I acknowledge that there are other war games out there which I admit are really, really good war games. Like, I think Kill Team is potentially a really good war game. I think Blood Bowl is potentially a really good war game. I think Team Yankee, Trench Crusade. I think there's loads of really good war games out there, but I don't play them because they're not the style of war game that I like. And the reason I was really interested in Heresy 2.0, because I really got into it right at the end, was because it felt like Oldhammer. And that's the itch that I needed scratching. And now that Heresy 3.0 is a good game in its own right, but it's no longer Oldhammer, and it isn't, because too much has changed. Too much has changed about it. It's a game that I'm willing to play, but I know I'd be playing it just for the sake of it, not because I'd be keeping an open mind. I'd always keep an open mind about it, but I would be playing it, and I suspect that it would. I wouldn't go in there with the mindset of it confirming my suspicions, because that would be unfair. But I suspect that I would play it and go, that was all right, and then just not be bothered about it again. But hey, I could be wrong. I'm still going to try it. I'm still going to give it a fair shake. But the issue is, even if it's a good game in its own right, it's probably not the product that I want. Yeah. Yeah. So that's my thoughts, Ben McCoy. But look, I just don't have anyone. Do you know, honestly, Ben, right? Honestly, do you know what my biggest barrier to Heresy 3.0 is? I don't know anyone that plays it. I'm not being a dick. I'm not trying to make any read between the lines. Oh, nobody plays Heresy. No. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. No one I know plays it. The only people that I know who play Heresy play 2.0. So, I'd love to play 3.0, but I'd have to be the one sort of learning the rules and, you know, trying to convince someone else to play it with me. And it's a big barrier. Do you know what I mean? It's a big barrier. So if there was a local club near me that I knew a few people at that played Heresy 3.0, I'd be like, sick. Hey, Bob, do you want to come over and teach me some Heresy 3.0 and back rep? Yeah, sure, no worries, Tim. That would be fine. But I don't fucking know anyone that plays it. Everyone I know who plays Heresy is still playing 2.0 at the moment. So, yeah. So I've tried to be really fair there, Ben, and I hope you can see I'm not just being a shitty shit muncher. Like, I've tried to be really fair, but I've been very open with you. I've been like, hey, look, I'm interested in it, but here are the different barriers, and here are my problems with it, and I'm not sure that playing the game is going to fix those things, but hey, I won't know until I try it. That's a summary of it. Okay? There you are. Oh, Ishmael, you were talking about because of Windows 11 it's like a license to an online service, Windows 11. Is it? So it's not actually installed on my PC, is it? Because Windows 10 obviously was installed on my PC. Is Windows 11 just like a simulation? I've eaten my banana, which makes me look healthy. And then now I'm going to eat some party rings, which is going to make me look very unhealthy. Windows 11 is on your PC, but all the services it uses are hosted elsewhere. Do you know what's funny? I bet all of the services are things I don't give a flying fuck about. Like, what a fucking joke. Like, why? This is what I hate about Windows, right? Oh, I need to show you guys this thing. Right, 1 minute. I wonder if I can share. 1 minute. Can I share this over here? Yeah. Okay, look at this, right? Right, look at this. Why the fuck are you showing me all this random bullshit? Staying in rainy day activities. Feel good family movies. Plant an indoor garden. The joy of jigsaw puzzles. I don't give a fuck about trending searches. I'll search for what I want to search for. Like, no, these are obviously not games for me. These are all a giant bag of bullshit. The only potential, like, interesting thing here is the whole, like, website's down after outage. No, that's it. The rest of it is just a giant bag of shit that I'm just not interested in any way, shape, or form. Why are you showing me this? What, like, why are you showing me this? Fuck off. And I bet all of that shit is taking up, like, space and processing power on my computer. Like, oh, but it's minimal. I don't give a fuck if it's minimal. It should be 0. 0 is not minimal. I can turn that stuff off. How do I turn it off?
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Show search out like no. Wait 1 minute. Right, that might be it.
Indeed.
No, it's still doing it. Why are you giving me Microsoft rewards? Oh my god, it's such a giant bag of shit, man. Nothing has happened to Tiki. I don't know why everyone's saying Tiki has passed away. He's not passed away. He didn't fucking die. I swear to God. Konflikt, thank you for support. Stop spreading fucking rumors. He's just like ripped the. No. I'll tell you what. They were saying rip Cosmic in a moment. You keep that shit up. Oh my fucking God. My two things here, rumors and cheeks. Fuck's sake. Right. Poetic Terror, thank you for the super chat, man. More madness and stream discussion. Let's have a look. Alright, here you go. Poetic Terror. Good evening, sir. My madness knows no bounds. Am I mad enough to buy 2 more Stormlords and 2 more Bane Swords to have almost, if not all, the Super Heavies? Yes. Yes, I am. My man. Missing a few of them, I know. How dare I? But that will put me at 12 Baneblade chassis. So that's where they all went from Dawn of War Soulstorm. I miss Gorgons. I have 3 that don't get played. I also have 3 Death Strikes because why not have ICBMs? To be fair, I have 3 Death Strikes as well. Yeah. But, oh my God. Second hand. So someone said, I will say I was left unsupervised on some second hand stuff. Second hand are people offloading large forces or if they didn't like the Baneblade. But like half my tanks are second hand. One lot was $300 for 4 tanks with steel. Yeah, man. Yeah. Every Baneblade that I have bought. So let me, dude. I love buying guard second hand. Like whenever guard gets a nerf, I go fishing. I go fishing, man. Because rules are temporary. Balance is temporary. Models are forever. Yeah. Another big thing is a lot of people jump on guard when a new codex comes out. And then they realize that they can't like play guard like Marines. And then a lot of them sell them like a little bit later. So you just because they don't realize that you have to lose your first 10 games with guard before you start beating everyone, basically. So they'll lose like 2 or 3 games and go, meh, and then like crash out. Yeah, let me tell you the history. I'll tell you the history of my super heavies, right? So the first Baneblade I bought, I got for £30 second hand. How much are they now? They're now 120. The second Baneblade I bought was a Hellhammer, which I also got for £30. 2 different sellers. £30 each. The third Baneblade I got was my Bane Sword. Actually, it was this one down here for the Steel Legion. Was the Bane Sword, was the Shadow Sword. And that one I got, it was new in box, but I had store credit at Element Games, so I got it for about 60 quid. This one I got for like I saved up all of my store credit from like winning a whole bunch of tournaments. And I got it for free. I got a Baneblade for free. But to be fair, I like to support my local store, so I bought a bunch of other shit as well. But the Bane to make up the difference. But the Baneblade itself was free. Yeah. And then the last one I got was the Shatterlord, which is from Cosmic, where I just paid Cosmic the postage for it, basically, and that was it. So that one was relatively, that one was pretty cheap as well. I can't remember exactly how much I paid Cosmic for it, but it was like postage and a little bit more kind of thing. So yeah, I think on average I spent like maybe 40, 50 quid on each Baneblade. Yeah, man. It's either store credit or second hand, man. If I go on eBay now, I wonder how much people are selling Baneblades for. The going rate for a Baneblade is about 65 quid in the UK at the moment. Oh, there's a few like offers and stuff. But yeah. Yeah, 65 quid seems to be the way to go. Oh my god. Wait, what? How much? Oh, it's just the tank tracks. Oh my god. Thought some dude had mislisted something. And it was like £5 for a Lehman Russ. I was like, I'll buy that. Oh, wait. I think I might have found something like that. I don't need another Lehman Russ, but you know, a good deal. A good deal's a good deal, chat. A good deal's a good deal. I need some armor for my blood pact, man. I need some armor for my blood pact. Let's have a look here. Are we going fishing, chat? Are we going fishing? Poetic Terror, what have you done, man? What have you done, man? You've started the farming. You started the goddamn farming, man. What have you done? Let's have a look. Yeah, fishing stream, man. I'm having a look. Okay. Okay. There's quite a lot of Russes available here. There's quite a lot. Okay. Okay. I want to share some of these, but I want to make sure I'm obviously not like showing off any personal information. And eBay's weird for like showing that stuff up. Yeah. So I can't share my screen, unfortunately, but I could share some pictures. Okay. Now. Or what if I went full screen like this? 1 minute. Okay, yeah, that would be all right. So. Exhibit A. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you've got to be really careful with eBay. Yeah, exactly. So, Exhibit A. An old boxy Lehman Russ with no turret. And it's the rest of it's all there. The rest of it's all there. Okay? So, an old boxy Lehman Russ with no turret. The price of such a princely beast. Right now, it's sitting on 3 bids at £7.50. Chat. One of those sponsors is glued on upside down, just to let you know. I think that's too far gone. I think it's too far gone. Like, having to replace the turret is a baddie. Yeah, so we're not. I think that one's too far gone. Let's have a look at our next possible contender here. Okay. So next we have got. Next we've got this looted Lehman Russ. Now this wouldn't be so, considering we're looking at Traitor Guard, this wouldn't be so bad. Like having some like random shit strapped on there isn't so bad. Like, it's not great, not terrible. Princely sum. Currently, 1 bid at £10. Why is the main gun circumcised? It's an orc one. Alright. There's another one of those for 0 bids, £10. So what are we thinking? Should we see if we can get a couple of Russes for a tenner each? It's easy to fix, yeah. It's easy to, both are very easy to fix, yeah. Truth be told, that there's better what. To be fair, man, this is almost too good a deal to pass up. Oh, because it's the old ones. Bunch of fucking Philistines. What a bunch of fucking Philistines, man. Right, so I've just come across, I kid you not, right? I've just come across 3 old boxy Lehman Russes, right? Old boxy boys. For 20 quid each, or best offer. And it's because people are like, oh, I don't want the old boxy variant that comes with the las cannon and the las cannon and the hunter killer, the las cannon and the heavy bolters, I should say. And I'm just there thinking to myself, bro, like, it's a tank. It still go boom. Sorry, 4. Psh. Would you mind if I just scoot them now? Nah, man. Yeah, the old boxy ones. And I can make an offer on all of those ones. So I could probably get them a bit cheaper. Oh my god, someone's selling a huge guard army. Oh, look at this. Okay, yeah, look at this. How much would you pay for this, chat? Okay. Let's make sure I'm not fucking myself. Yeah. How much would you pay for this? So 2 super heavies, Gorgon and Crassus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Lehman Russes, 10 Chimeras, and a shitload of infantry. Pretty much all pre-painted. But the Chimeras are all 3D printed. That's the thing, right? I think it's all 3D printed, you know. That looks 3D printed as fuck. Oh, the cheeky little sausage. I think it's all 3D printed. Maybe some of it isn't. But I think a huge amount of it is. So that guy wants 1,840 quid. Or best offer. Too buku.
When it
Far
comes to
too
fighting
buku.
crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe. While
Far too buku. So guy here selling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Guy here selling 9 Lehman Russes. But they're all the boxy ones. With las cannon, heavy bolt. They're all got battle cannon. They've all got las cannon. They've all got heavy bolters. They're all the old boxy ones. But they are pre-painted to a good standard. 286 quid or best offer. Best offer. Yeah, El Clasico Supremacy. Exactly, right. Yeah, no, I don't want any of those. Right, I'm having a look at some of these other ones, though. That's an old-ass Demolisher. Oh, it's pretty fucking... no, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. Box only? Why are you selling me the box? Someone's trying... This is so obviously a scam. Someone's trying to sell the box of a Lehman Russ for £20. Like, get the fuck out of here, you fucking cunt. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking cunt. Right. Yeah, so I could probably get all the tanks for my Traitor Guards, like right now. Probably get like 4 or 5 Lehman Russes for like 80 quid. It's tempting. It is tempting. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Saved me a lot of pissing about. Someone's selling a Rogel Dawn with no minimum bid. That's going to go up, though. Would be kind of funny if I got a Rogel Dawn for a tenner, though. Yeah, no, I think that's basically like... Yeah, no bueno. No bueno. No bueno. Yeah, I think that's about it. Wait for the next guard nerf and start piling them in. But they might get a buff, and then I'm going to miss out. But then I'll just 3D print things, so... Yeah, no dramas, right? That's the thing. I could... Okay. Okay, real talk. If I offer this guy a $5 for his... I'm doing it. I'm going to offer this guy £5 for a Lehman Russ. Do you know why I'm going to offer this guy £5 for a Lehman Russ? Because it's this Lehman Russ. Okay? Like, it is a piece of shit. Right? The turret hatch is glued on wrong. There's a big shooter. There's no sponsons. But that would be pretty decent for a blood pack. Ironically, it would be quite good for a raggedy ass blood pack tank. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It'd be pretty good for a raggedy ass blood pack tank. So yeah, that guy's getting a $5. That's what he's getting. £5. Let's fucking see if he's... Sometimes it gets auto-rejected because it's like they've got like a minimum. Oh yeah, it declined it. Okay. I'll go £6. Sweet. Minimum was 6. Cosmic, I would love to send it your way, man, but it would cost me more to send it to you. So that kind of defeats the point of getting it for like £6. But unless I give it to you at Adepticon. But we'll see. We'll see. I do like it when you give me blood pack. Well, when you blood pack the fuck out of something. Cosmic, if you find... I tell you what, Cosmic. If you find something similar to that, some raggedy ass bullshit fucking tank that's destined for the scrap heap kind of thing, I will, and let me know, and I'll happily pay you to convert it, and then I'll pay the shipping for it to come over, right? But it's got to be on the cusp of going to an orc fucking scrap heap, right? Like, it's got to be on the cusp, right? Oh man, that's the qualifier. Yeah, that's the qualifier. I'm happy. That's how I'll do it. Right. This guy's not going to accept this in any way, shape, or form, but I'm going to take the piss. Let's just see. Duh. All right, sick. I found another one that I gave a minimum offer of 11. Oh my god, these things are like absolutely on the cusp of being unusable. But the fact they're covered in like random bits is awesome for me, because it's like, yeah, that just adds to like the chaos scrap heap fucking vibe. Yeah, I'm all about the chaos scrap heap, man. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the other bits. Send me, because I've already got the Tank of Terror, right? Which is like, that's an art piece, right? That's a fucking art piece. So what I fucking need is like 2 or 3 other tanks. That's what I need, like 2 or 3. I need like 3 other tanks realistically, right? I need like 4 Russes. So if I get the 2 that I've already got, I've got 1 already. If I get those 2 for next to nothing, that'll bring me up to 3. All I then need is like 1 more. And I actually have a spare Horus Heresy one. So just saying. Maybe closer than you think. But we'll leave it there for now. Yeah, we'll leave it there for now. All right. Let's have a look. Yeah. That's how you do it, though. You just go for something. Go for a proper shitbox. Go for a proper shitbox and then just lead into it being shitty as part of like the chaos. Like it's been like looted by the Chaos Boys. Yeah. Yeah, there's some Walario models that will work. Absolutely, there's some Walario models that will work. Yeah. All right, what have we got here? It's Poetic Terror. I blame you for that. Simon V77. Thank you for super chat. Hey, Mordian, are you getting dogs for your Konflikt 47? What, for the Brits? Oh, yeah. Yeah. 100%. I'm going to be... I'm getting the robots first. Then I'll be getting the dogs, basically. I basically want to get 1 starter army for the Brits. I'm kind of waiting to see... I'm kind of waiting to see what starts getting sold separately, and then I can sort of, because really need the Percival. Literally, what I want for my Brits is Mark 1 robots, Mark 2 robots, and dogs. Like that's really what I'm here for. So, yeah. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be getting the dogs. Ishmael, thank you for the super chat, man. Can someone help me recover my 40k models? I seem to have misplaced them in 3D printing discussion. Wink, wink. Shoot, would have loved to help them all. Right, let me have a look what you put here. I might not be able to share this on the screen. Alright, let me have a look, yeah. Right. Are you sure it's in 3D print discussion? I don't see it in 3D print discussion. Oh, I need them. Wait. Oh, wait. Sorry, man. I misunderstood what you were saying. I thought you said you would share. I thought you were saying like, hey, oh man, look, I dropped this here. It'd be a shame if someone picked it up whilst I wasn't looking. I thought that's the vibe you were going for. Right. What you're saying is you want to 3D print a whole bunch of shit. Can someone like slide into your DMs and be like, yo, I'll 3D print you some shit? Right. Anyone interested in printing a bunch of shit for Ishmael? Like, reach out on the Discord. There you go. There we are. Cosmic, thank you for super chat, man. Show us your Kill Team Tiki model in honor of Tiki. Right. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake, Cosmic. Right. I'll find. What? Ah, there we go. I was like, where the fuck even is it? I found it. Actually, it's in one of two places, the Kill Team. I think it's actually in the carry case. Yeah, Dovidas Vensk is in there. Just double check. God, I'm looking at 40 cases. I've not done that in ages. Alright. I have to go and find the model, but I know where it is. Oh, wait, no. I can't find it, Cosmic. I thought I knew exactly where it was. Lambast me. I'll keep looking for a minute. I thought I knew exactly where it was. It'll be in one of those... Oh, yes, I know where it is. I knew where it was. I knew where it was. Yeah, there you go. Oh, fucking hell. No, I knew where it was, man. There you go. The whole team. Yeah, I thought I'd put them away, but it turns out I have them basically in pride of place. Right down here, man. Got the whole gang. Got the whole gang. So no, don't worry, man. I actually have them. I have them closer to hand than I thought. Also, I have a fuckload of blood pact. I didn't realize how much fucking blood pact I've painted. I have a fuckload of blood pact. I have loads of them. Cosmic shows Tank of Terror. That was an eBay fix. Yeah, I know where that bad boy is. Wait, no, he's up. He is in here, but he's up here. Yeah, there you go. Tank of Terror. I fucking love this thing, man. It's so fucking sick. It's so fucking sick, bro. Yeah, man. Look at this fucking thing. It's honestly great. It's honestly great. You know what, Cosmic? You know what? You did such a good job on this. I'm actually genuinely fucking tempted to take you up on that offer of sending you those other Russes. Because, like, I reckon you would, you'd fucking mash them up. Because this is such a good vehicle. Do you know what I mean? It's such a good vehicle. Like, I forget how fucking awesome it is until I get it out and look at it. I'm like, damn. Damn, son. Damn. You know? So, yeah. Like, Cosmic. Serious talk, man. Serious talk. If you can do some like scrap heap challenge kind of shit here, you know, if you've got like some models that are destined for the scrap heap that you can, you know, tank of terror the fuck out of. I actually almost don't care what it is, whether it's Lehman Russ, Chimera, whatever it may be, man. Whatever it may be, like, slide into my DMs and I'll literally like slide in. You know, let me know, like, how much it'll be, and I can thumbs up it and thumbs down it. Like, this, you know, like, ideally we want the shittier the better, right? The shittier the better. That's it. But yeah, that was so fucking cool, man. Because it just looks fucking mental. Like, it's the corpses on the side. It just looks fucking mental, man. Yeah. It looks so good. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So yeah, Cosmic, I got something. Oh, cool. Right. Well, I'll look forward to you sliding into my DMs like that banana, that potassium injection slides into my bum. Yeah, Cosmic, amazing, man. Of course. Yeah, I'll happy. Yeah, of course. That's awesome, man. Happy to help with shipping and stuff, as always, mate. Yeah, no dramas. I want to say a big thank you next to Rallis. Rallis, thank you for the super chat, bro. Current hobby progress in stream discussion. Had to add the demon. Let's have a look. Oh, he's gone fucking demons. He's gone demons. Let's have a look. Mate, they look fucking great. Look at this fucking mental bastard, man. It looks like the ghost from Ghostbusters, the slimy one, but then like 40Kified. They look awesome, man. Is that all like 3D printed stuff? That's cool, man. Wow, look at that mental fucking model, bro. Yeah, shit, man. 40K Slimer, yeah, all 3D printed. Wow. Bro, like, 3D printing's fucking great, man. Holy shit, man. Every single one of those models is actually fucking stunning. Like, the sculpts are stunning and the paint jobs that you're doing on them are even more stunning, man. Shit, son. Looking good. Next, we've got Butt Mountain. Thank you for the super chat. K47 Army expansion advice in stream discussion. Let's have a look. K47 Japan. I have one Chi Nu Shiboru, one Chi Ha Shiboru, one Ghost Squad proxy, two Shiboru snipers, two Shiboru rifle squads, two Shibito squads, one 105mm artillery, one 47mm AT gun. On the way, new K47 Japan starter set, bolt action support box, bolt action weapon teams box. Anything else I should go for or consider eventually? So you're going to have two Ghost Warrior squads because of the K47 starter set. You're going to have the two snipers, two Shibura rifle squads, two Shibito squads. You're going to have shitloads of armor. Okay, so points-wise, you definitely don't need... Oh, shit, there's more pictures for... I'm going to... Rallis, I just noticed you posted a bunch more pictures. I'll come to those as well in a moment, man. So strictly speaking, I don't think you need anything else. You definitely have got 1,500 points there. Right? One for sure. There's two things you might want to consider. You might want to consider some more power armor. But obviously you're going to get 5 in your Konflikt 47 Starch Army, but you might want to consider like another 5 or a couple of additional 5-man squads. But I'd wait and see if they get sold separately outside of the starter army. And then the other thing I would consider, which might sound crazy, it's just a box of basic Japanese infantry, because Japanese infantry is fanatical for free, and so you can just take like 12 shit munchers, and they're actually just really solid as a fanatical meat wave. Yeah. So yeah. Like I would say couple of bit of extra power armor, and then some basic bozos. But I think those are I think you should consider those nice to have, because you've got the Shibura rifle squads, you've got the Shibito, you've got the artillery, you've got the weapon teams, you've got the armor. Those are literally nice to have. Yeah. Transports? Transports wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah. I think I don't know actually. A truck or two, some cheap trucks or two. I think having some Shiburu rifle guys in a cheap truck, bomb it forward, jump out, and point blank range someone could be quite interesting. Yeah. But yeah, I think a truck or two is I think everything is a nice to have. You have a very good selection of units there. You do not need anything else. But I also understand that you're like, Mordian, if I was asking about what I fucking needed, I'm asking about what I want to get. And so there's a big difference between need and want, right? So if you are looking to expand your K47 because you want to, then I think a box of basic Japanese, a little bit more power armor, and some trucks would be a couple of areas to explore for sure. There you go, man. All right. But dude, that is a very, very, very solid start, man. Very, very solid start. Yeah, you're gonna have 4 pieces of armor, 2 ghost squads. Yeah, that's a really I don't think you strictly speaking need anything else, but it's a case of what you where you might want to expand just for army variety. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Rallis, that was it. You had some more guards up here, didn't you, that I missed? Yeah, sorry, man, about missing this before. Nice. Dude, love that. I actually know the I think there's a kit that comes with those sponsors, isn't it? Yeah, they're really good. Like the 3D printed one. Yeah. Yeah, man. I remember I came across this after I had I'd bought all my plastic ones, and I was like, fuck it. Nah, love the color scheme, by the way, bro. Yeah. Hey, if you've you know those side armor panels there, I found a bunch, but I couldn't find the 3D printed files for any. If you've got like the files for those or the source for the files, because obviously if they're like paid files, I'm happy to pay the content, the creator that made them. But if you've got like a link to those side armor panels, I'd appreciate that, bro. I've got a bunch that I could do with printing out. Yeah, those are great, man. Nice. Those are cool. Love a bit of Kazakin. Yeah, perfect, Alice. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Oh, wow, look at that. Absolute beast of a model, that. Not just a beast of a model, but a beast of a color scheme as well. Really, really well done, man. Absolute, really, really eye-catching. The purple and the blue, look at that. The purple and the blue is just, just smashing it, man. Yeah, really good. Sick, mate. Sick. Really good. Amazing. All right. All righty. Ho. Where are we up to? Yeah, Raz, I think you did a really good job on those, man. Like, seriously. Alrighty, ho. So, we're getting towards the end of the stream, because no, I'm not doing another streaming till 5 in the fucking morning stream. I actually have some videos I need to record. I need to be recorded. Yeah, we didn't get any stream highlights out of today's stream as well, which is fine, because I've got like 16 stream highlights. I got a lot of stream highlights. Although... there was a topic of discussion, but I'm worried a little bit that Cosmic will put a banana up my bum. And I feel like I've been pretty good at avoiding the salt tonight. You know, I feel like I've been pretty good at avoiding the salt tonight. So yeah. Beef. I tell you what, let me blow my nose, man. And then I need to get to airborne. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to mute my mic so you guys don't have to hear it. I suppose there was one potential stream highlight. There was one potential stream highlight, which was the butterfly thing. But that's a very, very strong maybe. That's like possibly the most unhinged stream highlight I've ever done. And yeah, I don't know if I actually want to highlight it. But I'll write it down, and then at least I can check it out. Like, I can check it out, can't I?
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
Boy logs off talking about Qua. Oh, man. Talk. Oh, man. Alright, what have we got here? Pay all the butterflies. Make butterflies paid content. Fuck's sake. Right, everyone, let's have a look. How can I help, man? Thank you for the support, bro. Greetings, sir. There is my current 40k collection. Do you have any list suggestions for me? My LGS plays mostly 1500 points duel, but I could do a 2000.1. Also, what would you recommend for me to get next? Okay, so you've got Lord Marshal, Dreer, Sergeant Harker, Sly Marbo, Colonel Schaefer, or as a Cading Seller or Commissar. So 3 Krieg squads. Are they 10-man Krieg squads or 20-man Krieg squads? Oh, wait, no, wait. Oh, 3 Krieg command squads, sorry. Lehman Russ, can be vanquished, Marshal Executioner, 10% Engineer, 10 Catachans, 70 Death Corps, 4 artillery teams, 3 Bulgarian, 15 combat engineers, Career Weapon Squad, 15 Death Riders, Sentinel, Basilisk, Malcador, Chimera. So, airborne, like, long story short, if you're looking for areas to expand, like where to get next. You just need tanks, man. So you've got a solid infantry corps there. So I'd say maybe 3 more Bulgrin, because a squad of 6 is nice. But that's more of a nice to have. Like, you've got 10 Katachans, you've got 3 Krieg platoons, plenty of engineers as well, you know, Death Riders. So your infantry corps is absolutely solid, man. Absolutely solid. You genuinely just need, like, tanks. That's it. Artillery, you've got 1 Basilisk. But then you've got 4 artillery teams. So yeah, no, you're sorted. So artillery covered, infantry covered. You just need more than 1 Lehman Russ. Yeah, if your next 3 purchases were Lehman Russes, that would be sensible. Yeah. As for list building, I mean, you're somewhat, due to the nature of the fact that you're basically an all infantry army, I feel like you're somewhat forced to go into recon guard. As for list building suggestions, I mean, I feel like you're basically at the point where you're just taking what you've got, because there's not a huge amount of points. It's not like you've got, I mean, you might have more points than I'm giving you credit for, to be fair. I'm saying like you've not got like 3,000 points, but you might do, to be fair. I might be fucking wrong. Let's look at the Krieg blobs. 3 of them. 3 Krieg command squads. Just get that nailed down first. Yeah. Squad of the old Katachans for a bit of scouty scout. Fucking chuck the old scout sentinel in there. Give it a las cannon. That's at 750 points right now. Artillery teams, we definitely want 2 of them. And the Cadian Castellan to babysit them. That's solid. So I would run your Death Riders, but I'd say they were Rough Riders. Just be like, yeah, they're just like, that counts as Rough Riders, because Death Riders are kind of shit. So I'd take. I mean, honestly, I'd take fucking 2 squads of fucking of Rough Riders, man. Yeah, I mean, then you have to take that Vanquisher, so you might as well take it as an Executioner. As a tank commander with a Vanquisher. It's probably... I'll put the Katachans in a Chimera, actually. So that's 85 points, isn't it? Yeah, and then take... So the Katachans go in a Chimera. You got 60 Death Corps Krieg Infantry with officer support. 2 artillery teams officer support. A Scout Sentinel. Let's go for a couple of Krieg engineer squads. They're like 70 points each, right? And then to get up to 2,000 points, I'd just be like... I'd go to combined arms at that point, and then I'd go... Fuck the engineers off at that point. Yeah, sick. So this is the list I would run, mate. Oh, you don't have all of this stuff yet, but it's stuff to aim for, right? 3 blobs of Krieg, each one with a command squad. A squad of Katachans and a Chimera. A Cadian Castellan and 2 artillery teams. I'd take the Scout Sentinel, 2 Fireman Rough Rider squads. I'd then take 2 tank commanders as executioners and 2 vanquishers. That comes into about 1,900 points. You got 100 points left over for whatever you want. Yeah. There you go. That's my general vibe. Oh, Chimera. There should be a Chimera in there as well. Yeah, I already mentioned that. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. There you go, Airborne. Hope that helps, mate. You need to get yourself some Lehman Russes, and then you'll be able to get to 2,000 points of like really like good shit. Yeah, yeah. Other than that, I mean, if I add everything up that you've got, you've probably got 2,000 points if you just take everything you've got, right? Let's have a look. We won't take Dreer just for now, though. So we'll take Cady Castellan with Grand Strategist plus 3 artillery teams. That's the maximum you can take, right? Then take 3 Krieg blobs and 3 command squads. Then take Catachans in a Chimera. Then take 1 Lemur's tank commander who can just order himself. And fuck it, he can order the Basilisk whilst he's at it. Take all the Rough Riders. Take all the Engineers. And if you do... And then, yeah, you got the Krieg Heavy Weapon team. It's like 75 points, right? Boom, you're up to 1,980 points. If you take Castellan, 3 command squads, Lemur's tank commander with Vanquisher cannon, Catachans in Chimera, 3 20-man blows of Death Corps with command squads, 3 artillery teams, 3 5-man engineer squads, Krieg Heavy Weapon squad, 15 Rough Riders, and a Basilisk, it comes to 1,980 points. Yeah, you're 20 points under, but it's not a big deal. I'm not sure what you could do with it, to be fair. You just take... I'll tell you what you do, man. You just take Creed. You take Colonel Schaffer as Creed. There you go. There you go. All right. Hope that helps, Airborne. There you go. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Another example, look to Graves Tank as an eBay rescue. Dude, I fucking love the Graves Tank, man. Fucking love that shit. Here you go, man. Fucking love that bad boy. Got that fucking cultist strapped to the front of the tank. Looks sick, mate. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Love that shit, man. Yeah. Dude, we've not even got the best bit yet. The Morty-mobile. Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. You're Cosmec. There's a reason we call you Cosmec, right? Yeah. Right? Right? So, I can stay up a little later. Chat, I can stay up a little later, but you have to have a little risk of, and the reason I can stay up a little later is if I can get a stream highlight out of it, because, not because I'm being like a knobhead, but because you guys, I've been very open. I'm trying to get ahead on as much content as possible. And this is something that I did want to talk about. So it's okay. Lewis, it's okay. It's okay. It's something I want to talk about. Yeah. I want to say, though, man, look, 389 votes. 389 votes on the poll. That's a lot of votes. And the overwhelming, over fucking whelming winner is Konflikt 47. Wow. That's cray-cray. That is actually crazy. If you combine 40k together, it is 44%. That's true simple logic. And I did think the same thing. But then I did think that the people that want 40k 10th edition are going to be very different to the people that want 40k 4th edition. I don't actually think there's cross-compatibility there. Do you know what I mean? I don't think there's actually cross-compatibility there. So, it's still mad, though, that 4th edition's got 20% of the vote. Like, that's like 80 votes, roughly. I'm here for all 40k. That's fair, simple logic. That's fair. But which one did you vote for, simple logic, I suppose, is the big question. Right, I want to find something. I don't know if that's right, if that's the one. Oh, that was it. I'm just gonna see if I can find the point. Go see if I can find the point. All right. Just give me a second. I'm listening to something, but I'm not sure. You guys, I've turned the desktop audio off, so you guys shouldn't hear it. All right, 1 minute. All right, 1 second. I'm going to give you guys a bit of background music for a second. I'm doing this on the fly, boys. Okay, I think I found it. Yes, okay, here we go. Okay, so I found what I wanted to find, which is good. And we'll see if this goes somewhere. We'll do it a little bit off the cuff. We're doing it a little bit off the cuff, all right? So this might be a little rough around the old edges. Edges? But I think there's something here, right? I think there's something here. So I want to... It's a little... It's a bit of... how should we put this? I think we are looking at a bit of end of stream salt substitute. Maybe not a full blown. I don't think this will be super salty, but it's definitely going to be salt adjacent. I don't think it's going to be super beefy, but I think it will be beef adjacent. Okay? Okay, so I'm being very upfront with you guys. Like, I saw this the other day, and I thought it was quite a good point, and I liked it, and so I kind of wanted to, talk about it. All right, so let's have a look. Let me have a little think, gentlemen. I came across something the other day that I thought was quite interesting. So, as you guys know, I'm not only a bit of a I'm somewhat of a content creator myself, you know, but I'm also quite a bit of a content consumer. And I really like to see what other 40k content creators are talking about. And I came across a really interesting video the other day from Liam Dempsey. Now, it's kind of interesting. My journey as a content consumer with Liam has actually been ongoing longer than I really thought about it. But I used to love it when I watched him on Winter's SEO, and then he went off to his own channel, which is great, and he's been doing really well from that. And I think he's got a really good setup and everything, and so that's cool. Now I haven't seen eye to eye with him on a lot of stuff. Like, for example, he did a video, itchy shoulder. He did a video like a year or so ago around like how people who leak stuff are like not great. But I think he caught a lot more flack from that than was actually fair, because his take wasn't, oh, well, leaking stuff is bad. Because he was like, hey, look, if you don't have an NDA with GW and you can get the content out first, then, like, that's obviously good for your business. Like, it sucks for us because we have got the NDA, but, like, I get, like, that's the advantage of not having the NDA, right? Sometimes you're going to get things out ahead of other people, ahead of us. So, but he said the problem was that when you've got, like, his problems was with people who, like, just fed the leaks to, like, the content creators themselves, but, like, they didn't really get any recognition for it or anything. They were just, like, leaking it for some other reason, which I still don't agree with that at all, because at the end of the day, people just like being part of the exciting process, right? And I've talked about this before. Whenever I've got, like, leaks and whatnot, all the leaks I've ever received have basically been from like fairly random people who have just been like, hey, I found this codex that clearly shouldn't have been on my local store's shelf yet, but they obviously it was a Sunday and the staff covering the day put the codex out earlier, earlier than they should have done. So there you go. So yeah, I've had a few so I bought it and I've sent some pictures to you. So that's kind of, yeah, that's generally where leaks come from. It's not actually some sort of weird conspiracy or anything. So I didn't agree with him on that, but I think he caught a bit more flack because it obviously people sort of took him out of context and were like, hey, Liam says that leakers are absolute evil, utter bastards. And that's not what he said. And he was actually really clear about that, but obviously things taken out of context and everything. Anyway, point is, I like Liam. I've been watching his content for a little while, and I think he's generally a good lad. I don't agree with everything that he says, but generally speaking, I think he's fairly sincere in what he says. But he did say something the other day, which I thought was really, really good. and it was on one of his live streams, and he kind of summarized something that I've been feeling myself, but way more succinctly and way better than I did. So I thought, you know what? I want to highlight this little segment of his live stream, and then kind of, you know, obviously I'll link you guys to his live streams. You guys can go and watch, and you can like and subscribe and all that kind of good stuff, and you can support his channel. But then I kind of want to sort of add my own kind of like perspective to it. But here we go. So let me put a link down in chat for you guys first, because that's the right thing to do. Let's get this. Let's do our etiquette, as it were. And then let's have a look at the recording in question. So it was, can narrative players also ruin Warhammer? And it's that, and the answer to that is absolutely true. There is such a thing as being being a toxic casual, as well as being a toxic competitive player. There's two different kinds of toxicity, though, and also people can hide behind a cloak of saying their narrative when really it's just a coincidence that it's a coincidence that they're running a narrative army, but it's always got the most powerful things in it, which it's not really narrative at that point. At that point, you might as well just be honest about it. You might as well just call it out. But anyway, one bit that they actually talked about was the narrative of 40k. Where does narrative come from? And they're sort of going back and forth on, you know, how a narrative is built. And the other chap here, Joe, this is actually the first time me seeing Joe. I don't know if I haven't watched Liam in a little while, so maybe he's been part of the channel for a while and I've just forgotten. So apologies, Joe, if that is the case. I don't mean to lambaste you, sir. But Joe was making a good point about how, like, you know, when you're doing a narrative game, it's about, like, you've got to have everyone on board. Everyone's got to be in the same mindset and everything. And then when you're laying the table out, you have to make sure that you when you're building the board, that's building the narrative. And I want to push back on that a little bit in a moment. But I will say that, because I think Liam pushes back on it in a really good way. But what Joe was basically saying is, when you're having a narrative game, a lot of the effort needs to come from the players themselves. You can't just have the narrative being, oh, my guys always have the most powerful shit. Because that's just, yeah, oh, it's just a coincidence, right? You've got to have people on the same page. And whilst there's and that's interesting, because that means that basically the onus is entirely on the players. And then what Liam comes in with right now is a really, really, really phenomenally good point. And I'm going to let the man speak for himself. But I thought this was a really, really good point, and I thought it was really worth highlighting. And I think, well, I won't give it any more. Just I'll let the man speak. Let me just go back a little bit. Oh, sorry, no sound. Let me go back again. I knew I'd pressed the wrong button.
Play out there. Because we are aware of all that information, we are able to make a
There we
narrative.
go.
I already have a scope for what I can tell them, why they're playing on this board, etc., etc. And that in turn gives you the story, and you play out the narrative. How it ends.
I think it gives you the starting point of the story.
Yeah.
The table gives you the starting point of the story. The thing that I've always believed in firmly is that the dice are the things that then tell you the story.
That's
Which is
such
why I
a
never
big.
use a command point reroll.
And my old
So
business
good.
partner used to say categorically, and it's a phrase it's never left me. You let the dice tell the story. You don't need to come up with a narrative.
No,
because the dice will do it for you.
You can be like, this is where we are. This is why we're here. We don't know what's going to happen.
It's
yet.
one of the reasons why I've said it a million times before. It's one of the reasons why I hate command point reroll so much, because what they do is they rob you of that narrative moment.
Yes,
Yeah.
100%.
So, you know, it could be something simple like a custodian terminator.
Let me give my own example here just before I forget. But I agree 100% with that sentiment. The dice tell the story. One of the big things that has changed in Warhammer is it used to be that the dice told the story. And now, because results are so consistent, because of the nature of not just command point rerolls, but all of the rerolls in general, because the dice now never fall where they may, because the results are always almost to a certain degree guaranteed, the dice never tell the story anymore. And this is the key to understanding where the flavor has gone. Because people talk about the loss of flavor in 40k. But then they never seem to be able to explain why the game is less flavorful. Because in theory, there's so many more options available now than in the past. There's so many more data sheets. There's so many more units. There's so many more like missions. There's loads and loads and loads more in 40k. Yet how come, even after the addition of Lost, how come with how much has been gained over the years? Like, if I go back and look at my 4th edition Guard Codex, do you want to know how many Lehman Russ variants I have in there? 2. Battle Tank and Demolisher. That's it. But how come when I go and play a game of 4th edition, or I go and play a game of Oldhammer, it feels more flavorful? Because there's basically no rerolls in that game. There's very, very few rerolls. And so the dice fall where they may, and so the dice tell story. That's where the flavor comes from. That's where organic flavor comes from. We've talked about organic hype versus manufactured hype. That's where organic flavor comes from. If you, the players, are having to put in all of the work, if you, the players, are having to put in, like, okay, we're going to like pull our punches in this way, I'm going to build my list in this way, and we're going to set the board up this way. If you're doing all of the work, then in many ways, that is manufactured flavor. Because you guys have had to make that happen. It hasn't happened naturally of its own volition. It's you are putting all the effort in, and it's really, really hard for manufactured flavor to hit right. It can do it. It absolutely can do it. Don't get me wrong. But I feel like it's so much harder, and it's so much rarer that it's so much less satisfying than just, oh my God, who remembers that epic moment when XYZ happened, right? Now, one example that I want to use this example before I forget regarding the command point reroll thing. Do you guys remember when Simon and I did those couple of narrative battle reports? And there was that, and the second one we did, there was a moment when Simon's Scarabs attacked my Valkyrie because it was in hover mode. And the Scarabs, my Valkyrie had 1 wound left, and the Scarabs did 1 wound, and I failed my save. And then, because I couldn't help myself, because I was only just going through this process that I've been going through. I was still very much a competitive player. I used a command point reroll. And then I passed the save. And Simon and I both looked at each other. We talked about this afterwards in like the Saltcast. Simon and I both looked at each other and went, that's ruined it. That's ruined it. That command point reroll ruined what should have been epic. Because what should have happened is I failed that dice roll, and then the epic, like, immersive, like, moment was like the Scarabs, like, you know, the Valkyrie is like, you know, it comes in, it hovers, the Scions fast rope out the sides, and then swarming up from the ground itself was a carpet of Scions. You know, maybe they, like, before the ropes could be re-extended, they scrabble up the ropes, they start swarming around the Valkyrie. One of them makes it into a vent. You know, the Valkyrie's like smoking and buffering. One of them makes it into like the exhaust vent, gets sucked in, explodes the engine. We got a Black Hawk down, we got a Black Vac down, as the Valkyrie like Super 6 going down, starts spinning. All of that should have happened. All of that should have happened. And instead, none of that happened because of the command point reroll. And you could have said, yeah, well, you didn't need to use that reroll. You know, you're right. I didn't need to use it. But the temptation was there, and I fell for the temptation. And we are all human, and it's a massive ask. It's a massive ask of yourself and of your opponent for them to make the obviously wrong choice. And if you make the obviously wrong choice, then what are you doing? Manufacturing narrative, manufacturing hype. Because it didn't happen naturally. It didn't happen organically. So your weakness changes. I know, Cosmic. I know, right? But the point is like, that's the difference between manufactured hype, manufactured narrative, and organic narrative. Anyway, I'll let Liam continue on.
Charging down.
I'll go back a second.
It could be something simple like a custodian terminator charging down a I don't know,
The commissar.
Yeah, I mean normally not Imperium, but or an orc, right? And that orc can level his shooter and just pull the trigger in hope, because let's face it, and that one time where you hit and then you wound and he's got one wound left and he fails it and he dies, is for me the things that make Warhammer.
Yes, 100%. 100%. Retweet.
Yes.
But
I don't use Twitter, but sure.
Yeah, because you're like, re-roll my 2-up save.
Yeah, I'm fine.
It's like, oh, shock horror as a D6 dice game, I've got, quite a good chance of not rolling on one again. It does happen, but it takes the feeling out of the game. And you only need 1 or 2 moments like that within a game where the narrative is drawn out of it.
100%. 100%.
The current rule set is true of this.
I want to hear that again.
Because you're like, re-roll my 2-up save.
Yeah, I'm fine.
It's like, oh, shock horror as a D6 dice game, I've got, quite a good chance of not rolling on one again. It does happen, but it takes the feeling out of the game. And you only need 1 or 2 moments like that within a game where the narrative is drawn out of
there's
it.
old moments.
100%. It only takes 1 or 2 moments for an epic thing to happen. But it also only takes 1 or 2 moments to be robbed to ruin a game as well. That's like, when you think back of some of the most epic games that you've played, it wasn't epic every single moment of every single turn. There was 1 or 2 moments that stood out above the rest. Exceptional moments, which made the entire game, which made the entire thing. And the problem when you don't have those moments, you lose the flavor.
I don't know if it's the current rule set is true of this, because I haven't played the current rule set, but the last rule set of bolt action, there is for reference, those of you who don't know, the rule set's quite simplistic, right? And
bolt action mentioned,
hit and then someone takes a wound and goes down. You don't have this roll to hit, roll to wound, roll a saving throw type stuff. But what's interesting is you have a base hit of like a 4+, and then if you're moving, it goes to a 5+, and if your opponent's moving, it goes to a 6+, and if you're firing over some terrain, it can go to a 6 followed by a 6, right? So you get these shots.
That's the old set, the old system.
6, if you successfully roll a dice, you have to pick it up and roll a 6 again, and that's the only way you get the hit. Right, which most 40k players are going to go because they're so used to 2s, we roll everything, wound on 2s, everything, -4, They're so used to that that when you hear about something that's a 6 followed by a 6, you go, "Oh, that's disgusting." But when those moments happen, on the tabletop,
magic, isn't it?
they're magic moments. Right, 100%. And
so we don't have that in bolt action anymore. Because honestly, the 6s followed by 6s, they were epic when they happened. They were, but a lot of the time you roll dice and not much happened, right? But but fortunately with bolt action, you still get those epic moments because especially with things like mortars, for example. So the ability the first time you fire a mortar, it hits on a 6. And the first time just being like, hey, I'm going to roll the dice. Way, I got a 6. Like every time, it's so you obviously, it's like, oh, I got a 5 that time. I'm getting close. Do you know what I mean? So you still, bolt action still has basically no rerolls. And it still really has that element of the dice will fall where they may. And one of the things that I love, we were talking about I've got the book here actually. We were talking about the armies of the Soviet Union, right? One of the things that I love about this book is you really get a sense of how you really get a sense of that sort of enemy at the gates narrative with the book. And a great example of this is is for the motherland. So if you have an inexperienced unit within 12 inches of an enemy unit, you can roll a dice before doing the order test. And on a 4, 5, or 6, you just you lose a pin. Okay? Now, inexperienced units, even with just 1 pin, are very unlikely to do as they're told. But if you clear that pin, then your inexperienced unit basically goes, they're clutching the Mosin maybe they've been conscripted from the other side of the Urals, like, oh my fucking God, oh my God, oh my God. And then they're like, for the motherland, Ulra! And they just get up and like they charge into cover, like, ah! And like, it shouldn't have happened. You should have taken your pin. You should have been pinned down. You should have failed your order test. You should have been hugging the dirt. Now the little pissant bitch boy conscripts that you are, the little scared, untrained conscripts that everyone says you are. But actually what happened is you lost the pin. You got the fucking, or you then get to do your order. No dramas whatsoever. You fly into the enemy unit and you go down swinging. You do one of those classic enemy at the gate style bayonet charges, and it's awesome. And there's no reroll on that. It's just a hey, you know, on a 4-up maybe you lose a pin. On a 4-up maybe your lads remember what they're fighting for. And it's cool. It's really, 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 really cool. Yeah. So I totally get it. Bolt Action and Konflikt 47 have so many of those organic moments. Yeah.
I've played the older version of the game. I played a number of Bolt Action games where, you know, you'll roll your tank out and you'll get hit by something like a tiger in the first turn, and it'll actually blow your tank up.
Yeah.
And you both celebrate the moment, and the reason why you both celebrate the moment is because it's so fucking rare that happens. Fuck, that's cool as shit. And I want that back in Warhammer.
Yes. Such a good point. So yeah, like, it's such a good point. Like, whenever a tank pops in Bolt Action, it's awesome. Like, no one, look, it's a goddamn tiger. Like, you know that scene in Fury where they're driving down the road and then the round just comes in from the side, just blows up the rear Sherman, and then we all know that they would shoot the front Sherman first for actual tactical doctrine, but whatever, right? It's a movie. But like that feeling, that scene exists. You can recreate that basically in every game Bolt Action that you play. Having a tiger in cover on ambush. Sherman rolls round, and you just go, fire! And it's fucking bang, done. Like the scene where the Shermans are crossing the field, and the infantry use them for cover, you can recreate that scene. Because guess what? In Bolt Action, your tanks, any infantry hiding behind your tanks, get heavy cover. Which basically means they get a 4+ save. Against any shooting, doesn't matter what it is, they get a 4+ save. Because they've got the bulk of the tank sheltering them. Really, really, really cool. Really, 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 really cool, right? Now, if I put my infantry behind a Lehman Russ in 40k, what happens? Nothing. Doesn't even block line of sight because you can shoot under the tracks, technically. Because you can draw a line of sight from any point in the model to any point in the model. So you cannot recreate anything epic like that. Yeah, like, so I absolutely agree with what Liam's saying here. Like those moments when a single, like people think, if you tell a 40k player, oh yeah, in like Bolt Action, my 400 point tank can be one shot, they'll go, that's stupid. They'll go, ugh. But when you play it in Bolt Action, it's awesome because it makes every dice tense. Because sure, your tiger should be able to tank that hit from the enemy T-34, from the enemy Sherman. It should be fine. It's a heavy tank. It should be fine. But there is absolutely a possibility, albeit a slim one, that your opponent gets that hit, beats your armor. You fail your save. And that round goes through, gets a penetrating hit, cooks off the fucking ammo, and you do your best turret toss impression. Yeah. It can happen. And that's why it's such an exciting game because you're like, whoa, oh shit, he got the hit, but it's all right. My armor protect me. Whoa, oh, he got the wound. Okay. I've only got soft cover here. I need that 5 up. Oh, I failed it. Okay. Right, it's a glancing hit. Okay, as long as he doesn't roll a 6. Oh, fuck, he's rolled a 6. Oh, fuck. Shouldn't you know? Your opponent's hit on a 5. He's penning on a 6. You've got to fail a 5 or a 4 up save. Then he's got to roll. There's all these barriers to it. It very rarely happen, but when it does, you're not even mad. You're like, way, yeah, man. Cosmic, first game of K47, first shot. My Sherman killed a walking panther and beat the armor while advancing. Yeah, man. So you hit on a 5. You wounded on a 5. Jenny failed a 5 up save, and then you had to get like a 4, 5, or a 6. All of those things. Like, there's so many things where that should have failed, and it just popped off. That's a hell of a way to start my first K47 game. Exactly, man. And that moment right there hooked you. That moment right there absolutely fucking hooked you. Yeah. There you go.
And when John came down for the
go back 1 second.
Happens,
yeah.
That you go, fuck, that's cool as shit.
Yeah.
And I want that back in Warhammer.
I agree. I want that back in Warhammer as well. Yeah. I want that back in Warhammer. Now, the big question is, how do we get that back in Warhammer? Because a lot of people are used to the new way of doing things now. And I think you've got 2 solutions. Either you just bite the bullet and you go, right, we're bringing that back. We're just bringing that back. Or, and I won't bang on about this too much because I've talked about it a little bit plenty of times. You bring back, you release a 40K Classic Edition, right? Because think about the language. I want to bring that back. Well, that's like almost going like a step backwards. And if you're bringing something back, what that means is you're trying to appeal to an older audience. Not necessarily old, old is the wrong term. You're trying to appeal to a previous audience rather than trying to cultivate a new audience. And GW is all about the funnel of getting new players in, right? I really feel like if they had like a classic edition, it's not a case of bringing that back. It feels actually like a step forward because you're not bringing something back into the game, you're releasing a new game, and it's a step forward, not a step backwards. So that's why, and people say, well, you could just go and play 4th edition, Mordy. And my answer to that is, yeah, I can, but like Old World did for fantasy, having a place where all the different disparate tribes can come together, the people that play 2nd, people that play 3rd, people that play 4th, people that, the mad bastards that play 6th and 7th, you can bring them all under one banner again, and it also gives the whole thing a sense of legitimacy. But GW doesn't need to do much with it. They can do the same approach they did with Old World with it. But yeah, anyway, moving on.
When John came down for the Heresy launch, and we played Heresy on stream. And I actually really like the new version of Heresy. I don't like.
I'm retweeting again, Liam.
I don't like Marines on Marines personally.
I'll disagree. I'll disagree there, but there's no point in going into it. Summary. I think Heresy 3.0 can be a totally good game in its own right, but I wanted Old Hammer, and Heresy 3.0 is an Old Hammer, and that's okay. But I'm jonesing for some Old Hammer, and GW right now can't offer me any. But there we go.
But I have a real desire to start building a Heresy armor in the near future. Because I'm obviously my favorite thing in the world is Eldar, so I can't play Eldar in Heresy. But the thing that I like.
Sorry, guys, I didn't realize he was an Eldar player. No, I'm joking.
Liked about it is we finished like the first 2 battle rounds, and I'm like, we've got most of our stuff left.
Yeah.
What's going on here? Because it's rarer for shit to just die, and then you get to spend more time using your units and using your toys, and we had this epic duel between whoever the two
Magnus
Primarchs
and
were.
Russ.
Yeah, Magnus and Russ, exactly. And I'm like, that's what it's about.
Quick comment, and they are going a little bit off topic here, so we'll see where, because it's a live stream, so the conversation's going to meander. Of course it is. The reason why you tend to find things are over very quickly in 40k is because smaller board sizes, yet the boards have got smaller, but yet the stats have got bigger, including movement. So maneuverability, units have never been more maneuverable. Okay. Units are, I don't want to say that because there's probably some example where someone can pull it out, but units are extremely maneuverable in 40k, and yet the boards are smaller. So everything's front loaded for that. But the second reason is actually cumulative scoring. If you don't have to preserve units to score at the end of the game, then you have no incentive to do that, especially if you've gone first. Because if you've gone first, you need to basically stop your opponent from jumping on the objectives at the end. So it's a little bit more to it, but one of the reasons why 40k it's not end of game scoring. It's because this also used to happen back in Old Hammer as well, so it's more nuanced than that. It's Old Hammer. It's cumulative scoring and the IGO-UGO system. In fact, it's basically the IGO-UGO system, because you have end of game scoring in other game systems like Konflikt 47 and Bolt Action, and yet because those have the dice bag mechanic, you don't have this. You need to make sure that you're keeping something around for the end game. Whereas in 40k, because of the nature of the IGO-UGO system plus the scoring system, but mostly IGO-UGO, there's less of that going on. So, but yes, that's why when you leave 40k, you start realizing there's a lot of there's a lot of games that things aren't over by turn 2. In fact, most games, the first couple, even Old World, the first couple of turns are positional, and then the game really heats up 3 and 4, and then there's a mad scrabble 5 and 6. But there's something happening in every single turn, not just the first couple with let's talk it out.
Going off topic, but the challenges in Heresy is chef's kiss for epic narrative moments. But you notice how many rerolls are there in Heresy?
Fuck all, none.
Yeah.
But I also think, and I said this last night, right?
Yeah.
Quickly.
No rerolls on Heresy.
It's difficult to really.
You guys know I shit on Heresy a lot, but no rerolls on Heresy, massive buff, big buff, big awesomeness. Love that.
Find competitive versus narrative because it's such a spectrum. I 100% agree with that.
Oh, yeah.
On every level, I agree with that. And I think often society does it for everything in the world, but in the Warhammer world specifically, often we assign this tag of competitive and this tag of narrative, and we kind of treat this spectrum of people as the descriptor when the spectrum's actually that wide. And I think we do have to be careful, but the words are relevant so people have an idea of which sort of side of the coin we're talking about. What was I going to say before that? Heresy. So the rerolls, right? So Heresy is beautiful because of the lack of rerolls, or one of the reasons why. Actually, Age of Sigmar is the same. Yeah, I think.
Oh, they're losing me.
Interesting is rerolls exist in 40k as a way to maintain a D6 system, but have a multiple sets of results, more than 6. Right. So at the moment, if you roll a D6, you have 6 results.
Rerolls. They're getting off topic now. Potentially, we'll give them a little bit more. Rerolls exist in 40k for one very simple reason: to stop competitive players from having hurt fifis. That's it.
Okay. So your spectrum is 1 of 6.
So this can easily be rectified by returning to the old AP system
and the old weapon skill system.
Yes.
And bring initiative back.
Yes.
Because
boys, the Great Awakening. Yes. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships, boys. Ah. Ah. The 40k community is starting to wake up from the Matrix. They're starting to wake up. Including myself. I'm not some savant who's known this all along. I've been through my awakening. And it's awesome to see other people go through their awakening. What's the old weapon system? Okay, so Lewis, in old games of Warhammer 40k, you had weapon skill. So ballistic skill was fixed, right? So essentially fixed, right? So if you've got ballistic skill 4+ meant you hit on a 4+, right? I am simplifying, but by and large, the ballistic skill was how you know it now. It's basically represented how good are you at shooting a gun, right? There were factors taken into account. There were modifiers like, maybe if you shoot at long range, you get -1 to hit, blah, blah, blah. But basically, it's as you know it now. But weapon skill, melee, was different. You had a weapon skill on your, let's say your guardsmen were like weapon skill 3, not 3+, 3. And the Space Marines were like weapon skill 4. Now, what that meant is they had a higher skill than you, which meant that it was harder for you to hit them. You hit them on like 5s. And it was easier for them to hit you. They'd hit you on 3s. Because it represents like your guards are like thrust forward with the bayonet, and the Marine is just going to parry it. It's like ping. And then when the Marine like goes to strike your guardsman's, probably less likely to be able to like parry that blow. And there was a whole table of like, you had like a whole table, and it was like, okay, weapon skill 3 here, weapon skill 4 here. This is the defender's side. This is the attacker's side. Yeah. So similar to toughness rolls, kind of, but toughness was different as well. So toughness, there was a table for toughness as well. And toughness, it's like how it is in Old World, right? So toughness is so going back to the other example though. So that's if you've got weapon skill versus that's weapon skill sort of differences. But if you were, let's say my guards were weapon skill 3 and they were fighting some cultists who are like weapon skill 3, then that means we both hit on 4s, because you look at the table and it's like, okay, 3 versus 3 equals a 4. And it was very intuitive, because basically you got the idea of, if their weapon skill is like higher than mine, I'm going to hit worse. If their weapon skill is lower than mine, I'm going to hit better. If our weapon skills are equal, we're going to hit at the same, basically. So there was that. Secondly, there was initiative. So initiative represented how fast your guys were. Not speed, but like reaction time. So whoever had the highest initiative struck first in combat. And you worked through it. So let's say I've got a squad of like guardsmen who are led by like a commissar, for example. And they get charged by a unit of like Chaos Space Marines led by like a Chaos Lord. The guardsmen are initiative 3, the commissars are initiative 4, the Chaos Space Marines are initiative 4, the Chaos Lord is initiative 5, right? So you go to the combat, and it's not who charged went first. It's, okay, who's got the highest initiative, and let's work through it. So the Chaos Lord is initiative 5. He's got the highest value, so he goes first. Then the Chaos Space Marines and the Commissar have got initiative 4, so they strike at the same time. And then the Guardsmen are initiative 3, so they strike last. Now, the reason why the order matters is because casualties that were inflicted didn't get to like strike back like now, right? So if you've got someone who's initiative 5 and he kills like 4 Guardsmen, then those 4 Guardsmen have died before they've had a chance to strike, so then you miss out on those attacks. And there was all sorts of things like charging gave you some extra points of initiative. Being in a defensive position gave you bonuses as the defender to the initiative. So it was really, really, really fucking good. So yeah, and honestly, fixed to hit rolls is fucking stupid. Fixed to hit rolls is fucking stupid. Why would a guardsman hit just as well against a Chaos Space Marine as he would against a Gretchen? Surely a Sanguinary Guard is going to find it easier to lay a blow onto a Tyranid Termagant than he would to try and lay a blow against a Hive Tyrant. Like he's going to, like the Hive Tyrant's going to have a better chance of blocking him, right? It's so much more immersive. It's so much more flavorful, and yeah, it's the issue came when you ended up in close combat something you could not kill. Why? Why is that? Yeah. How are a unit of guardsmen with bayonets ever going to wound a fucking dreadnought in close combat? Like, they just can't, right? You can stab that dreadnought all day with your bayonet. You are not going to wound him. You are not going. You could sit there. The dreadnought could stand there, and you could stab your bayonet against an armored casing for like 24 hours straight, and you're still not gonna do it. Yeah. It's still not gonna do it. So yeah, Konflikt, they cut the power lines. Yeah, I kind of get that. I can kind of see that, but that's like, look, let's be real. No, I can see that. Okay, I can see that, but it should be such an infinitesimal value. So Cosmic, if you're going to have it, it should be like a 6 followed by a 6, right? Like in Konflikt 47. Yeah, exactly. It should be very, very unlikely, and the amount of and the damage that can be done by that should be like superficial damage, just like in K47. Yeah. Anyway,
fight last and then just fight in between stuff is not representative of certain characters' abilities to fight.
So to some extent, right, the AP system and the weapon skill system.
It's interesting that they're going down this direction. This is great.
It's been simplified. I think it's made it worse.
Yep.
But it has been simplified.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to look up a
simplified, not simple.
table to see who's hitting who on what.
Yep.
Oh my god, I have to look at a table. Oh my god, like I don't know if my smooth troglodyte brain can handle the concept of, oh, is the weapon skill higher than mine? Oh, then I hit on a 5. Is the weapon skill the same as mine? Oh, I hit on a 4. Oh, is the weapon skill, if their weapon skill lower than mine? Oh, I hit on a fucking 3. Oh my god, it's like, this argument is so fucking stupid. It's not Liam's argument, by the way. This logic, people say, oh, no, people can't figure it out. People figure it out for wounding. Right now, people figure it out for wounding. It's like, yeah. So why can't you have it for hitting? Yeah.
And nor do you have to go, oh, I'm AP4 and you're free up save. So do you get a save or don't you get a save? It's just, well, it's -1, right? So I get the simplification, and I think that makes sense. Initiative is one that's always irked me, and obviously it's going to irk me more because I'm an Eldar player, right? We always used to be initiative yes.
Fast, spindly little elf.
Yeah, we used to be initiative yes all the time, right?
Yeah.
However, how complicated is it that the highest number comes first?
Exactly. Oh my, I'm so glad we kept watching this, man. Fucking truth bomb after truth bomb after truth bomb. Like, look at it. This guy knows. Look, we're zooming in. Look, this guy fucking knows. He knows. He fucking knows. We all know. We all fucking know, right? Simplify. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. Simplified, not simple. The big lie we all fell for. It's like it's just like Neo coming out of his fucking pink goo pod. It's like breaking the surface of the water. Because this shit's been around since like 8th edition. And I remember back in 8th edition being like, yeah, this shit's fucking stupid. I don't like the fix to hit rolls. I don't like the loss of all these things. But the thing is, in 8th edition, I was just so glad that we weren't playing 7th edition anymore. Like, because 7th edition, the formation and stuff had fucked things so hard. But now that I've sort of come up from the Matrix, what I've realized is I didn't actually like the new way of doing things. I just kind of got used to the new way of doing things. But just because it's like being institutionalized, right? I don't like being in fucking prison, but I've got used to it, right? And it's the same with 40k now. There's a great awakening happening. Yeah. 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 Like, it's, I think basically 40k has been cruising off just not being 7th edition for like 8 years. And we finally got to the end of this and everyone's like, why the fuck didn't they just fix the old system? Rather than making a new system, why the fuck didn't we just fix the old one? But I think the new system had to come along. It's a bit like in Old World. Old World had to die, get replaced by AOS, and then come back like a phoenix from the flames for it to be the absolute Giga Chad beast that it is now. And in a funny sort of way, I feel like Old Hammer had to die. We're now basically playing Age of the Emperor, and now Age of the Emperor now we need Classic Hammer back. We really, really, really phenomenally need Classic Hammer like yesterday. We need it yesterday. It's not a case of this is something GW would do or should do and it'd be kind of cool. This is a GW, you need to work on this right fucking now. And like it needs to be completely free of the dreaded part. Give it to the Old World team. Give it to the Old World team. Yeah. Old system, new mentality. Old system with the benefit of a decade's worth of hindsight and the lessons learned from Old World. That's what we need.
That's not a thing that I think needs simplifying.
No.
And actually, I think that the various iterations we've gone through of fights first, fights last, fights normal, and if you've got fights first but you're also affected by fights last, you go to fights normal. I'm like, how is that more simple than
yes?
So
yes!
10 goes first. And
yes! Oh my god. Like, simplified, not simple. Do you know what simplified, not simple means? Convoluted. That's all it means. That's all it means. Simplified, not simple. It's just corpo bullshit speak for convoluted. Yeah.
Shiv 9 goes next. That's easy.
So the problem I have with the AP system as it currently is you get AP creep as the and this is a problem with all editions. Is that everything becomes AP2 as standard because AP1 no longer has punch, and then everything gets to AP3 because AP2 no longer has punch.
This is the same thing with damage prof.
No, you can fix the AP system really easily, right? You have a combination of the new AP system and the old cover save system, right? So the old cover save system used to be you got it's like in bolt action, you got a save. So if you were in light cover, you got like a 5+ save. If you were in like heavy cover, you got like a 4+ save. And and between your armor save, your cover save, and your and your invulnerable save, you just use whichever one was best. So, you could tweak those values a little bit. Maybe light cover just gives you like a 6-up or something. So, for example, a unit of guardsmen have got a 5-up save. If they're in a forest, they get a 6-up cover save. If they get hit by an AP -0 weapon, what's the best save? 5-up, they'll use the 5-up cover save, the 5-up armor save. They hit by an AP -1 weapon, well, their armor save is now a 6-up and the cover save 6-up, so they can use whichever one of those they want. It's fine. If they get hit by an AP -2 weapon, then their armor save would be 0. Their armor save would be 7+, but the cover save would be a 6-up, so then they use the cover save, right? And then you'd have the value of like, okay, well then if you've got AP -1, but like it ignores cover, then that's really good, because it's like, okay, you would be like, let's say I'm in like some heavy cover, and it's like, okay, so I'm a heavy cover. That means I'd have like a 5+ save, and I've got a 5+ cover save and a 5+ armor save. I'm AP -1 with ignore cover. Okay, so I don't get my 5+ cover save, and my armor save has now gone down to being AP minus a 6-up. Like, that's how you kind of do it. Or you just go with the old system, but yeah. The old system was quite ruthless.
Right? So Space Marines, when they went from 1 wound to 2 wounds, felt really tough.
Great,
because the army was full of 1 damage.
And then they're like, oh, but nothing's dying.
Now 40k is full of 2 damage.
Yeah.
Space Marines are shit again.
Yeah.
And it's like arms race, it just keeps going.
But everything AP.
This is the huge problem with the damage system, which I think is only just starting to really... I mean, it's always been bubbling under the surface, but I think this is something that has only really become very obvious in the last couple of years. With the damage system at first looks like a really flexible system, but all that happens is you end up with damage creep. That's all that happens. Yeah. Everything in Konflikt 47 has 1 wound. Everything. And yet, an inexperienced conscript does not feel as durable as a Shrek Wolf and Shock Trooper. Because it's not the number of wounds that matters. It's everything else. Yeah. Simple logic. Would all insane weapons get ignore cover then? No. The whole point is that you have some weapons with AP, and then some weapons, and then you try and limit which weapons had AP and ignores cover. But inevitably, you'd get damage creep. But power creep has been a problem in every edition of Warhammer 40k. That's the issue. Even 10th edition, when they were like, we really don't want there to be power creep, there's been power creep.
2 basically makes invuns redundant.
Well, no, it makes invans the only save.
Well, yeah, but if it's, so I mean, they're redundant because it's just like, well, I need to take things with an invun because everything's AP2.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to take anything which doesn't, or it's just going to get flat damage.
Because Terminator armor, we went from editions ago where you failed on a 3+ on 2d6.
Yeah.
So you have to make eyes to fail a Terminator armor save.
Which is
and
crazy.
now we're basically going, it doesn't matter because we're on invans.
There was
all the time.
Something like that, where
Terminator armor means nothing because you just...
One particular unit of
on a
Marines
4-up
had a rule where it was like, it was 1,000 Suns.
I love how these guys aren't even talking about narrative play right now. They're just basically, it started off, like, this is the thing. Where has the flavor gone? Well, how come every conversation about flavor leads to... How come everything whenever I talk about flavor, it leads to this place? How come when these guys talk about flavor, it leads to this place? Things were done in... I think New GW has been somewhat arrogant because I think New GW has cast off the old ways, assuming that they know better. And I think what we're starting to learn is that things were done that way for a reason. And it doesn't mean you can't improve upon the old ways, but maybe you've thrown the baby out with the bathwater.
As dust, you ignored AP1. That's a nice, easy way to do it. If you've not got everything's AP2, ignoring AP1 on Marines removes part of the problem.
But my point is, like, when you had, I mean, I know when talk about rules from ages and ages ago, when you had rules which were trying to demonstrate how tough Terminators were, where the old AP system existed, and you had a 2d6 armor save, and you roll, and I wouldn't want it to come back because you have to roll each individual save on 2 dice separately, and I don't like slow rolling.
That's not a problem when you don't have as many models. When there are only 5 Terminator, but when you've got your 1500 point army and you've got loads of different units, but there's only 5 Terminators in the army, slow rolling for 5 models isn't an issue. When the enemy is outputting 40 dice, you're outputting 40 dice, everyone's rolling 40 fucking dice and they're 40 fucking saves and everything, then yeah, it becomes a problem.
But you'd roll 2 dice, and if you roll Snake Eyes, you failed. And if you rolled anything else, you passed. That's how tough Terminator Army used to be.
Yep.
And now it's mostly 50-50 because you're on your 4-up invuln.
Yep.
50-50 save for Terminators, mostly, because you're on your 4-up invuln. That's bollocks.
Yeah. And it just that isn't now.
How does a Schreckwolfen with 1 wound, an Ursus infantry with 1 wound, feel tougher than a Terminator who's got 3 wounds and a 4+ invulnerable save? Now, obviously, you're going to say, oh, well, the different rule sets. And my answer is exactly.
Narrative, but it's also, it gives you no want to take anything like that. Like, this is what I was saying the other day on the other stream. I was like, I take the toys that I want to play with. Normally, the toys I want to play with are crap.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But Marines are hard to balance. It's hard to balance on the current rule system. They do as best they can because if they'd gone the complete other way, we'd still find something that we thought was wrong with it.
Yeah,
but
they do.
I do certainly think though that the rule set that's put in front of people can, for the majority, I feel like it directly influences the way in which people play the game.
Yeah.
And I think that
I've been saying this. 40k players are gameplay led, which is why the epic moments and the narrative needs to be organic, not manufactured. The gameplay needs to inform the narrative, not the players trying to manufacture it and make it happen. That's sort of bringing this back to the original topic.
My personal opinion is always going to be, don't get angry, but my personal opinion is always going to be that people, no matter how narrative they claim to be, are always looking for ways to win games of Warhammer.
Yes. Always. Because I think there's something about Warhammer that it makes you... There's definitely something about Warhammer. There's a myriad of reasons, historical and current, gameplay and cultural, that kind of foster that mentality. But I think I've said this before, the issue with 40k is that there is now only winning. 40k is too obsessed with winning. And everyone is so obsessed with winning. And the reason and the reason why no one brings the fun stuff anymore, there's loads of reasons why. A lot of it can be because now everyone could go on the internet and find out what the best units are, according to Reddit, which is often wrong. But anyway, the point is, because in the past, you had these organic epic moments. But now they don't exist. So now, when you come away from a game and you've lost, you feel like you wasted your time. Whereas in the past, if you came away from a game that you'd lost, as long as you had that epic moment that you could brag about, I may have lost the game, but, you know, you lost that Terminator to my guardsman, so, you know, you lost your Terminator captain to that one guardsman, so that's actually like a really big blow. So like you have the actual victory, but I have the narrative victory. Yeah, that shit doesn't happen anymore. There's no such thing as the narrative victory versus the actual victory. There's only the actual victory. And that's why everyone is... That's, again, a consequence of the loss of organic flavor.
I mean, do you think there's any footballer out there who goes, I don't mind if we win, just here to have a good time?
I watch Saints. So,
okay,
yeah.
redact that statement.
All right, I don't play sport, but even I know. I've been hanging around with Simon has allowed me to pick up a few sporty things. So Lewis, but the thing is, I want to win with my Reavers. It's not okay. It's not even about. There's different levels of winning, right? Like we said, there's the narrative victory, there's the moral victory, and then there's the actual victory. Like, if your Reavers, let's say you lose a game. Okay. Let's say you lose the game, whatever it may be, whatever the circumstance may be, you lose a game. But there was a moment when your Reavers, against all of the odds, pulled out like an epic charge. Imagine that. Let's use it. Let's use just a made-up example here. Your Reavers deep strike. Your Reavers come onto the board, and they are an enemy. Okay, just I'm making an example up here, but bear with me. Your Reavers are stalking through the rubble, and when unexpectedly they are set upon at range from a unit of Tau battle suits. A battlesuit commander that descends onto the field of battle and starts blasting them. 2 or 3 of the Reavers go down, but amazingly, somehow, half the squad survives. They charge into the battlesuit commander. He levels his Overwatch, but you somehow manage to close the distance. You get into combat now. Armed with only your humble combat blades, you manage to just strike at the perfect blow, cleaving the battlesuit down, ripping the commander out, and screaming your victory. Yes! Getting an amazing assassination. Like in game, how that would work is the battlesuit commander jumps forward, he shoots you, but even though he's hitting on 2s, he misses with 6 shots. He somehow misses with like 4 of them. And then he only managed to kill like 2 of like the 5 Reavers. And then the 3 remaining Reavers charge him. And, you know, he should survive this, but somehow you hit above the odds. You wound above the odds. He fails the majority of his saves. He fails all of his saves, except down to the exact last save. You do. Let's say he's got 4 wounds. You do exactly 4 wounds, and somehow he fails all of his saves. Epic moment. Awesome. Love it. Above the odds, right? That's what used to happen. So but elsewhere your army let's say elsewhere your army gets tabled, but you had that one moment where the dice didn't roll statistically, where everything lined up, that you got your epic moment, your organic narrative. And so your opponent, you shake hands at the end and you're like, oh, good game, man. And he's like, yeah, good game. And you could be like, you won the actual victory, but I assassinated your commander, so I'm going to take the moral victory. And he's like, yeah, all right. Do you know what I mean? But I actually was like, yeah, you actually won. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's even though you lost the game, you came away with something. You came away with something. You came away. And next time you play your mate, he goes, oh, man, are those fucking Reavers again? And you're like, yeah, they're the fucking Reavers, man. They're coming for you again, man. They're coming for you. And now there's like a little story around the Reavers. And every time you and your mate play, you've got these Reavers, he always says, man, those fucking Reavers. Those fucking Reavers, man. Like, now what happens is the Tau Commander comes in, he somehow misses with 4 out of his 6 shots, but he's re-rolling. He re-rolls them, he gets all the hits. Then he kills the whole squad. The Reavers never get the chance at the epic moment. Do you see the difference? Do you see why letting the dice fall where they may is so important? That's because of all these rerolls, because of the way the core game is kind of like structured. There's no opportunity. All of that flavor is robbed. It's robbed.
No, but like, you'd like to think that they're not going out there going, oh, draw would be all right. Don't mind if we lose either.
Well,
Just here, a good time.
I don't know, it's hard to answer that one, mate, because those fuckers get paid stupid money whether they win, lose, or draw. They don't care.
Yeah, I mean,
There's a reason why half of them are on the golf course on a Saturday when they haven't even been picked. Like, oh no, I'm getting paid 50 grand this week.
Terrible life.
Yeah,
but like, I think
they're definitely getting off topic
aspect,
now.
Any sport, any video games, whatever, there is a certain like positive connotation with winning something, but it's an endless scale of how much that matters to each person. Because like, I like to win, I enjoy winning, but I'm there for the experience. I'm there for the story. I'm there to play games with my friends.
If losing a game, so for me, losing a game of Warhammer has no impact on how I feel after.
You're not going home and being like, watch out, lose.
The only thing that has an impact, yeah, Gary, that's stellar. The only thing,
Fuck's sake.
Thing that has an impact at the end of the game for me is how my opponent was.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So,
okay. We're gonna. I think they're making some good points here, but we're getting a little bit potentially a bit off topic. So we'll give one more.
I'm personally an individual who doesn't care if I win or lose. Yeah, I'm going to go to Beachhead in January, February time with the team. And if I go there, play 4, 5 and lose all of them, but all 5 of my opponents were great and I had a few beers and shared some laughs and had some epic moments.
That's the important bit. He's not just wanking off his opponents. He's getting something out of the games.
I don't fucking care.
No, because you
I've had fun. Yeah, I've enjoyed myself.
That's why I play the game. I think that's the majority of people probably play the game for that. If you're playing because you have to win, they're normally the players that go the other way.
I'm going to keep going for a second.
They start crying. They start getting unpleasant to people. They start dropping out of tournaments, and and then they're not like I'd like to think they're not representable of everybody in the hobby.
I think they're the minority, and this is the problem with. I think sometimes the problem with social media and the world we live in general. Right, we hear about these narrative players that you talk about.
Anyway, we're definitely going off topic now. Anyway, long story short, it's a great video. I love it's a great video, and in summary, no normal person minds losing if they went down swinging and they felt like they got something out of the game. And to their point, video games. I used to play a lot of Company of Heroes 2. And one of the best games of Companies of Hero 2. Oh man, there's so many thoughts. There's so many examples, right? One of the best games of Company of Heroes 2 I ever played, Koth 2. We had a group of us. There was always like, we used to do loads of like 4v4s, like random match. And there was this one game where we were playing as the Allies versus the Axis, and I was playing as Brits, and my mate Connor was playing as. So I was playing as Americans. My mate Connor was playing as Brits, and then I can't remember what. I think this was a 3v3, but I can't remember. I think it was Aeon and Simon were playing with us, but I can't remember what the other two chaps were playing. Knowing Aeon, he was probably playing. Yanks as well. But anyway, the point is, we were we were playing on this map where you had to basically defend, like there's these 3 control points on these 3 bridges. And 2 of the bridges were like destructible, but one of them like wasn't. And we played a multiplayer game which literally went on for hours. Hour and a half, 2 hours. This unbelievable defense. We controlled one control point and we destroyed the bridge so they couldn't get to it. They had controlled one control point and we couldn't get to it because they destroyed the bridge. And there's this one in the middle. You know the map, Damn Legion? Yeah, it's the one. Is it like it's the one with the big river going down the middle, and it's like in a city. And we played for about 2 hours over this choke point. And eventually what happened is the fight kept getting more and more and more intense around the middle bridge. And they could not break us. Like, we actually managed to like capture this point. And we were holding it, and we were holding it, and we were holding it. And the ticker was going down. Then they'd uncapture it, and then we'd recapture it, and the ticker was going down. And we conducted this awesome, amazing defense. And then the enemy, because our attention was so focused on the middle objective, without us noticing, the enemy actually repaired one of the bridges. Because when you repaired the bridges, like the sheet metal would like slowly extend out, right? You remember? And we didn't notice it. And they repaired the bridge. And then they created a bridgehead on the other side. And then before we even realized, the first we realized that they had that they'd crossed over is when we had like a bunch of like Jacksons, which are like really fragile, and one of them just went poof, and just exploded in like one shot because it was already a little bit damaged. And they rolled a King Tiger over this flank, and we had damaged this King Tiger a lot when it had been in the middle, and we had presumed they'd retreated it to like heal it, but they retreated it, healed it, and then they sent it round this flank instead. And this King Tiger led this spearhead and blew our defense wide open, and we lost. What looked like we were going to win through pure attrition, we lost. And that game was probably 7 years ago. And I still remember it like it was yesterday, even though I lost. And I even remember the people that were in it. And I even remember exactly how my units were staged up. And I even remember exactly where my Jackson was next to that sort of big building that's just back from the bridge. It's the one that starts off kind of ruined. And you can put people in it, but it's a bit risky. But it was just to the back. And I even remember exactly where my Jackson was. And I remember that because even though we lost, our defense was epic. And even though we lost afterwards, no one came away from that game going, oh, that was fucking stupid, we lost. Everyone came away from that game like exhausted, like, oh my God, that's like the best game of Company of Heroes we've ever fucking played. No one minds losing. Ever. No one ever minds losing if they got something out of the game. And I think that's where, coming back to the original topic, that is where 40k has lost its flavor. There is now only winning. If you do not win, you do not come away from... If you do not win, it is highly unlikely you're going to come away with anything from that game. Things are very predetermined. You know, everything is very obvious in what's going to happen. And the game is solved. the game is solved. And when the game is solved, the game lacks flavor. And all of these things are interconnected. And seeing people like Liam and like Joe talk about this kind of stuff and echo the things that I've been saying, I think it's extremely valuable to see that. So I'm going to put a link to that video down in the chat. And before we sign off, because it can come across as like I said, it was quite salty. This had the potential to be salty. This had the potential to be beefy. But I want to actually end on a message of like hope and positivity, which sounds kind of exaggerated. But I love the point that Cosmic made earlier. Before I forget, the saying is the die is cast, not the die is rerolled. Love that, Cosmic. Love that. I want to end on a message of hope and positivity. And the message of hope and positivity is really it's really straightforward. Everything that I bitch and moan and whine about is completely solvable. No system is perfect. Old Hammer wasn't perfect. I'm sure that whatever 11th, 12th, 13th edition comes out with, whatever game system exists out there, you will encounter problems with it. I'm not putting Old Hammer on a pedestal. I'm not shitting on New Hammer. What I'm saying is there are problems in 40k, but those problems are very fixable. And whilst you might not fix every problem with 40k, you can absolutely take steps in the right direction. And I am really, really hopeful. I think there's a growing groundswell of this feeling. I think old grognards like myself are talking about it, and new players are listening to it. And they're hearing things that they like. And I really, really hope that Games Workshop once again demonstrates that fantastic ability, which they have, to turn the franchise around, as it were. Not that the franchise is doing badly, of course, but to use a turn of phrase, they have a chance to. They have a remarkable ability to right the ship, to right the course, to. They have a remarkable ability which they have shown historically to, when things go a bit funky, to pull the to pull it out. And I think they're going to do it again. Whether it's 11th edition or 12th edition, I think they will do it again. And one thing I really hope for is Classic Hammer. I think that Classic Hammer would only be a positive thing. I think you can make up all sorts of bullshit arguments saying that it would be a negative thing, but I think Warhammer 40k Classic Edition would only be a positive thing. And I really, really hope we can manifest it. I hope we can will it into existence that they do it. But who knows? Who knows? Fingers crossed. We'll see what happens. Yeah, there we go. All right, gentlemen, you've got your extra hour or hour and a half out of me. I'm gonna wrap up some super chats here, and then we're gonna wrap the stream up. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. I think this covers this. I was right. Narrative is best. Stream discussion. Let's have a look. I think you covered this already, Timmy, and I agree. Let's tell a story. Love a narrative game. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. What did I what did I say? Once I was about 19, now to play is amazing. Wow. I have had a revelation 10 months ago, man. And it's quite an important one. It's quite a big one. And I want to share it with you guys. Because I think it's going to confirm a lot of things that some people suspect. And it might open a few people's eyes to the lies of the Jedi. So as you guys know, I've been going really, really hard on competitive play. I was going to tournaments every single weekend. I was going to multiple tournaments a month. Sometimes I would go to 2 tournaments in a week. I think in November I was at 6 events over the course of 1 month.
I remember that.
I've been doing a lot of tournaments, and I've been doing that pretty much all of 2025. And even in a quiet month like December, I've still been to a tournament. So, you know, I'm still going to have gone to a tournament, right? So I've been playing a lot of tournaments recently, and I've been really enjoying it. But I've definitely been feeling a little bit burned out. And so I started exploring some of the games and other ways of playing 40k. Now, at first I went and played
it's really
a bit
weird
of
watching
Action
myself.
because I love bot action, and I went and played a bit of Old World because I love Old World. And those games were definitely very refreshing. Definitely the palate cleansers that I needed. But as always, I wanted to play 40k because I like 40k. I love it. But I wasn't quite
Oh, how times have changed.
ready to go back to playing 40k competitively. So I had a little bit of a mad one, and I just went and bought lots and lots and lots of new terrain for the battle reports. And all of this terrain was really cool and really immersive. You're watching this at the time of recording. You'll be seeing this battle report on Sunday. Make battle reports great again. Necrons versus Guard, start of a little narrative one-shot campaign me and Simon are doing. But if you're watching this when, you know, post live as like the stream highlight or something, this video will already be out. And I'll try
The classic angle.
have Evan make a link down to the battle report for it, because I know some of you guys will be curious about that.
The haircut's
But
the same.
Simon and I have been doing some narrative 40k, and we set up the board so it was very, very, very immersed terrain, Dawn of War terrain.
So Cosmic, I'm not going to watch the whole thing. It's like 30 minutes long. But what I will say is, my opinion since then has evolved. My opinion is, this was the beginning of the awakening. This was the beginning of the awakening. Cosmic, you are responsible for all the salt that I've been experiencing. You are actually not the purveyor of bananas, but you are the supplier of salt. You're not the purveyor. Fucking hell. Oh, I need a drink. I haven't got one. You're not the purveyor of potassium. You are the supplier of salt, Cosmic. This was 7 revelations ago. Yeah, 7 revelations ago. The big difference between then and now is then I was trying to manufacture epic moments. And now I get those organic epic moments. That's the big difference. That's why I think Konflikt 47 has fucking been draining my balls so fucking hard. Because every time I play a game of Konflikt 47, it's like you come away with something and you're just like, whether it's you come away with the win or you come away with a loss, you come away with something. You come away with something, man. Oh, God, it was so funny. I can't give too much away from because I've got 2 K47 battle reports in the bank at the moment. I can't give too much away, but there was such a fucking funny moment. It was actually hilarious. No, I'm not going to say, but there was such a fucking funny moment in the game with Simon. I was actually pissing myself with laughter. Yeah, but yeah, that's the difference between then and now is about 200 Ultramarine releases. I love that. I love that. But Cosmo, no, you're right. Yeah, narrative is it's crazy, man. That video got so many comments. Yeah. Madness, I say. But yeah, Cosmic, that's a good video. It's interesting to see how things have... it's interesting to see where it all began. Where it all began. Lewis, thank you for the super chat, man. 4th edition quick reference pages and stream discussion. Yeah. Yeah, love this. Love this. Quick reference sheet. Infantry, slowed by terrain, yes. Danger time request required, no. Bikes, not slowed by difficult terrain, but they might die just like going through it because they like hit a log or something. Jet bikes, oh wow, so good. Non-vehicle weapon type summary, vehicles moving and shooting summary. Firing template weapons, firing blast weapons. Oh yeah, firing barrage weapons. I think you had to guess distances. I don't know if you still had to guess distances in 4th edition. You had to guess distances in 3rd edition. Yeah, here you go. Here's the assault chat. So if I'm weapon skill 3 and your weapon skill 4, I hit you on 4s, but if you're weapon skill 4 and I'm weapon skill 3, you hit me on 3s. So it's actually a really simple system. It was basically just, is the weapon skill higher? Yes. Then I'm hitting you on 4s. Unless it was like double, then I'm hitting you on 5s. Yeah, yeah. It was a really simple system. I love this. God, it just... 40k just wasn't that complicated. Everyone just goes on and on and on and on and on about these old systems and how complicated they were. And it's just bollocks. They just weren't. Like, 2nd edition was fucking mental. Yeah, sure. Okay. But I think the uncomfortable truth, and I'm going to end the stream on this point. I think the uncomfortable truth is that new Hammer is more complicated than old Hammer. Despite what everybody thinks, what everybody says, I think that new Hammer is more complicated than mid Hammer. And what started as an endeavor to simplify the game, all that's ended up happening is they've had to sticky plaster things back in. So rather than having a robust core set of rules, you end up with like the Weasley house from Harry Potter with lots of random little extensions off it, and it's all higgledy-piggledy. There you go. I think that's the truth. I think I would find it easier to teach someone a game of old Hammer than new Hammer. And I haven't played old Hammer in a decade. And I may just put that theory to the test. All right, Mike J, thank you so much for the 10th member flex. Thank you for the support, man. 07, fine lads. 11th edition will be good. I am hopeful with 11th edition. I am. I think 11th edition. I think 10th edition has been them wiping the slate clean and laying the foundations. And I think 11th edition is going to be the edition of gain. I've been saying this and saying this and saying it, and I will keep saying it. I think 11th edition is going to the edition of gain. We've already seen it with the way GW has been releasing all the new Marine stuff. I think from this day, I think we're going to look back. I think this is going to be the history of 10th edition. It started out good. Everyone got fucked off with it. Everyone ended up crashing out of it. But looking back on it several years later, maybe around 11th, end of 11th, beginning of 12th, people will look back on it and understand that it was a necessary process, and that it was laying the foundations for greater things to come. That's my message of optimism, my message of hope. And I would love, out of all the things that I've been proven right on, out of all the negative things that I've been proven right on, I hope beyond anything else, that is a positive thing that I am proven right on. Yeah. Yeah. Or we can all be like Bingo. Nah, I hate this edition. Nothing can say this now. I will see it bad. Yeah. Maybe Bingo. But I choose hope. I choose hope. And you know what? If it all goes tits up, well, I hear the call of the Rift Brothers. The fire rises. And on that note, thank you so much for joining today's stream. Thank you for watching today's stream. Thank you for liking today's stream. And of course, thank you to all of you for your support during today's stream. Thank you to everyone who went above and beyond the call of duty. And a big shout out to Poetic Terror that dropped in the big old Deathstrike chat. Absolutely epic. And the last thing to say is, look at that poll. Look at that poll. 409 votes. And the game system that you guys want to see more than anything else is Konflikt 47 or bot action. And the vast majority of that's probably going to be Konflikt 47. Welly, Wellington. Well, I have 2 Konflikt 47 battle reports in the bank. Maybe we'll get a third. Maybe we will get a third. And I think I know what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to do Konflikt 47 with Simon. Or I think we're going to do some 4th edition. And I think if we do 4th edition, we'll do Combat Patrol. We'll just do some quick combat patrols. Maybe knock out like 2 or 3 games. And you know, just use like the same table, but just throw down a few different factions one after the other. I've got NIDS. I could use the Tank of Terror Cosmic. I could use NIDS. Yeah, I'll build like several 500 point lists and just try things out. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Gentlemen, thank you. You're all a massive bunch of degenerates. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being the best goddamn community out there. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
On Mordian never fades, and the sun's a ghostly flame. We march to war on full display in the Emperor's holy name. Hey! The drums they pound, the boots they shine, and step through death's domain. For the 50th Rifles hold the line, and never shall we wane. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron God will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4. through ash and shattered halls where demons scream and die. Our volleys ring like chapel calls neath Emperor's watching eye. Oh, some will bend and others burn and others fade away, but the 50th Rifles never turn. With iron will we stay. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron God will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. Our boots are bright, our banners high, our buttons catch no grime. We fight as one, we live, we die in perfect holy time. No fear, no drop of cowardice, our thunder breaks the night. Our last guns cut through fog and mist with volleys